No.
It's not.
It's sorry.
We have tried, honestly. It's not a horrible...
We've not tried, yeah.
Honestly. Yeah.
No, because you're already like
In the zone.
in the zone for whatever you do.
Yeah.
Sean, isn't it?
I think twice, probably, but yes, likewise.
I know I'm due for 3 years expired in March. About it. Yeah, I know. I hate it.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
Should be expecting something.
Good morning. It is, I think, 9:30 now by the clock in the room. We will need to wait, I think, for the Great Houghton representative. I think that's probably my fault because I said 22 and not 8:30. Before we do get into sort of the evidence, is there any update on the timings? Because I think we mentioned something yesterday.
We had a chat yesterday in terms of timings. It seems to us that the existing estimates have probably remain about accurate as currently anticipated. That said, it's frequently the experience that there is some acceleration as the inquiry goes on because matters have already been canvassed and therefore it's not necessary to reiterate in the same way. But broadly, timings witnesses remains about the same. We would anticipate that we would finish tomorrow and I think reasonably well within the time period which is allowed. So at the moment we're not envisaging that we're going to be butting up against the end of play.
Okay, no, that's good. Fine. I think there's somebody on their way now, which is very opportune.
So just in the meantime for that, one matter I was asked to canvass is on the 106. I know we'll come to that during the course of tomorrow. But the time frame for getting the section 106 executed thereafter, I think it was a matter that I canvassed during the CMC. But purely in terms of certainly as far as the council is concerned, its execution days for being able to execute documents conventionally, trying standard being Tuesdays and Thursdays. The view of the party is if you allow up to 10 working days post-inquiry to get the document to you, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I'm very comfortable with that, 10 working days. So that would take us to probably the 8th of December.
Something of that, because we will finish on the Wednesday and Thursday.
Oh, right, yeah, yeah.
But I have to say, 10 working days is not intended to be a kicking the long grass until the end of the inquiry.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking about 10 working days from tomorrow.
But I think practically,
Yeah.
at the time that you indicate your satisfaction with the document in whatever form for you, then in those circumstances, there's no reason why the parties
Okay.
can't get cracking. So I would expect 10 working days, not simply to start from whenever we finish, albeit it may be handy and comforting for whatever reason to have that. I would expect the process to commence rather earlier.
Yeah, that was, I suppose, my view is that we will have the discussion on the Section 106 agreement tomorrow. Hopefully, we will come to some agreement around it once I've been assured that it complies with all the tests and the regulations, and that then will give some comfort to the parties that they can go and execute it as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you. We were just dealing with some preliminary matters. I believe there's a person from Great Houghton Parish Council. Would you like to sort of take a seat in the middle? Have you got a written version of what you're going to say?
Yeah, I mean, it's really only notes.
Okay, if it's only notes, that's fine. I was going to ask if you've got a written version, it'd be useful to circulate it. But
it pretty much will be this.
okay, well, afterwards, if the council can copy it and get it circulated, that would be useful.
If I email it in.
That's brilliant. Yeah, to the case officer
I need
at
to go home to do
in
that.
Bristol.
It's
Yeah.
not school done.
Thank you. Can I ask you your name, please?
Yes, my name's Sarah Williams, and I'm a resident of Great Houghton, and I'm also the chair of Great Houghton Parish Council.
Are you speaking on behalf of the parish council today?
Yes, I think we had a meeting on Tuesday, and we've already submitted a formal objection,
Yes.
so which is carried forward against this appeal. But I've attended and I've listened to what was said. Our response was obviously prepared by a professional, and I think that the voice of our residents has been somewhat lost because it's not what he has written about. So, given that this development would affect them the most, I think I wanted to make sure that their voice was heard.
Okay, that's fine. So I've written down you are speaking on behalf of Great Houghton Parish Council. Fine, that's all I wanted to cover.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms Williams, carry on.
Okay.
Oh, there's one thing. Once you've finished, are you willing to take questions?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I think in addition to sort of giving the residents their voice, when our objection was prepared, the Great Houghton Neighbourhood Development Plan was in draft form, and it was passed last year, 2022. So it's recent, and it's passed with a 93% yes vote. There were 4 matters that sort of arose out of when I was here on Monday that I wanted to address. So firstly, with respect to the conservation area, when speaking about the conservation area, there's been significant emphasis placed on the church. Although it's listed and that is the principal building of note, the conservation area covers much of the lower half of the village and continues down the high street on the left-hand side as you go down, encompassing the old buildings of the school. I'm not sure what photo, you've obviously got massive bundles of items, but certainly within the Great Houghton Conservation Area Appraisal and Management Plan 2018, there's an aerial photo which shows the proximity of the edge of the conservation area to the A428. It's basically a playing field and another small field, and then that's where the A428 is. It's fairly close. Policy 1 of our neighbourhood development plan Protecting the Village Character and the Rural Environment states that proposals should take into account to be sensitive to the significance and the setting of the Great Houghton Conservation Area, i.e. not just the church or the conservation area, but the setting in which that subsists. As set out in our formal objection, the conservation area is a designated heritage asset, and our opinion is that this would have a significant negative effect on that setting. On behalf of the residents of the houses at the bottom of the High Street, which may not be in the conservation area but we represent them too, I need to point out they would be very, very close to this development because the houses on the right hand side go right the way down to the bottom and you can see them as you turn into the village. So they are not in the conservation area, but they are residents and they are close to that development. Second area I wish to speak about was Brackmills. This development has been characterised as an addition to Brackmills, but at present no part of Brackmills is on the north side of the Bedford Road. It's confined with a specific site on the southern side. If you look from the Bedford Road Barnes Meadow interchange roundabout, that area coming in from that roundabout is called the Lakes, and it's office space, not light industrial. You get down to the roundabout near where the pub is, and you go left, and Brackmills is confined on that left-hand side, or right-hand side, depending on which way you're going, but it's not on the other side of the road. In terms of practicalities, if you look at it on a map, it's next to one another but bisected by the road, so Brackmills is one side and this site is the other, and the A428 goes down the middle. But in practice, if you want to get from one to the other, you either have to cross the A428, and there have been fatalities on the A428 if you're a pedestrian. If you're driving, you go up to the roundabout, but the road for that bit of Brackmills, which is usually termed Brackmills Gate, doesn't come off that roundabout. You have to go further into the development, and then there's a specific roundabout that was constructed at the time that those buildings were, and it loops back round, back down to those buildings. So in practical terms, it's separate from Brackmills because you can't access it except by crossing. When you cross the A48, there's also a hedgerow which screens it, and you can't get through it apart from at certain points. So it's not easy to gain access from one to the other. The proposed development would also extend the line where Brackmills ends, because if you look at the plans, the last Brackmills building finishes midway down the side of this development, which then carries on to the Great Houghton Turn. It would therefore represent an encroachment beyond the current line of Brackmills. As set out in our objection, this site is not allocated for development in PP2. Industrial jobs are generally low-paid manual work, and similar jobs are available within Brackmills. Not a particularly scientific way of doing it, but I looked on totaljobs.com yesterday, typed in Brackmills jobs, put in a radius of 0 miles, looked at what came up, and there were 62 jobs on there, which are within Brackmills. There's 240 on the list, but you go down a certain way and it shows them as East Midlands. But with the Brackmills postcode, that was what it showed. There's also some vacant industrial and office space within Brackmills. Again, a search on Rightmove commercial yields 22 results, although that does include a field in Great Houghton, and it also includes a couple of duplicates. And nonetheless, there are things on there if you look. The third thing I think I wanted to address was traffic, which is a big problem within the village. The A48 junction with the Great Houghton High Street is dangerous. During the time I've lived there, there have been 2 fatalities. One was a boy in his late teens who was coming back from Northampton, got off the bus. The bus is obviously stopping on the other side, and was killed by a car as he crossed the road. And the other fatality was a motorcyclist who was turning into the junction who was hit by a car. Didn't see him coming. I think there was either a fatality or a very serious crash at Little Houghton last year as well, involving a car. Any additional traffic on the A428 increases the issues that it already has and makes the turn for us onto the A428 even more difficult to make. and further development means more traffic. Although the A428 is going to be the principal route to this development, I also need to comment briefly on our high street, which is busy. We have a speed camera which counts car use, and this shows over 1,200 trips per day. It's also used as a rat run by those cutting across from Newport Packnell Road to the Bedford Road. And if the A45 or M1 is blocked for any reason, drivers also use that route, and many are sent that way by their sat-nav to avoid those blockages. And it produces additional queuing at the A428 junction. Basically, if you want to turn right, you have to wait to turn. If you get a couple of cars at the bottom, because the lanes merge one into the other, it stops cars from going round the side to go into Northampton. So you get a small queue, but when there's problems on the M1, it creates a very large queue. And twice since August, we've had instances of gridlocked queues stretching right to the top of the village. The road's also unsuitable for HGVs. I've seen them doing a three-point turn at the pub because they realise that they can't get up there. And we have informal HGV restriction signs provided by West Northants. Put simply, we don't want any additional traffic down our high street, for example by employees or customers travelling to this new site. These issues are reflected in policies 1 and 9 of the Great House and Neighbourhood Development Plan, which deal with the mitigation of additional traffic generated by developments. There's also problems with the truck lay-by, which is just outside the village. Since the construction of the Dacia and Decathlon buildings, HGVs are frequently parked in lay-by. It's particularly at night because they rest up before they go on the next day. It creates significant problems with rubbish because they cook food or they order food, and that gets put in bins. And we have to call people to come and stop that from overflowing, and it also the litter that gets spread across the lay-by is unsightly. This lay-by is opposite the proposed development, with the potential for lorries delivering to that development to use it. The last matter that I wanted to deal with is obviously the biggest one, which is the loss of separation of the village from urban Northampton. In Great House and Neighbourhood Development Plan Objective 4, it notes the neighbourhood area is valued for the surrounding local countryside. It provides valuable separation between the villages and the Northampton urban area. It separates the villages and helps retain their separate identities, and it is valued for the visual and other qualities of the local landscape. Policy 6, Conserving and Enhancing the Landscape, goes on to state at F that new development should conserve or enhance the local landscape by seeking to minimise the encroachment of development into visually exposed landscapes, and where development is proposed on the edge of the village, it enhances the views of the settlement edge from the surrounding countryside and does not lead to inappropriate incursion into the surrounding countryside by reason of its citing design materials or the use of landscaping. Our policy 1 also states that at C, that development should take into consideration and be sympathetic to the surrounding rural landscape and sympathetic to the existing small-scale residential development within Great Houghton. And lastly, in terms of the neighbourhood plan, policy 3 states that development should be sympathetic to local design features and that development will not be supported where it is a poor design that has an adverse impact on the character of the area. As set out in our formal objection prepared by our planning consultants, we feel that it is clear that the proposed development breaches those provisions of the neighbourhood plan. It's not just a plan. The semi-rural setting of our village is part of what gives the village its character, local distinctiveness and sense of place. It's also important to our residents. Another developer intends to put 800 houses at the top of the village and recently held the consultations for that scheme. I stayed for the first day of those consultations and listened to what our villagers said. The semi-rural feel and separate identity of the village came at the top of their list of priorities. They also made this clear in questionnaires sent out regarding the design statement prepared in 2019. This is noted in the Great Houghton Neighbourhood Plan which utilises it as part of its evidence base. This parcel of land is the last remaining separation between our village and the urban area of Northampton. This development will significantly encroach on our village, closes the gap and affects the separate nature and semi-rural feel, which is an intrinsic part of its setting and which our residents value highly. There is also a natural incongruity between a village which has grown up piecemeal over 1,000 years and a light industrial estate, and indeed with the planting and bunding used to try and to disguise it, compromising the efficacy of the proposed mitigation measures. It's not just our village. This land is effectively the gateway to Northampton. It's the first view of Northampton that you get as you approach it from Bedford, especially as the road is set higher until the Little Houghton turn. And as you go past that turn, you overlook the site. It's going to be quite obvious and visually intrusive from that point on the A428 from Little Houghton and in closer from our village. The word sensitive is used to describe the site. It's sensitive because of its role in retaining a separate identity which it affords our village and which is part of our character, and because it is the visual gateway to Northampton. For us, it's manifestly the wrong type of development on the wrong site.
Thank you for that. As I say, if you can get the council to, send the your statement into the planning inspector, and we'll get it circulated to the parties.
Yeah,
thanks. If you can wait there, Mr. Goatley, have you any questions?
Just one, if I may, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just one point with regard to highways matters.
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to see the transport assessment together with the update
I
notes?
have looked through it, but it's quite long.
Yeah, indeed. That dealt with the question of road safety, and indeed that was a matter considered by the Highway Authority, and they, together with the officers of the council, considered that this was not a issue that constituted a ground for a reason for refusal. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of that, but I think I'm speaking from the point of view of we use that term and it's dangerous if 2 people have died within the last 10 years.
Okay, got that already. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Milling. Right, we will now move on to the appellant's heritage evidence, and this is Mr. Brown. Bourne, sorry.
That's all right, don't worry.
Mr. Bourne. Mr. Goatley.
So thank you very much. Mr. Bourne, good morning.
Good morning.
If I can introduce you to the inquiry, you're Robert Bourne, and you're the Managing Director at Orion Heritage Limited.
I am, yes.
That's an independent heritage consultancy based in Brighton and Alderley Edge. You indicate that the company acts for a wide range of private and public sector organisations across the UK, advising on historic environment, related planning policy and practice, and that your background also includes considerable period of time previously spent as the director of the heritage team at CGMS.
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a planning archaeologist for Berkshire County Council and its successor unitary authorities.
I was, yes.
You have a Bachelor of Arts degree with honours in archaeology and prehistory from Sheffield University, a Master of Arts degree in environmental planning from Nottingham University, and a postgraduate diploma in archaeological practices from Oxford University.
That's correct, yes.
And you're a member of the Chartered Institute of Archaeologists, and as a professional archaeology and heritage consultant you have some 34 years experience in that regard.
I do indeed.
You set out your experience planning inquiries and those for whom you acted in the past, and at paragraph 1.8 you set out your professional attestation that the evidence you give to the inquiry are your true and professional opinions, and that you stand by that.
They are indeed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bourne, I'm not going to ask you to read through your proof of evidence, as that sets out the background and the assessment exercise. Just in terms of your involvement with this site, where did your involvement start?
My personal involvement started in late January this year, so that's 2023. My colleague Helen Macquarie did the majority of the heritage work for the planning application, so that's the desk-based assessment, and wrote the environmental statement heritage chapter, working alongside my now ex-colleague Mr. Colville, who one of our senior built heritage members of the team. I was involved as the managing director. I get involved with discussions with my team about projects, so this is one, although I wasn't involved with day-to-day stuff when Helen was working on the planning application. She sits next to me in the office, and we've had a number of conversations about it over the years.
Thank you very much. Now, the nature of the reason for refusal that's relevant to the evidence that you give is reason for refusal 2, and you've kindly extracted that at page 20 and 3.1 of your evidence.
Yes, on that.
We have a small collection of heritage assets involved, small in terms of number, in terms of Great Houghton and Little Houghton, their conservation areas and the parish churches within.
Yes.
Can you please take us through your analysis with regard to those heritage issues? First of all, are there any other heritage issues or any other designated or non-designated heritage assets which in your view are of relevance or material to the matters before this inspector?
No, there's not, sir. Archaeology is not a contended issue, and we've heard yesterday that the site is a former quarry, so there will be no archaeology left anyway. And although the reason for refusal refers to the listed buildings within the conservation areas, it's not contested between ourselves that there are any other assets apart from the 2 conservation areas and the 2 St Mary's churches.
Thank you very much. So far as each of those assets are concerned and the approach to setting, first of all, subdividing them up from your point of view, taking first of all Great Houghton. I'm going to do it by settlement rather than essentially by other assets first. Great Houghton and its conservation area, and Great Houghton and its parish church. If you can take us through each of those for the purpose of assessment, and then having regard to national and other relevant policy, what do you have to say about them?
Well, sir, if I go to the sections in my proof.
Good. It's like the conservation area is page 29 for Great Houghton.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney. As you've seen, sir, in my proof, I've gone through, although Mr. Goatley's talked about them as 2 groups, which I do agree, they are. The churches are seen in the context of their villages. I've gone through each of the 4 assets following the procedures that are set out in Historic England's guidance for the setting of heritage assets. You will see on my page 29 the consideration of the main points in terms of the character and significance of Great Houghton Conservation Area. This is partially copied and partially paraphrased from the Conservation Area Appraisal, and we heard a very similar version of it from Mr. Partington yesterday. In relation to Great Houghton, the key issues in relation to this, none of the assets within putting the church to one side at the moment within the conservation itself, although as you saw yesterday, sir, there is a number of very lovely listed buildings within the village that they are not affected by this by the scheme. So the key thing in relation to Great Houghton is the effect of the proposed application on its setting and the contribution that the setting makes to the significance of the conservation area, and likewise also St Mary's Church, which is within the conservation area. Now on my page 29 in paragraph 4.17, the two, in relation to the conservation area, the two main points are the first two bullet points, which is being the village being on rising ground to the south side of the Nain Valley, as you saw yesterday when we were out on site, sir. And the second one is the detached nature of the village from Northampton. The remaining points are primarily to do with matters within the conservation area, of which have no direct bearing on the case today. I do the same for the church, which is on St Mary's Church, which is on my page 36. And again, it's a similar process, laying out where the significance of the church comes from. This is using information from such as the listing description and so forth. Page 36, sorry, I gave you the wrong page. That was the other St Mary's Church.
I think you should be page 32.
Yeah, absolutely. Problem with having two churches with the same name. I also set out within my proof for both assets together, as well as what their significance is in terms of, for example, the church, its form and its fabric, and we heard Mr. Partington talk about that yesterday, of which I wouldn't dispute anything that Mr. Partington said in relation to that. And then there's a consideration for both assets in terms of their setting, which in many ways are essentially the same issue, really. Which is how the appeal scheme will affect the low-lying land on the Nen Valley to the get my directions right, to the north side of the village. The issue here is the two fields that the site comprises at the moment are part of the wider setting of both assets. They're part, as we heard yesterday, they're part of the rural setting of the village and also the church itself. We've heard all about the fact that it used to be a quarry, and it probably looks pretty much like it used to, apart from with no ridge and furrow that it almost surely would have once had. It pretty much looks like it would have looked like before the quarry started, at least from a heritage perspective, it does. I've considered the site, I've considered in my proof in the two sections in terms of how the setting contributes in terms of its immediate setting. So in other words, that's in the area immediately around, for example, the church, within the village itself and so forth. And then the appeal site without the development, as you saw yesterday, sir. It forms part of the general pasture land that's to the north of the village, from which there are various viewpoints, as we saw yesterday, such as Hardingston Embankment, and I'm not very good at remembering the names of the footpaths, but the one that loops around the top of the SPA, and various other footpaths that one gets a view of the conservation area and also the church spire, and in some places you can see a bit more of the spire. You can see some of the tower, as we saw yesterday, sir, as you walk from east to west towards the Peel side. The appeal site in itself, if you took the appeal site in isolation, it forms a small part of a wider setting. It does have a contribution to the significance in terms of its open nature, and indeed, as we heard Mr. Partington talk yesterday, and we've just heard as well from the Parish Council, it forms part of the elements that creates a degree of separation from the urban edge of Northampton. In relation to the conservation area, the proposed development will, as I outline in my proof on pages I deal with the impact from page 30, which is paragraph 4.21 and 4.22. The proposed development will, of course, be very visible from the various footpaths that we walked around, as we heard yesterday from Mr. Partington, and I would fully agree with him that there are no views from the conservation area and indeed the church as well. It is primarily how the proposed development will affect views from the northwest towards both the conservation area and the church spire, where the proposed development will, of course, result in a loss of the fields, or at least the field that's closest to the A4 to the Bedford Road. Obviously, the rear part of the site will remain as open space. And this will change the nature of the appeal. There will be the proposed development there, as we saw yesterday. It will change one's experience looking towards the conservation area and the church. But as you saw yesterday, sir, dealing with the conservation area first, one isn't really aware of. One is aware of a village, but you can't really appreciate, in my professional opinion, much of the character of the village. What you primarily see is the various tree cover that's within or just outside of the conservation area, rather than the built form and the layout and the character. One has to walk up High Street, as we did yesterday, and go into the village to really start appreciating how the village works, how its morphology is, how the buildings relate to each other, and of course the buildings themselves as well. But from the viewpoints that will be affected by the proposed development, the conservation area is apparent through the trees. Obviously, it depends on the time of year. During the summer, which is when I have been during the summer as well as the winter, the tree cover, the leaf cover does obscure even more of the conservation area. One is aware that there is a village there, but the buildings you see are actually the buildings that are on High Street that you heard the Parish Council talking about this morning my direction's right, on the east side of High Street, which are outside of the conservation area and are not of any heritage significance in themselves. So it's the separation issue between Northampton and the village, which, as I outline in my assessment of the impact, is where, in my professional opinion, there is an effect on the significance of the conservation area. The loss of that field with the proposed development within it will result in some reduction of the contribution the setting makes to its significance. Hence my conclusion that there is some less than substantial harm. I believe, in my professional opinion, it's a low level, less than substantial harm. In relation to the church, as we saw on site yesterday, the church is actually, or is both kind of prominent and not prominent at the same time. It's not the tallest church around, and because of the nature of the tree cover that's within and just immediately outside the conservation area, as we saw yesterday, depending on where one is, one can see more or less of the church, and obviously time of the year as well affects that. The appeal site in relation to the church forms an aspect of the rural context within which the church lies, but the significance of the contribution of the setting is far more from the village itself, from the rest of the conservation area. That's where one can appreciate the church, both in terms of its detail, its design and so forth, plus also its position as the spiritual the spiritual core of the village through history and presumably still today. In terms of the appeal, the proposed development, again, it will affect the same views of the church as it does the conservation area, which, as we saw yesterday, sir, is really from, as one walks along Hardingston Embankment, going from east to west, obviously the opposite if you're going the other way, that the approach of the church, as one comes from the east to the west, you see the church spire, and I'm sorry, I don't know the number of the footpaths. You can see the spire depending on how vegetation sits in the way. There's parts of it you can see from about a third, half of the way up the tower and the spire itself, as we saw yesterday. But as one gets close to the eastern boundary of the site, it's only the spire one sees. And then as we go further west, the line of poplar trees, as we saw yesterday, again obscures the church, or at least confuses the viewer, potentially confuses the viewer, should I say, in terms of precisely what they're seeing. You can see a bit of the church sometimes you can't quite see it so well. So really, the effect on the church in terms of the proposed development is the appeal site in itself has very limited contribution on its own to the significance of the church. I wouldn't say it has absolutely none, but it's more, again, a part of its wider setting of the countryside that goes around the village, and especially on this occasion in terms of the north. And the effect from the proposed development will be essentially from the eastern side boundary going to the west, and then vice versa from Lakeside, where because of elevations and the height of the church on the slope, once constructed, the proposed development you will see the development with the church behind it, or to the left of it, or maybe not to the right. But the view of the church, none of the church spire is obscured. The line of the roof will be well below the church. It won't, whilst obviously it'll be a new feature within the view, it doesn't actually reduce the scope for an observer to appreciate, maybe not the detail of the design of the church, but you appreciate that there is a church there. You will be able to see the spire with the new buildings there, but not obscured in any way.
Can I just ask a question?
You certainly may.
And it's to do with that point you made about none of the church spire will be obscured. What point is that? Are you taking that view from? Is that from Hardingston Dyke looking south?
Primarily, as we walked yesterday, sir,
Yeah.
That is the obvious viewpoint. There are other views from various other footpaths and other areas, and obviously if we went further west over to the A45 and beyond into the edges of Northampton, one gets different views.
Yeah. So just to confirm then, if you took the view from Hardingston Dyke, where we looked yesterday, looking
Yes.
directly across the site towards the church spire, with the appeal building in place, no more of the church spire would be obscured than there is at the moment with the vegetation?
No, it won't be. No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I just take you back to a few points, just in terms of orientating on footpaths?
Yes.
You might want to bring up K79 from the core documents.
Bear with me. Yeah, on that.
Now, for K79, we have passing through to the lower third of the page, the green of the A428 Bedford Road.
Yes.
Then we have, if you orientate yourself to where the appeal site is located, two fields which are to the immediate east of what may be the lakes, which is near the roundabout. We have various series of footpaths. We have the KU16. Is that one that constitutes the footpath on Hardingston Dyke?
No, it's not.
Because that's effectively the footpath, not the permissive footpath.
Yes.
The permissive footpath in respect of Hardingston Dyke, that is located to the south.
Yes.
And that will be a continuation of KU3 in essentially a westerly west-southwest direction from where it currently branches in a more immediately southerly direction.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. Seems to me we're talking about churches and conservation areas, so being on the same hymn sheet is probably opportune. So, by reference to the answers that we gave the inspector a few moments ago, essentially being on KU3 where it intersects with the dike, and what you were referring to is the journey which would be going east, essentially to west, along the dike and looking back towards Great Houghton together with its church.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Now, a few matters arising. First of all, in terms of the separation issue, you indicated that you thought that it was less than substantial harm at a low level. Why is that separation issue, in your view, one which gives rise to that characterisation? First of all, less than substantial harm, and secondly, your classification of where that would be within a notional spectrum dealing with less than substantial harm.
Well, why I think it's less than substantial harm, as opposed to substantial harm, as laid out in my proof, there's various case law about substantial harm and what constitutes it, and the effect of the proposed development is a very long way from that boundary of substantial harm, which has been set to effectively, in terms of setting, to be akin to partial demolition. In terms of when one approaches assessing harm, one has to obviously consider what the significance of an asset is, what is it, what makes it important, and what in its surroundings contributes to that importance and character and so forth. So one has to look, sorry my microphone's gone off, as Mr. Partington indeed has done in his, and can I stress that a lot of what Mr. Partington says in his proof I would have no contention with whatsoever in relation to the significance of these assets. That one has to look at the setting, consider the contribution of the setting in the round. It's not just, setting is not just in the direction where views are affected. The village has a setting that goes all the way around itself, and different parts of the setting may contribute more or less, and I'm not commenting on any more of the setting apart from the area that we affect in terms of the effect of the development. When one considers with the development being there will, as I said earlier, there will be some loss. There will be the field will obviously turn into the proposed scheme. You will lose the open space in that area, but the conservation area, the character of the conservation area, and the special interest of the church remain. Most of it remains entirely unaffected. But the loss of a degree of the separation in relation to the conservation area does reduce the significance of the conservation area to some degree. Hence my assessment that there is some harm, and it's the lower levels of less than substantial harm, because the majority of the significance is actually unaffected, such as we saw yesterday, both through the conservation area itself, views out from the conservation area. The separation will still be apparent from many areas, but not in the area that we were just talking about to the northwest of the village.
Thank you. Now, another of the aspects, particularly in context of the church, you said the church would be prominent and not prominent. Just so as we're clear, where would be the prominent end of things? It may not be a point, it may well be a locality of views. Where would be the not prominent?
Well, as one goes further west along KU3 and along, I believe it's a permissive path along Hardingston Dyke, as one gets close to the development and walking towards Lakeside, that's where the church, it doesn't disappear from view, but it gets, I'll use the word confused, by the tall trees that are both within the conservation area and on the outskirts of it. So you can still see it. Obviously at this time of year you can see it more than you would in the summer. So it's still visible. It's prominent, but it's not dominating the views. As one goes further east towards Little Houghton, both through the fields or on the footpaths, one gets a bit more a view of it. It's less obscured by the trees. You still never see the church, the body of the church itself. So in relation to how readily appreciable the church is within its village, and indeed, depending on how good one's eyesight is, the detail of the church itself, one has a greater appreciation of the church in its location from the areas that are further east from the site than immediately to the north from Hardingston Embankment, and indeed from KU16, where again, that bit further away to the north, as we saw when we went on site yesterday, you can still see the church, but it becomes an even smaller part of the landscape, and one is obviously can see it. But again, the general contribution of the appeals site is less appreciable in itself in the first place.
Thank you very much. As looked at the issues relating to particularly the conservation area and the church, is there anything else to say by reference to your assessment of the setting there?
Well, one of the aspects is I wouldn't exactly say disagreed with the assessment of my colleague. I have come with a fresh set of eyes, as it were, obviously informed by the work that Ms Macquarie and Mr Colville did. But with all of these things, I've obviously done my own assessment and taken my own professional opinion. The original assessment, as you will have noticed, talks about in relation to the church and the conservation area, but the church in particular, of no harm stroke, I can't remember exactly what it says, no harm or very limited harm. I think Ms Macquarie was slightly hedging her bets when she wrote the report, possibly, but I think that shows that the effect is borderline in terms of that. I've lost my train of thought. Apologies. In terms of, I've approached it taking a fresh view, obviously since Ms Macquarie did her initial assessment, as we've heard extensively yesterday and the day before, Brackmills itself has changed, some of the baseline conditions have changed, which has led to my very slight, I don't see it as a huge move away from the original assessment, but it is a slightly fresh approach.
And your assessment in contradistinction, or whether it's contradistinction or emphasis, is what?
My emphasis is it's that in relation to the conservation area there is no change. It's that the previous documents concluded low level less than substantial harm, and that's not changed. In relation to the church, the harm has been downgraded from low level less than substantial harm to no harm. And what that is, it's still, there is the proposed development will be a perceptual change within the setting. I fully accept that. But it's not one that will have a material effect on its significance. So there will be a change, it's a perceptible change, but not one that reduces the significance or the ability to appreciate the significance.
Now, it may be contended to you if there's a perceptible change, that is not an enhancing change, and therefore that must be harm. Is that a proper deduction in your view to take in terms of purposes of assessment?
Well, it doesn't enhance. I mean, we have to use this word harm, and at the lower ends of less than substantial harm, there is a question whether it really is actually real harm or whether it's really describing change that has, as I said, I'll use the phrase, a material effect on the significance. Obviously, we have to use the word harm because that's what the MPPF says. But we're in the realms here where there is, as I said, a change within the setting which is perceptible. In relation to the conservation area, it does have an adverse effect on the significance at the low level, but the church, as I said, it's a perceptible change, but not one that has reduced its significance.
Thank you very much. Little Houghton, please.
Yes.
As far as Little Houghton is concerned, your assessments in respect of that. Commence at page
33.
30, bottom of page 33, and then your assessment comes particularly in terms of setting, first of all, the conservation area, and then the impact on of development on that, and thereafter the church. So if you kind of deal with them as two components,
Yes.
albeit some aspects, then they will be conjoined.
Yes. I think that's quite a pertinent point, Mr. Goatley. The two assets really are, they're not one and the same thing, but in terms of the proposed development, one has to view them together. There are different aspects to their significance, obviously. If I deal with the church first, we heard a lot about the significance of the church yesterday, and again, I would not disagree with Mr. Partington's assessment of the significance of the church. We also heard yesterday, and as you saw on site, there is no intervisibility from within the built form of the village where one can see the church, and also from the churchyard. There will be no change in terms of where one experiences the church in close quarters, where one really can experience its significance in all its glory. So what we are primarily talking about, as we saw yesterday, sir, is the views from the western edge of the village, the western edge of the conservation area. In terms of when you're in Little Houghton itself, and then in relation to the church, again, as we heard yesterday, there are some changes in views from the west, in terms of from the edge of Lakeside, from the car parks that we parked in yesterday by the Premier Inn, and also a stretch of Bedford Road as one goes from Lakeside towards the junction to go up to the High Street at Great Houghton. Dealing with from Little Houghton itself, the setting in relation to the landscape setting, which is the same for the church as it is as the conservation area, is, as we heard yesterday and we saw on site, is the village is on a relatively high hill, at least for the area it's high, so that the church is prominent. The village can be seen, the conservation area can be seen from quite some distance. You can't really see the detail of the village, but you can see there's a fairly historic village there on the hill. In terms of the views to the west, again, we heard quite a lot about this yesterday. There was some debate about whether the view was panoramic or not. I mean, in my view, it definitely is panoramic. And the conservation area appraisal for Little Houghton in section 5.4, sir, I mean, this is only a very minor point, but for clarity's sake, 5.4 of the Little Houghton conservation area appraisal, and forgive me, I can't remember the full document number.
Let's just pause for a moment, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's K23.
Thank you very much. And once you have that, sir, if you go to page 14. It's 5.4 key views and vistas. In that view, in that second paragraph, it actually states these wide panoramic views. This is views from the edge of the conservation area down the Nen Valley to the west. These wide panoramic views contrast to the more limited channel vistas within the core of the village itself. It's only a minor point, but one has to bear in mind that we are dealing with, whether it's panoramic or wide scale, whatever one wants to call it, we're talking about a view that takes in an awful lot of stuff, from the pasture land that rolls down the hill from the village, down towards the appeal site, of which the appeal site forms a part of the pasture land. Plus we obviously have Northampton both to the west and to the northwest. On the other side of the river. Plus you can't really appreciate Great Houghton as a village in itself, but you can see the trees, and depending on where you stand, you may or may not see a little bit of the church spire. And the appeal site occupies a small part of that very wide view, in the distance. In my view, far distance. We heard quite a lot about the distances. We are from the eastern boundary of the appeal site. We're about 1.1 kilometres from the edge of the conservation area, I believe. So the appeal site, taken in isolation without the development, forms part of that very wide setting, which I would not contend anything with that Mr. Parting said in terms of that view and the elements of it contributing to the significance. But the appeal site only occupies, as we saw on site yesterday, so a fairly small part. You can see it. It has the background of Brackmill's industrial site, industrial estate behind it. And the same applies in relation to the church. You know, this is the view where one can appreciate how the church sits on its hill and how it, you know, if one went to the tower at least, not that as far as we're aware, there is public access to it. You know, it sits within this wide landscape, and the appeal site is a fairly small, pretty distant element of it.
Paul, ask you to pause for a
Yeah.
moment. One of the matters that I asked Mr. Partington on, so I think something fair to put to you in the context of that, is can you take up Mr. Jackson's proof of evidence, which has an appendix C to it, which has an updated photo montage?
Yes.
CDLA, L9.
This here.
It starts on page 44, 47 of the PDF, or the entire copy form. There's a succession of photographs which Mr. Partington agreed it's not from the location of the edge of the conservation area.
Yes.
It's in front of that, but it's a proxy for it.
Yes.
Just for the purposes of exemplification, you've been on site, the inspector's been on site, been to the relevant location
Yes.
for the purposes of those viewpoints. Firstly, your view, do you consider that it's a reasonable proxy for the purposes of understanding and interrogating the point?
Yes, I believe it is, yes.
Now, one of the features which is there is the new, I think it's a Dasher building, which is there in Brackmills.
The big new one. I don't know what its name is, but
I think it's behind this
it's
one.
behind
We
the
talked about
Dasher
being
building.
and I think it was referred to as the Howden building.
Former
Yeah.
Howdens,
Yeah.
do you know what it is now?
Yeah.
Maybe a decathlon, I'm not sure,
No.
but it's in front of that.
It's how
Behind,
Behind
behind pre-existing Bracknell development.
yeah,
that. Okay.
no, I'd agree.
So from that point of view, that particular building, and from the purpose of assessment, was this originally part of the assessment?
No, it wasn't.
Matters?
No, it wasn't. It was constructed after the assessment.
Okay. Take us through, by reference to that being part of the baseline that is now available, and what one would expect seeing roughly from the position of the western boundary of the conservation area of Little Houghton, and what, if anything, you say will be the
Yes.
materiality and impact on significance?
Well, if we go at first to figure 10.10k, so that is the as existing photograph. One can see in that view, as I was just describing before, it's a very wide view with extensive pasture land both immediately in front of the observer there and going away into the distance to the west and also over to the south on to the left of an observer, and the River Nen over to the right with the SPA area. So you have an extensive area of pasture land. You can see the Houghton Conquest. Houghton Conquest, that's a different Houghton, Great Houghton. You can't see the village, but it's within the trees that are in there towards the left-hand side of the view. The prominent feature in that view is, of course, the large white Howdens site. It sticks, as we observed yesterday, it sticks quite a long way out, visually out to, roughly speaking, about behind the Premier Inn, which I think is the building that's sort of in front of it there. That forms the most prominent building in that view. Obviously it's white and it's a sunny day, so it stands out. It was less prominent yesterday because it was a little bit overcast, but it was still the most prominent individual building that one can see. If we go to the next, to the montage, which is the next one, which is figure 10.10I, was that L? I'm not sure. That is as constructed with no mitigation. In that view, obviously, our scheme, the appeal scheme, will be seen. It's in front of the Howdens scheme. It does extend a little bit further to the north. Obviously, that relationship will depend where one stands. If one went further to the north, it would move back, and vice versa. It is also lower than the Howdens building, and is going to be constructed in a dark, more recessive colour, so it doesn't stand out in quite the same way that the Howdens building does. But one can still appreciate in this view the characteristics that Mr. Partington was talking about yesterday, which I completely agree with him, in terms of the pasture land coming down the hill, down into the Nen Valley. Yes, there is the loss of the appeal site in the distance, but it's not introducing a form into that view that isn't already there. And obviously just because there's something there doesn't mean to say that's perfectly okay to add more and more of it. But here we have a building that will be recessive in relation to the Howdens building behind. Yes, there will be a change within the wider setting, but we're right on the periphery, a small part of a very, very large view. And with the appeal site, without mitigation, it is still possible to fully appreciate, both in relation to the conservation area and the church, how they sit within the landscape, and how it sits on a hill, and all the matters that we heard Mr. Partington discussing yesterday. And then with the following montage, this is 15 years, so this is figure 10.10M. Obviously the trees on the eastern boundary of the planting will have grown. You will still see the building, obviously depending on the time of year. But its form will be, at the very least, filtered, maybe not completely hidden. One will probably be aware that there's a building there. But again, its visual nature in terms of just a hard-edged industrial building will have been filtered, blunted, however one wants to describe it. So again, at the point of construction, yes, it will be very visible, but that effect will reduce over time. And the contribution the setting makes to the significance is not reduced. And again, it comes back to the same point I was talking about earlier, that this is a visual change, it's a perceptible change within the setting, but it's not one that has a material effect of reducing the significance of either the church or the conservation area from views out. Turning to views from the west.
We turn to views from the west. We concentrated to a degree upon former Howdens building and the appeal building. We've dealt with the extent to which it's part of a view, spectral, and you and Mr. Partington have seen that view yesterday. But just read us through, if you would, essentially left to right across this particular, albeit proxy view. What is it one is seeing in terms of development, whether it's skyline or not skyline, effectively left to right in what may be perceived as being within the same general realm for the viewer as that which is proposed on the appeal side?
Well, going from left to right, obviously in the foreground, you have the fields that are immediately next to the conservation area, going down the hill, down towards the A428, and then rising again on the other side, going up towards Great Houghton itself. The buildings you see, there aren't that many of them, but they're in and around trees, both in front of them and between them. Those, I believe, are the newer bits of Great Houghton outside of the conservation area. You then have a dark patch of trees which has got the wind turbine that's to the east of the Great Houghton village. The conservation area is in there, but one doesn't actually get a view of it. Then there's more trees, and then once I think the trees run down the edge of the A428, I believe. I'm not quite sure precisely where they are. And then one from that point of view, going to the right, in the distance, not in the foreground, obviously, which is the pasture land, one has a continuous view of different forms of development. It's the edge of Northampton. Some of it's domestic and so forth, and also Brackmills, as we were just discussing, is a fairly prominent aspect of that in the far distance. And you can, in the even further distance, you can see things like the very tall, I believe it's a lift testing structure in the very far distance. So it's a view in the far distance that is characterised by urban form of various types.
Thank you very much. Moving to Little Houghton. Anything else you want to go to?
Well, the last point about Little Houghton is the views back from the west. So, starting from the roundabout and lakeside, we've obviously heard quite a lot about those views, and yes, we do affect those views depending on where one stands. If one were to stand right behind the Premier Inn, looking to the west, yes, we would block views of the church on the hill. But unlike actually Great Houghton, the St Mary's in Great Houghton, the St Mary's in Little Houghton is prominent. You see it from many areas, not just in this view, from all the footpaths round and about, on the other side of the River Nen, and it is definitely a landmark feature. It's a prominent building. Can be seen from many areas where one can appreciate where it is in terms of its topographical location, how it sits within the village, how it also sits in relation to Great Houghton as well. So that view from lakeside is a very small part of a very wide experience of the church. And then as you saw yesterday, Sarah, as you walk along Bedford Road towards the junction with High Street in coming down from Great Houghton, the church is visible for quite large stretches of that road beside the appeal site. Not initially at first, because there's a hedge, and then there's quite a big gap in the hedge where you see the fence is a bit broken, and you can see across. Those views, as one walks along the pavement there, will be interrupted by the proposed development. But again, that's a very small part of a much wider experience. And then by the time you getting close to the junction with High Street, the church has, inverted commas, moved to be in the line of one's vision, just looking up the Bedford Road. And by that point, the appeal site is to the left, and yes, you would know that there's a development there, but it wouldn't impinge upon one's experience of how the church sits in the landscape. So yes, that's where, in my professional opinion, there is a change. That view will be lost in places, but it's a small part of a much bigger experience of the setting and the church and how the wider landscape contributes to its significance, which is why I conclude in both relation to the conservation area and the church that there is a perceptible change, but it's one that again doesn't have a material effect on the significance of either asset. Hence, that's why I conclude that it's not less than substantial harm. It's below that, and that's where I've deviated from Ms Macquarie's assessment, because she did hers before the Howdens building was constructed, which is a material change from the original assessments to now.
One of the questions that I asked of Mr. Partington was an approach to what may be described as being proportionate in terms of assessment of settings and approach to settings, including considerations used to and from particular assets. Your view, please, on the issue of proportionality.
Well, proportionality, again, it's the same sort of approach as for Great Houghton. One has to look at the assets and how the setting could contribute in the round. There are no specific identified views, there's no design views. there's no views that, you know, historically or even now that are more important than any of the other ones. You know, there's general views as one moves across, you know, like all views are kind of equal. And so in terms of proportionality, again, going back to the scale, to the scale of less than substantial harm, and indeed I know there's no scale once you get to no harm, but there is indeed still a sort of scale from something that has absolutely no change whatsoever to something that is visible or in other ways still to be experienced within the setting of an asset, but doesn't actually reduce its significance. We are, in relation to the Little Houghton Conservation Area and St Mary's Church in Little Houghton, we're in that area where it is in terms of the scale going from the top end of less than substantial harm being close to being akin to, you know, physical effects such as partial demolition of a listed building, down to the bottom end of less substantial harm, which is a change that does result in some reduction in significance, you know, for the reasons I've laid out in terms of what a small part of the wider setting is affected, and how it's still possible with our scheme, with or without mitigation, to fully appreciate how the two assets lie within their landscape and how it contributes, and the experience of that contributes to their significance. And of course the final point is, of course, the majority of their significance in both cases comes from within themselves, from the form and fabric of the buildings, how they sit together within the village, and that's where the setting has the most contribution in the immediate surroundings, whereas we are very much on the periphery.
One of the comments that you made in terms of views, there's no design views, there's no specific views. All views are equal. Do you mean all views are equal?
No, I don't mean all views are equal, but what I mean in relation to church, one can get a view of the church from all sorts of areas. It's not just from Lakeside and from down the left-hand side of Bedford Road. One can get views where one can appreciate the church in its landscape and the conservation area within its landscape setting. So it's an experience that's experienced across a very wide area, of which we only form a very small part of.
Thank you. Another aspect that Mr. Partington liked was if there's some form of co-relationship or a relationship between Great Houghton and Little Houghton that would be adversely affected. You will be in respect of that?
Well, I don't contest the fact that villages have a connection. Historically, they probably always were, although they may have been referred to in the same, and we have no evidence for this, so this is just me surmising, they probably always were physically separated, even though administratively they would have been, as we heard Mr. Partington outline, there's clear historic connections between the two. I wouldn't contest that at all. But in relation to how one experiences that in the modern world, they are very much in the modern world separate physically, visibly. I'm sure they still have connections now as well. But one's experience of that, again, comes from, as I was just saying, comes from considering it in the round and experiences as one moves through the landscape. That physical separation, but also the connection. These are two associated villages quite close together, similar topographic positions in relation to the River Nen. You know, you can experience that both with and without our appeal, without the proposed development. And again, where that gets affected is a very small section of Hardingston embankment as one goes from KU3 down, as I believe it's a permissive path, in the views back, where you will see in those views, you will see the proposed development, as I described much earlier, below, inverted commas, Great Houghton, and you'll be able to look across and you'll still see the gap, but also they're topographically, geographically, quite close to each other. One would still be able to appreciate both the connections and the separation in today's landscape, and the sorts of connections that Mr. Partington was talking about yesterday are important, but in terms of the experience one has in the landscape is fairly esoteric. You need prior knowledge, not that that diminishes that contribution, but if one has that knowledge of those sorts of connections, one could still appreciate it with the proposed development there in the same way as you could do today.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, is there anything else you'd like to add at this stage?
No, there isn't.
Thank you very much. So,
Thank you, Mr. Goatley. It's 11:15. I propose to have the break now, and we will resume at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's working. I think Sam's got the other one. Hey, Ken, I'll keep the comments down.
There you go.
question. Actually, just one point. Yeah. That's good. It's the live stream's on.
Right, it is now 11 o'clock and it's the cross-examination of the appellant by the council. Ms Daly.
Thank you very much. So shall we do our usual run through the documents at this stage? So we will be looking at CDA 3.9, which is the Cultural Heritage chapter of the Environmental Statement. I think that's in folder 1, and we'll also look at CDA 4.4, which includes the Orion Heritage Assessment.
Could you give me that one again?
Yeah, let's just swap out the...
His microphone.
Where are the batteries at?
Finish talking.
Okay, so the first two documents are CDA 3.9, which is the Cultural Heritage chapter of the Environmental Statement, and CDA 4.4, which is one of the appendices to the Environmental Statement, which includes the Orion Heritage Assessment. And then K22 and K22 and K23, which are the two conservation area appraisals. And K30 and 39, which I think should be in the next document, the next folder. So,
K30.
yeah, K30 and K39, the Statement of Common Ground and the Statement of Case for the appellant.
Yeah.
And then obviously Mr. Bourne's proof of evidence. And I can't guarantee that that's everything, but I think it's certainly most. It's certainly most things.
Good enough to start.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Bourne.
Morning. Could I just ask, Adam, could you move that microphone? It's right in my line.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Just a few preliminary matters. So you tell us that your participation commenced, I think you said at the end of January of this year.
What I would describe as full participation. I'm sort of in the background beforehand.
Okay. And in terms of the documents that you fed into after that point, apart from obviously drafting your proof of evidence, did you contribute to the appellant's statement of case?
Yes.
And the statement of common ground insofar as it related to heritage matters?
Yeah, I contributed, yeah. I didn't actually write it, but I contributed to it.
Understood. Okay. And in terms of, is the first time you went on a site visit February 2023?
It is, yes.
Okay. So you may have been involved in the background, but you hadn't actually visited
I hadn't been
the
to
site?
No, absolutely.
Okay. And had you visited the site, did you visit again between February of this year and yesterday?
Yes, I don't know how many times, but I've been another, apart from yesterday, of course, 2 or 3 times. I couldn't quite tell you when, but during the preparation of the proof, so I guess it would have been August-ish time, July, August.
Okay, and you tell us in the proof you went to Great Houghton Conservation Area, the churches, Little Houghton Conservation Area and the appeal site. Did you visit the Public Rights of Way network before you drafted your evidence?
I didn't walk across all of them. I certainly walked across many of them. I can't recall precisely which ones. As I said, I don't really know the numbers very well.
Did you go on the path, for example, to the east of Great Houghton Conservation Area?
The one that comes down the hill past the little wind turbine, is that the one you mean?
Yeah.
I walked across the bottom end of it. I didn't walk across the whole length of it.
What do you mean by the bottom end of it?
Well, I came from the A428 and walked up the hill. I didn't go all the way into the conservation area from there, and I also didn't come the other way out.
I think I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, so let's just have a look at...
I came from east to the west to, roughly speaking, where I believed, I don't know which viewpoint it is, but the viewpoint that's in Mr. Jackson's work.
Yes.
I don't have it in front of me.
Understood. Fine. Then dealing with a few matters of approach. The first heading is calibration of or levels of harm, and you referred in your evidence in chief to substantial harm being something akin to partial demolition in your view. And I think you've got that from a High Court judgment from 2013, the Bedford case. Is that right?
I find it just, it's quite an easy sort of headline, as it were. I know it's more subtle than just that in itself, as I outline in my proof.
Okay, so in terms of what you say in your proof, you do refer to Bedford, but you also refer at paragraph 2.17 to the National Planning Practice Guidance, and particularly paragraph 18.
Yes.
And you highlight towards the bottom of the page, for example, in determining whether works to a listed building constitute substantial harm, an important consideration would be whether the adverse impact seriously affects a key element of its special architectural or historic interest.
Yes.
And it's obviously a matter for the inspector exactly which approach he takes to calibrating harm.
It is indeed.
But you're not suggesting that taking the approach of the PPG would be an incorrect approach, are you?
I would never dare to suggest anything else.
Okay, now there's various points in your evidence. For example, paragraph 2.40, if we just have a look at that. This is a paragraph of your proof where you're summarising key points in relation to setting, and at the third bullet point you say change, for example, visual change is not in itself an impact on the significance of a heritage asset. An impact will only occur if the change affects the contribution made by setting to overall significance. Now, there's no reference in the NPPF, for example, is there, to overall significance?
No, there isn't. But what I mean by that is one has to consider the significance not just only in relation to setting, but there are all obviously other matters such as, you know, I'll call it the embedded significance of the asset itself, its building, its form, fabric, and its history, and so forth.
Okay, and we've seen that national guidance is that substantial harm can result when adverse impact seriously affects a key element of significance, so not necessarily overall significance at all.
No, absolutely, I would agree with you, yes.
Yeah, okay. And it follows from that, doesn't it, that here we're obviously dealing with less than substantial harm, not substantial harm, but it may also be the case that less than substantial harm can be present where that adverse impact affects a key element of significance, but not overall significance.
Yeah, it certainly can do, yeah.
Right, okay, the next point I want to ask you about is 3 levels of harm. And you talk about this a few times in your evidence, so I think let's look at the key section, which is at para 2.16.
16,
page 6 of your proof, and it goes on to page 7.
16, oh, yeah.
And you refer to substantial harm, less than substantial harm. Obviously, both of those are expressly identified in the NPPF. And then you refer to something before paragraph 2.19 and 220, which you describe as no/negligible harm.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to explore a little bit about what you mean by that. So, the NPPF doesn't recognise a negligible level of harm to a heritage asset, does it?
Yes.
If there is a negligible level of harm, that is less than substantial harm, is it not?
It depends on how you use the word, and that might be with the glory of hindsight, I could have done the subtitle slightly differently, I have to say. What I mean is there is no scale of effect once you get below less than substantial harm, but you can have, you know, something that's no harm at all is, you know, a development that doesn't affect anything at all to do with any aspect of a heritage asset, so that would be, you know, simply no harm whatsoever. But you can then have what I would describe, and it's not official guidance, but, you know, a negligible effect, which is, as I was describing earlier, saying it's an effect that one is perceptible either visually or in other form to do with a heritage asset, that means that there has been some change, but that change hasn't resulted in something that's reduced the significance of the asset in question.
Okay, but you still need to come to a view, don't you, as to whether that change is something that causes harm or
yes.
doesn't.
You do, absolutely.
And let's have a look at what the case law thinks about the references to negligibles, and it's actually included in your proof of evidence.
Yes.
So paragraph 2.39. page 17. This is a recent High Court case from 2019, James Hall and Company. It is included in the core documents, sir. I think it's K58 if you want to look at the reference subsequently. And you include a quote from that judgment where the High Court said, in my judgment, the three categories of harm recognised in the NPPF are clear. There's substantial harm, less than substantial harm, and no harm. There are no other grades or categories of harm. It's inevitable that each of the categories of substantial and less than substantial will cover a broad range of harm. It will be a matter of planning judgment as to the point at which a particular degree of harm moves from substantial to less than substantial, but it's equally the case that there will be a number of types of harm that will fall into less than substantial, including harm which might otherwise be described as very much less than substantial. There's no intermediate bracket at the bottom end of less than substantial category of harm for something which is limited or even negligible but nevertheless has a harmful impact. The fact that the harm may be limited or negligible will plainly go to the weight to be given to it as recognised in Para 193 NPPF. However, in my judgment, minimal harm must fall to be considered within the category of less than substantial harm. That's the High Court's position. You're not disagreeing with that, are you?
No.
So if the inspector does find that there's negligible harm to one or more of the heritage assets, that is something that he will need to consider in the heritage balance, correct?
Absolutely so, yes.
And if that harm relates to one of the listed buildings, then the statutory duty under section 66 will be engaged, won't it?
It will, yes.
Good, okay. Now, in terms of your assessment of contribution made by the site to setting and significance and levels of harm, Mr. Partington has provided what he describes as a yardstick in his evidence, some criteria or guidance as to how he's come to that view. You haven't done that, have you?
I haven't done that.
And so if the inspector does want to look at a yardstick, he'll only find one in the evidence of Mr. Partington, not in your evidence, correct?
He will certainly find it in Mr. Partington's, but there is also in the heritage chapter of the ES that is, I don't know which table it is off the top of my head. There is a table which is written differently from Mr. Partington's, but is not too dissimilar. In the heritage chapter, which we have, I don't know what the CV number is.
It's CDA 3.9.
Yeah. In pages 4 through to 6 is the approach taken in the assessment for the environmental statement, or is the chapter of it, and again outlines a similar sort of thing that Mr. Partington did yesterday. Or, the exact words are different, but it's a very similar approach.
So that looks at magnitude of impacts and significance of effect. So it's very much in the language of environmental impact assessment, isn't it? It doesn't talk about less than substantial or substantial harm.
No, it doesn't.
So if the inspector wants to look at something that might assist him in terms of positioning levels of harm within the NPPF framework, he wouldn't find assistance.
He wouldn't find that there, yeah. In terms of what's in front of the inquiry, I wouldn't necessarily use exactly the same words as Mr. Partington has done, but the basic approach that he's taken, I don't have a huge issue with. Okay,
any issue with it?
Well, as I said, I wouldn't have necessarily used exactly the same wordings, but the principles that Mr. Partington applied is broadly speaking the accepted principles that heritage experts such as ourselves use across the board.
Okay, so you're not disputing?
No.
You're not disputing it? Okay, just another point, and I don't think we necessarily need to go to this document, but we can do if you wish. The Historic England Good Practice Advice 3 in relation to setting, it includes references to cumulative impact, doesn't it?
It does.
And I'll just read out what it says. So it's at page 4, it's in K60 for your reference. It says, where the significance of a heritage asset has been compromised in the past by unsympathetic development affecting its setting, to accord with NPPF policies, consideration still needs to be given to whether additional change will further detract from or can enhance the significance of the asset. Now that assessment or that framework for looking at cumulative impact, that's a factor that the inspector will need to consider, isn't it, when coming to a judgment about the harm caused by the appeal proposal, say in the context of Bracknell's?
Yeah, indeed, sir. Yes, that's completely correct.
Okay, now I note in your evidence that there's some comments that you make about the consistency of, for example, policy BN5 of the Joint Core Strategy and neighbourhood plan policies with the MPPF. In making those comments, are you relying upon Mr Kirby's professional planning judgment in terms of whether or not those policies are consistent with the MPPF? I'm really asking who I should be asking questions
I'm
of.
not a planner, to be clear, so I couldn't comment on the planning, the detailed planning issues of that, but that was my understanding.
And that was your understanding based on?
Based on discussions,
with Mr.
both in relation to this case and other experiences on other appeals in other scenarios.
Okay, I'll ask Mr Kirby about that tomorrow. So the inspector in this case has Mr Partington's Heritage Impact Assessment. He's got before him Helen Macquarie's assessment,
yeah,
and he's got your evidence. So there's, rather unusually perhaps, there's 3 different professional opinions before the inquiry in relation to the heritage impacts of this proposal, correct?
Yes, there are 3 people involved within it.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of your starting point, I think it might be helpful if we look at paragraph 4.5 of your proof. Page 26.
Yeah.
So first of all, at 4.3, you tell us that your assessment uses the research undertaken for from Miss Macquarie's assessment back in 2021. So your starting point isn't that you've undertaken your own heritage impact assessment from the ground up. You've used some of what she produced, correct?
Yes, that's correct. As I said earlier, Ms Macquarie and myself work very closely with each other, and I had no reason to not rely on the research that she'd done.
Okay. Now, in terms of your view that you present in your proof of evidence, I think what paragraph 4.5 of your evidence seeks to do is to just explain in summary terms what you understand the differences to be between your opinion and that of Miss Macquarie.
Yes.
And so far as I've understood it, in terms of what you think the differences are, you consider that you are in agreement with her as to the impact on the Great Houghton Conservation Area and St Mary's Church, Great Houghton, but not in relation to the Little Houghton Conservation Area and Little Houghton St Mary's. You say the 3 assessments should be read together as they are in accord with each other in relation to Great Houghton Conservation Area and the Church of St Mary, Great Houghton, but your proof differs in relation to Little Houghton and the Church of St Mary, Little Houghton.
Yes, because that's in relation to from when Ms Macquarie did her assessment, that
Yeah.
the baseline conditions for the Little Houghton assets had changed.
Yes, okay, so that's the basis upon which you seek to justify your change in view. You say, well, since May 2021, there's been this new industrial unit constructed on the former Howden site at Brackmills, and that has had an impact on your view, and that's something that she didn't consider.
It has had an impact. I would have to say so, though. The points that I was making earlier about the appeal site being a very small portion of the setting of both of those assets in particular still stand without the change from Howden's. I would still be of the opinion that the effect is a perceptible change, but is not one that reduces the significance. The change with Howden's means that the context within which it will be experienced, it being the appealed scheme, will have changed.
So let me just make sure I've understood this, because that sounds like you just have a straightforward professional disagreement with Miss Macquarie, that it's not actually the presence of this new Howden site that's made the difference, that you in any event, and I think you agree with her in relation to Great Houghton Conservation Area, so let's leave that to one side, but Little Houghton Conservation Area, your position as I think you've just explained it now, is that actually forget Howden's, you just don't agree with her judgment.
Well, I think that's an extreme way of expressing it. I wouldn't say I disagree. I mean, the way that Ms Macquarie expressed herself was, I can't remember the exact wording, was
But we'll have a look at that.
no harm, limited harm, and she slightly hedged her bets a tiny bit. So, yes, I would say, yeah, I'd have to use the word, there is a disagreement, but you know, the use of the word of a disagreement implies a greater degree of difference between us than there actually is.
Okay, well, we'll have a look at that. Now, just in terms of this purported justification in relation to Howden's, can we have a look, please, at the Environmental Statement Cultural Heritage chapter? So we were in it a moment ago. It's A3.9. Page 26, paragraph 9.5.23 of that document.
I didn't catch the paragraph number.
9.5.23.
Okay.
Are you there?
I am now, yeah.
So that's an assessment of, as must be done in an environmental statement, of cumulative effects. And it says, it lists the committed projects that have been identified for cumulative assessment. And the first project is Howden's Joinery, Bedford Road Northampton.
Yeah.
And it says at 9.5.26 on the next page, the other developments, namely the committed projects, have been reviewed to identify those that have the potential to cumulatively affect the cultural heritage receptors assessed in this chapter. It's considered that only Project 6, the Green Great Houghton, has the potential to cumulatively affect the setting of Great Houghton Conservation Area. So it's not the case, is it, that Miss Macquarie did not consider the new Howden's development within her environmental statement. I appreciate it was, I think it was an application or recently consented permission at that point, but it's not something that she left out of account. It's something that she was aware of and expressly took into account when considering cumulative effects.
Yes, I agree with that,
Okay.
but of course there's a difference between an application that had been submitted at that point and actually the development actually being there and actually seeing what it is actually like in reality in the real world.
Sure, I mean, but it's not something that she even identified as a potential issue that might need to be considered further down the line. And by the time, in terms of when the application was determined, we're looking at over a year later. So she didn't come back and say, oh, well, I've looked at the reserve matters and I now think my view changes.
No, she
that
didn't.
Didn't happen, did it?
No, she didn't.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, and in terms of, so let's just put to one side the tension between the position adopted by you and Miss Macquarie, just in terms of where you part company with Mr Partington, just so that we're clear about that. My understanding is that you part company with Mr Partington in respect of the fact of harm to Little Houghton Conservation Area, St Mary's, Little Houghton and St Mary's Great Houghton, correct?
Can you just explain what do you mean by the fact of harm?
You say, as I've understood your position, there is no heritage harm associated with the appeal proposal to any of those, to the significance of any of those three assets.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And you part company with Mr Partington in respect of the level of less than substantial harm to Great Houghton Conservation Area.
That's
so
correct.
he says it's a mid-level and you say it's the lower end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Correct, okay. Now the inspector can note, can't he, that actually there's some level of agreement between Mr Partington and Miss Macquarie, albeit for different reasons, because they both accepted the fact of harm to Little Houghton Conservation Area and St Mary's Little Houghton, and the level of harm. They've both said a low level of less than substantial harm.
Yes, they did.
So you are the, in terms of the three professional opinions before the inspector, you are the outlier.
I wouldn't use it in those terms, but yes, if you want to say it in those terms, yes, I am.
Yeah, yes, I do want to say it in those terms. Okay, now in terms of your input into documents since your involvement, can we please have a look at the statement of case? So that's at K39.
Yeah.
to go to page 31 specifically. Actually, let's start at page 30.
That's PDF page 32.
Have you got there, sir? So that's the statement of case dated June 2023. You've already told us that you didn't write it, but you fed into that document. And we can see at page 30, internal page 30, para 7.80 onwards, that's where heritage matters are dealt with. And there's first deals very briefly with archaeological impacts, then it deals with Little Houghton Conservation Area. Starts on page 30, goes over to page 31. And in terms of the key points, para 7.85, the evidence will demonstrate that the site forms part of the wider rural setting of the conservation area. We'll consider the contribution the site makes to the setting. We'll consider how the site forms part of a distant view of the conservation area from Bedford Road and the contribution this makes to the setting of the designation. Overall, the evidence will consider the development's potential to impact the setting or significance of the conservation area as a result of obstructing these distant views. So at that point anyway, the case was being based upon an obstruction to views of the conservation area from Bedford Road. And at 7.87, the evidence will recognise that there will be some reduction to rural views towards the conservation area from Bedford Road adjacent to the site. The evidence will demonstrate that this is considered to be less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale. It will demonstrate that the agricultural fields between the village and the site, combined with the natural screening proposed as part of the mitigation strategy, will ensure that the rural setting of the conservation area is maintained. So overall, the evidence will conclude that the construction and operational stages of the development will result in minor adverse impacts to the significance of the identified heritage assets. So by the identified heritage assets, and my understanding there is that what's being spoken about is Little Houghton Conservation Area and St Mary's Little Houghton, correct?
Yes.
And at that stage anyway, your view, or the view that you fed into the statement of case, was that there would be less than substantial harm caused to both of those assets as a consequence of reduction to rural views towards the conservation area from Bedford Road. So that view has obviously changed in the last couple of months since you've drafted your proof of evidence, correct?
I can see why you say that, and I think my view hasn't changed. My view hasn't changed, to be absolutely clear. So I think this is a slightly position of miscommunication between the appeal team of quite what the message was there. You know, I do accept exactly what you say there, but my view has been from the first time that I went on site, having read, you know, obviously the material that was available at that stage, my view was informed from the site visit and my walk around back in February. So, you know, I accept and I apologise. There's clearly been a slight misunderstanding between myself and the author of those paragraphs.
Okay, so are you saying that you fed into this document and your view, the expressed view to the author of this document, is something different from what is set out in the document?
Well, I can't remember the exact circumstances, but there was various discussions that was had, and I think, you know, I confess I hadn't picked up the difference in there, so I can only apologise for that. So
you hadn't picked up that that document alleges less than substantial harm to two assets that you didn't, or you say now you didn't ever think that harm arose. Is that your evidence?
Well, I say from once I got involved, having read all the material that my colleagues had written, and then I went out on site and had a good walk round, similar to we did yesterday, sir, that my view was that there was a change within the setting, but one that wasn't harmful.
Right, okay. So there's been some fundamental disconnect within your team regarding your expert view as to...
I wouldn't say the word fundamental.
Well, either this document states less than substantial harm, you're saying no harm. That is fairly fundamental, I would suggest.
Okay, yes.
It results in relation to the church, the application of a statutory duty. If you say there's no harm and the inspector agrees with you, that statutory duty doesn't apply. So yeah. Would you agree in those circumstances it is a fairly fundamental difference?
Yes, I would accept that.
Thank you. Now, in relation to Great Houghton Conservation Area, I'm sorry, just out of interest, who within the team did draft this document? Somebody from Lichfields, presumably?
Well, it was a combined effort by a number of people involved.
Someone in your team obviously thought there was less substantial harm in relation to those two assets. I'm just interested as to who that was.
That was myself and Mr Kirby primarily discussing things. And I can't tell you, I contributed parts of this.
Okay.
And as I said, I can only explain it as it was clearly a sort of slight misunderstanding at the time that this was written between ourselves of quite what I meant.
Right, okay. Okay, and then in relation to Great Houghton Conservation Area, that's dealt with at para 7.89 onwards. (7.91) The evidence will analyse the significance of important views from within the conservation area. The evidence focuses on the High Street, which forms the central spine of the village, a view northward from the High Street across the Nen Valley towards the east side of Northampton, and an important view at the northern edge of the area north of St Mary the Virgin Church. So at least at this stage, focus seemed to be being placed upon views taken from within the conservation area. Correct?
And what paragraph is that again?
7.91.
That's what that paragraph says, yes.
Yeah. Did you feed into that paragraph?
I will have done, yes.
Okay. And then 7.93, the evidence will demonstrate that any change to the setting of the designated assets would not cause adverse harm. The evidence will conclude that the construction and operational stages of the proposed development will result in minor adverse, not substantial impacts, at most, to the significance of the identified heritage assets. Now, there seems to be some contradiction in this paragraph. You're suggesting in the well, maybe not you, the first sentence suggests that there will be no adverse harm caused to either Great Houghton Conservation Area or, as I've understood the drafting, to St Mary's Great Houghton. The second sentence suggests that there will be some minor adverse impacts. Can you assist with what the position was intended to be?
I can
at
only
that
say
point?
much the same as before, that there was clearly a slight miscommunication between myself and the planning side of the team, and some of the subtleties of what I was talking about was possibly not picked up, and I equally take responsibility for not picking it up of the parts that I contributed to.
Right.
But as I said before in relation to Little Houghton, the views as expressed in my proof of evidence has been my views following the first site visit I did, which had been informed beforehand by all the work that had gone on beforehand.
Okay. Let's move on then to the Statement of Common Ground. That's at K30. The heritage section is dealt with at 6.36 to 6.39 on page 21. At 6.38, are you there? Sorry, Mr. Bourne.
Yes, I am. Sorry, yes.
Says-
I should have said.
This is a document that was only agreed, I think, in November, so this month, so a very recent document. 6.38, it is agreed that the level of harm to the setting of the heritage assets would in all cases be less than substantial in the context of the MPPF. So, you may tell me that you read this in a different way, but my reading, and certainly my client's reading of that document, is that there was agreement between the appellant and the council that there was harm caused to the heritage assets, but that in all cases it would be less than substantial. Can you assist with...
Well, that is what it says. And
Yeah.
I can
Is
only
that also wrong?
yes.
Yeah, okay. See, we've ended up in a position where I think you're inviting the inspector not to rely upon your own statement of case, your contribution to the Statement of Common Ground, or your colleague's heritage assessment in terms of its conclusions in coming to a view in this appeal. Is that
No, it's
upshot?
not. It's not. What there is there's an iteration and a development of, I'll call it the argument, you know, looking in detail at the assets in question. You know, my position does differ slightly from my colleagues in terms of Ryan's colleagues, that is. But again, that's through my own assessment rather than just relying on only what they said and not having done a site visit or anything like that. In relation to certain aspects of the two documents we've been into, yes, there are errors in relation to heritage within those.
Fine. Okay. Well, we'll leave the inspector to make what he wishes of the history of the appellant's case in relation to heritage. Let's move on then to looking at the heritage assets. Great Houghton Conservation Area. Let's have a look at the appraisal, please. So K22.
Conservation area appraisal, yeah?
Yeah, the conservation area. Yes, sorry, the conservation area appraisal. I think you should be in folder 5, sir.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just
Oh, sorry.
only physics with the test.
Oh, right, sorry. Hopefully there's only one S in that document.
Yes.
Okay, so the conservation area appraisal for Great Houghton. I'd like to look at the summary of special interest. I appreciate that there's excerpts from it in your proof and Mr. Partington's proof.
Remind me which page it's on, sorry.
It's on page 3, paragraph 1.2.
Yeah.
And you drew particular attention in your evidence in chief to the first 2 bullet points.
I did.
So the location on rising ground to the south of the Nen Valley on the edge of Northampton, affording extensive views across the Nen Valley of the village and views from the village towards the town, and the distinct village character detached from the built-up area of Northampton. Now, in terms of those bullet points summarising elements of the key elements of the significance of the conservation area, both of those must relate to the area to the north of the conservation area, north-northwest. It's not talking about the setting to the south of the conservation area or the west or the east, because that doesn't include the Nen Valley and views across to Northampton. And
Certainly the first bullet point.
yeah. And the second one, a distinct village character detached from the built-up area of Northampton. I mean, we know where Northampton is. It's
Yes.
to the north, slightly northwest of the conservation area. There's obviously Brackmills in between the conservation area and Northampton
Yes.
proper. Brackmills, I think this is a relatively recent conservation area appraisal, so Brackmills must have been in place. Obviously not the new Howdens consent,
No,
but
but
that's replacing a previous building. So can we agree therefore that those 2 bullet points are really directed towards the part of the setting of the conservation area that includes the appeal site? I'm not saying it's just the appeal site,
Yeah.
but it's that northern, northwestern setting.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Fine, okay. And again, just to pick up a couple of points, section 5.3 of that document, it's on page 16. Sorry, it's not on page 16, it starts on page 14, section 5.3, key views and vistas. Are you there?
Yes, I am, yes.
Due to its elevated position, there are important distant views of Great Houghton across the Nen Valley from Northampton. Views outwards from the village to the north and west are similarly across open land. To the east, the views of countryside, etc., etc. And then we go down to 16.
surroundings and context of the village have changed greatly since the conservation area was designated in 1976, principally through development of brackmills. It is still possible to recognise the historic settlement pattern and individual identity of the village detached from Northampton. The visual separation between Great House and the built-up area makes a major contribution to the setting and to the character and appearance of the conservation area. And that visual separation, that's something that one experiences in views, say on Hardingstone Embankment and in the vicinity of the appeal. One enjoys that view in the vicinity of the appeal site.
Yes,
at the moment.
you do.
It's not talking about another part of the setting of the
No,
conservation
it's not.
area to the south or the southwest or the west, is
Yes.
it? And then just in passing, we can also see in the next paragraph, in views within the conservation area, the highly distinctive tower and steeple of the Jordan Church is the single most visually and architecturally dominant element. And if we go up to section 4.3, forgive me whilst I find the page number. Thank you, page 9.
Yep.
Last sentence, the highly distinctive classical tower and steeple is a defining landmark of the village. Now, is there anything within that conservation area appraisal that's said about the significance of the conservation area that you disagree with?
No, I don't disagree with that. I would say the paragraph you just read out, I would read primarily relating to within the conservation area itself, rather than the wider landscape in that paragraph 4.3. That's my reading of that. So it's not that I disagree. I think I have a slightly different reading of it than you do yourself.
Okay, and what is it about that paragraph that makes you think it only relates to the experience within the conservation area?
I said primarily, I mean, because it's talking about the most significant building within the village.
Yeah. Okay. The inspector can take a view on that.
You can, of course, yes.
Now, in relation to Mr. Partington's position, one of the points he refers to is the topography and the tree cover around the conservation area. He relies upon that to say that, well, views of the conservation area within its wider landscape setting are pretty limited to those observed from the north and from the east. And he says, well, in his view, that emphasises the contribution that those views make to the experience of the conservation area within the landscape setting. Now, firstly, do you disagree with him that the views of the conservation area within its wider landscape setting are relatively limited to those observed from the north?
No, I don't disagree with that, no.
And do you disagree with his, the next step he takes, which is his conclusion that the fact that those views are relatively limited emphasises the contribution they make to the experience of the conservation area?
Yes, I would agree.
You agree? Okay, and in that context, if we just have a look at your proof of evidence. Page 30. Excuse me, paragraph 4.20. This is in a section entitled...
Could I just ask, could you just turn this blind down?
Yes,
please?
sure.
It's standing in my eyes.
I imagine that's very annoying.
Possibly not.
Oh well, no, don't worry. It's not the end of the world.
They are not winding down like.
No, please don't worry about it. It really isn't a problem. If it can't be done, it can't be done. Actually, that is a slight improvement.
Push it forward?
No, honestly, I'm fine.
Desk can be moved forwards if you're happy with the desk.
No,
being
I'm fine, honestly. Thank you.
Happy to continue?
Yes.
So this is in a section under setting and its contribution to the significance of the conservation area in a subheading appeal site, para 4.20, and you talk about the contribution that the appeal site in the wider Nen Valley makes to the setting of the designation as relating to the ability to visually appreciate self-contained detached rural settlement in oblique views at a distance. Just help me with what you mean by oblique views.
Well, oblique views are, angled rather than views straight on at it, is from, in terms of views from the, get my directions right, the northwest, from things like Hardingston Embankment and again I can't remember the footpath number, beyond on the other side of the SPA, and also beyond from the A45 and areas of Northampton to the northwest.
Okay, but there are also pretty straight on views.
There are straight on views as well, yes.
Okay, but you've chosen to refer only to the oblique views here. Why is that?
There isn't a specific reason. I think that was just the terminology I adopted.
Is it a mistake?
Well, I accept it could and should have been slightly more tightly written.
Okay. And then you say this is considered a minor contribution to the significance of the asset.
Yeah.
And the inspector will obviously need to take a view on whether
He will.
agrees with you based on what he's seen and what he's heard from Mr. Partington. Now, turning then to paragraph 4.22, this is where you talk about what you consider to be the impact of the development on significance. And just so that we all know where we are, this is an instance where you do identify less than substantial harm.
It is indeed, yes.
Scale. And 4.22, I think, is where you provide your justification or your perspective on why that's the case, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about the development resulting in a change to distant oblique views, reference to oblique again, from the north and northeast. It's noted that views towards the conservation area from these vantage points comprise existing industrial development at Bracknells. Just leave that aside. I do want to ask about that in a moment. Taking into consideration the fact that the appeal site forms only a very small portion of the wider setting, you think it will result in some reduction in rural views. You talk about distances, you talk about embedded mitigation, you think overall the impact will be a minor adverse effect, which you consider to be a low level, less than substantial harmful effect. Now, I understood from reading this paragraph that you were referring to views. I think that's fairly obvious, isn't it? When you were asked in your evidence in chief about the basis upon which you came to the conclusion that there was less than substantial harm to Great Houghton Conservation Area, you positioned your response in relation to impact upon separation. Now, there's no reference in your written evidence to this impact on separation between Great Houghton Conservation Area and Northampton, is there?
Yes, but
Sorry, is there or isn't there, first of all? I'm very happy for you to qualify, but will the inspector find your judgment?
What you said is correct, but what I was going to go on to say is that one only experiences that separation. Obviously, one can look at it on an OS map or an air photograph if one has access to it, but one only experiences that separation through views.
Okay, so I think you are accepting that there is an adverse impact associated with the appeal scheme in relation to the separation.
Yes.
You are accepting
Yes,
that.
to be
Okay,
clear,
so the
yes,
inspector
absolutely.
can note that it's not just about views per se, it's also about the impact
Yes.
on separation.
Yes. And its views is how one experiences that separation or lack of.
Yeah. Okay. And Mr. Partington, when he is referring to the impact on separation within his proof of evidence, he discusses the impact when one is on that footpath to the east of Great Houghton Conservation Area. I think it's KU1.
Yeah.
That's not something that you refer to in your evidence, but do you dispute what Mr. Partington says?
I don't dispute the fact that it will be seen from there.
Okay. Okay. Did you consider separation when you came to your judgment that the level of less than substantial harm was at the low level?
Yes.
You did. It's just not in your evidence.
As I said, I've referred to it as views because that is how one experiences the separation.
Okay. So in terms of those, thinking back to the conservation area appraisal and the summary of the key aspects of significance, you agree with Mr. Partington that here there is an adverse impact
Yes.
on the first two bullet points,
Yes.
not just the first one?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Brackmills, you don't suggest that your view about the impact on Great Howden Conservation Area has been altered or changed as a consequence of this new Howden's consent, do you?
No.
No, okay.
As one experiences, it's quite a way off when looking at the conservation area to the right. Yes, one can see it when one looks around, but it's not right in your face. It's not in front of your view and so forth. It's over to one side.
Okay, and I'm just interested in your view about Brackmills in the context of the Great Howden Conservation Area. So say, I don't know, you're standing at some point on Hardingstone Embankment and you're looking towards the conservation area. You can obviously see Brackmills as well, correct?
Yes.
I mean, do you view the presence of Brackmills, be it with or without this new Howden's building, is that a detracting feature in respect of one's ability to appreciate the conservation area?
Compared to how things would have been before it was built, yes, it is.
Okay. So in principle, you consider that the introduction of industrial development into the setting of the conservation area is harmful, in principle?
Yeah, in principle, yes, absolutely.
And so what the inspector will need to do here is consider whether that harmful impact that's arisen as a consequence of Brackmills is exacerbated by the appeal scheme, or whether the appeal scheme causes no further impact, effectively.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what's your view?
Could you say the last bit of it again?
What's
Sorry.
your view? What's your view? Do you think Brackmills, you think it's a detracting feature? The appeal site is a further detracting feature?
It is, yes. I mean, hence my assessment that there is some harm and that it's less than substantial.
Okay, so you agree with Mr. Partington that there's a cumulative level of harm associated with Brackmills?
Yes.
Okay. One of the other things I just wanted to ask you about is you refer in this part of your evidence to mitigation measures. You say the embedded mitigation measures ensure the overall the impact will be a minor adverse effect, low level of less than substantial. You also, let's just go to, I think it's para 4.8 of your proof, page 27.
Yes.
And that's where you set out a summary of the
It is, yes.
mitigation measures. Now you're aware, aren't you, it's in the final bullet point, that if you are standing on Hardingstone Embankment looking towards the conservation area, the hedgerow or the planting height is only up to 5 metres on the northern boundary.
I am, yes.
You're aware of that, okay, good. And I'm just interested in this, the reference to the dark materials palette as outlined in the design and access statement. You say that's proposed to ensure the proposed development is visually recessive and responsive to the local vernacular and landscape. Now, my understanding of the term vernacular is it's referring to domestic architecture.
Yes. I mean, here, what I'm meaning here is, to use Brackmills as exists, with or without Howdens, is a majority of those buildings are white or off-white, and there's some that are darker. By choosing darker colours, it doesn't stand out in the same sort of way. So no, it's not domestic. I completely accept that. But that is the purpose. I mean, obviously, it has other reasons as well. But the dark materials is to not exactly blend in as such, but to make it stand out less. Okay,
I mean, so that the reference to vernacular is just an inaccurate reference because you're not suggesting that it's responsive to the
vernacular.
domestic
No,
buildings
I'm
within
not.
the conservation area. Good, okay. So
I think the last time I looked, there's very few villages like that ever built industrial estates looking like the small houses there.
Yes, and I'm sure we're all glad about that. Responsive to local vernacular, so that's not right. Responsive to the local landscape. What is it about the local landscape?
Again, it's the point I just made in that, as opposed to choosing other colours that you may see on other large buildings, both in Brackmills and elsewhere, that by choosing a darker colour, it stands out. If you think back to Appendix L, I think it is, of Mr. Jackson's proof, going back to the Howden site, it's built painted in a white or an off-white colour, and on a sunny day it stands out. by choosing a darker colour, it doesn't blend into the background. I'm not suggesting it does, but it is less prominent visually than it could have been had a different colour been chosen.
Okay, I mean, if white had been selected, then potentially it could have blended in better with Brackwell's.
Well, that would depend on where you're looking from, yes.
Fine, okay. Okay, so let's move on then to St Mary's, Great Houghton. And I'd like to look this time at what your colleague Miss Macquarie found in relation to St Mary's, Great Houghton. I haven't looked at Great Houghton Conservation Area because you both judged there to be less than substantial harm. Can we look please at the Orion assessment 4.4, CDA 4.4, sorry. It starts at page 12 of the PDF.
Yeah, nearly there, sorry. I'm on the wrong page, right.
And the section in relation to Little Houghton is at, sorry, the section in relation to St Mary's, Great Houghton, in terms of the summary position in terms of impact on significance. I think if we can look at paragraph 6.22 on page 46.
46, did you say?
Yeah.
PDM 6.
Yeah.
Have you got there? Yeah. So 6.22, subheading, Grade 2 star enlisted Church of St Mary the Virgin. The study site forms part of the wider setting of the heritage asset. The church spire acts as a visual marker for the village and wider conservation area designation. Future development within the study site that would potentially impede distant views towards the historic spire has the potential to impact its setting and significance. Contribution of these distant views makes the significance is considered relatively low key, given that only the top of the spire can be glimpsed from a number of vantage points, and obviously the inspector's seen yesterday that it's more than the top of the spire.
In places.
In places and at times. But that's the basis upon which this assessment was undertaken. Based on the indicative heights of the proposed future development, maximum 12 metres, and the implementation of the above mitigation measures, the proposal will have very limited to no impact on the setting and significance of the heritage asset. Now, you referred earlier to Ms Macquarie having hedged her bets. It's not really the role of a heritage professional to hedge their bets on whether or not there is harm to significance.
Yes, I'd agree with you there.
So, that seems to be what has been done here, but the inspector can take it, can't he, that on one view, Ms Macquarie has identified harm to the significance of St Mary's the Virgin as a consequence of the appeal proposal.
Yes, he could, yes.
And just in relation to the way in which that's, well, let's look at what you've done, and I'll come back to that point. We've already looked at the conservation area appraisal, so I don't propose we go back to that. We know it's the church is referred to as a defining landmark of the village. Appreciate you take a different view as to precisely what that's referring to. In your evidence, you refer to the church as a visual marker. I think it's agreed, and it must have been obvious on the site visit that the church spire, some parts of the peristyle, can be seen from the appeal site and the wider Ned Valley. Okay. Now, in terms of your approach, if we look at paragraph 4.27 of your evidence, page 32.
Yes.
This again is in a section where you're talking about setting and the contribution to the significance, and you're referring to the appeal site. You say the study site forms part of the wider setting. As such, the potential for development within the study site to obstruct or visually detract from distant views is considered low. So you do accept, don't you, that in order to have the potential to cause harm, it's not necessarily only where you've got the obstruction of a view of the church spire, for example. It may also be a visual detraction. So something else within, you know, a big industrial building, for example, within the setting, it doesn't obstruct the view of the church spire, but it could visually detract from that view.
It could, yes.
And the inspector might come to a view in this case that, yes, the church spire may not be obstructed in certain views, but the presence of the industrial development will be a visual detractor.
It could potentially, you
Yeah.
could
Okay.
conclude that, absolutely, yes.
You say, on balance, the contribution that the site makes to the setting and significance of the church is considered to be negligible. Do you mean that the contribution made is a negligible positive contribution? Or are you saying it's a negative contribution?
I'm saying there that there is some, it's slightly more known. I'm talking about here the appeal site on its own, not the wider setting. If you take the appeal site on its own, it has a slight positive contribution as part of the wider landscape that we've just been talking about in terms of the open space to the north of the village.
Okay, so there is a positive. I appreciate you're saying it's slight, but you accept there is a positive contribution.
Yeah.
And the basis upon which you say that contribution is slight is because you say in this that the top of the church spire is only, the top of the church spire is only partially evident, and you talk about adequate separation between the site and the heritage asset, and the inspector will have seen for himself whether in reality, on a site visit, that is an accurate description of what could be seen. Good, okay, and then at 4.29 over the page you're talking about the impact. You refer to the church spire acting as a visual marker. Development within the appeal site has the potential to impede some distant views from only the northwest towards the spire. You don't really mean that, do you? What about the northeast, going along Hardingstone Embankment?
Well, there, what I'm meaning is the ability to block, rather than the views with the proposed development from the northwest, depending on where one stands, will be blocked. Well, it won't be blocked to the church. You'll still see the church, but the development will be, inverted commas, below the church.
Okay, so
you will see the scheme from other views, as you were just putting to me, in terms of something that could potentially be detracting. Yes, I'm not saying you won't see it from anywhere else, but its ability to get in the way, as it were, directly of the view is from the northwest, from Hardingstone. Once you get being looking across the development site from Hardingstone Embankment, for example, directly down towards the church, and then walking west towards Lakeside.
okay, and in terms of your conclusion at 4.30, that is couched in terms of the limited contribution that you say views from the northwest make to the significance of the church.
And what I mean there is you will still be able to see the church, still be able to appreciate it in its location within, as Mr. Partington referred to it, the sylvan bank, within its trees and everything. You will still be able to appreciate that wherever you stand, apart from right behind the site, the development itself. But you will, of course, see the scheme will be there as is seen in the photo montages, but it's below the church.
Yeah, okay.
Doesn't interfere. You will still be able to appreciate it in the same way, but with the development will be there rather than as it is now as just a field.
And your position, although it's not articulated here, as I've understood it, is that you do not consider that the development would present a visual detractor from the appreciation of the significance of the church.
It's certainly a change, but
Yeah,
it's still possible. It's still possible to appreciate the church in the same way as it is now, in terms of how it sits within the topography and the village, and so
Forgive
forth.
me, that's not my question. I'm asking whether or not you consider that the appeal proposal would comprise or involve a visual detraction from the ability to appreciate the significance of
Yes,
the church.
it could be, yes.
Well, you either think it is or it isn't. It's not. It could
Well,
be.
it's a detractor. That's what I mean by change. Is it's something that will be seen and totally perceptible, but the appreciation of the church within its landscape and within the conservation area, it is still possible with the scheme there to appreciate.
I'm not suggesting that it's impossible to
No, I know you're
appreciate
not. I
the
know you're
significance of the church. The question that the inspector needs to consider is there harm?
He
And if
does.
so, what is that level of harm? Now, I think you agree that there will be a detraction from the ability to appreciate the church from the appeal proposal, and logically that must constitute harm.
It would only logically constitute harm if the significance was actually materially reduced. Yes, there is a detraction within the view that one gets looking over towards the church, but as I said, you still will be able to appreciate the church within its landscape, within the village, as much as you can see the village today anyway. Yes, there will be a new building there. So yes, on one level, it's a detraction, since there's a new structure there where there currently isn't, but it's not one that actually reduces the significance.
Well, I'm not suggesting that the introduction of any new structure within the setting of a designated heritage asset is a detractor.
No, I
Clearly,
know
it
you're
might
not
be
suggesting.
positive. It might be positive.
It might be positive,
So
yes.
the question that I'm asking for your assistance with is whether or not you consider, in this instance, with the appeal proposal, bearing in mind it's an outline and we don't have full details, are you saying that this new building, which causes a change in the setting, is that a positive change in terms of one's ability to appreciate the significance, or is it a negative?
It's a negative change.
It's a negative change, okay. And so logically, if it's a negative change to the ability to appreciate significance, there must be a finding of harm. You may say it's very limited, you may say it's negligible, but there must be a finding of harm. Do you agree with that?
This is where, when you're at the very borderline between something that is a perceptible change to something that is actually harmful, is very blurred. But yes, you can have harm in that scenario.
But what's your view? My
view is that, as I've said on quite a few occasions, is that yes, there will be a change and it will be detracting to a degree, but it is still possible to appreciate the church as it sits within its landscape and within the conservation area. And also one has to consider...
Mr Bourne, I mean,
Sorry.
it's just a question following through the logic of the questions. So we've gone from it's a change, it's a detractor, it's a negative change. Does that then result in harm? That's what you're being asked, and
Yes.
I would appreciate an answer to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. I mean, yes, there's harm in the sense that there is change, that there's something new where it currently isn't.
So is that an answer? Yes, there is harm, because I mean it then comes to. I understand there are degrees of harm, because that's what the scales are all about.
I don't believe there is actually harm, sir. We are sort of at a borderline between.
But is that then logically consistent with the line you've been taken down, which is change, a detractor, and then negative change?
But change.
What would be then would that then result in harm?
It doesn't always change. Change doesn't always end up in harm. As I said, the reason why I feel that there isn't harm is because the position of the church within its landscape being elevated means that it will still be possible to appreciate how the church sits with the development there. I mean, some people might find it detracting.
I understand that, yeah. But it's really that sequence that, and again, these aren't my questions. I'm trying to.
I appreciate.
Tease out an answer to the question that was asked, which is, we accept this change. You've said it's a detractor. You said it's a negative change. So, is the result then that it's harm?
I guess so. Yes.
Okay.
So we've dealt with Great Houghton, we've got less than substantial at the low end of the scale as far as you're concerned in respect of the conservation area. We've now established that you accept that there's harm to the grade 2 star listed church. Clearly you're not suggesting it's substantial harm, it's less than substantial harm. The inspector will need to take a view on the level of less than substantial harm based on what he's heard. Let's move on to Little Houghton Conservation Area. And back at the beginning of our discussion, we talked about the fact that your position is that you don't accept that there's less than substantial harm to Little Houghton Conservation Area, or indeed the church, and your view in that regard differs from your colleague because of this new Howdens, the construction of this new Howdens consent, correct?
Yes, in part. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what else is the difference then, if it's not just that?
My view is, as I explained earlier, is that the scheme, the appeal site forms a small aspect of a very large setting, of which there are many different types of features, both modern and relatively or very ancient. So, you know, without the Howden scheme, our scheme would be more, how do I say it, standalone, if you know what I mean. With the Howden scheme behind it, what the Howden scheme does is extend the built form, roughly speaking, depending on where one stands, out to the rough edge of our development. Obviously, it depends on where one stands in that view as you move north or south. So my view is that there is no harm. There is change, but there is no harm. And you know, with Howdens, our proposed development is recessive compared to that, and it's seen in the context of that building.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Let's start. I do have some questions of you about that. Let's start with the conservation area appraisal again in relation to the Little Houghton. So it's K23. Page 14, please. Now, one of the things you were asked about proportionality in your evidence in chief, and about the assessment of setting and the approach to setting, and I think there was some reference to views to and from conservation areas, and your answer to Mr. Goatley included a statement that it was your view that there weren't any views in this case that were more important than any other, and I thought that was curious, because here we have, in relation to the Little Houghton Conservation Area, page 14, second paragraph, the views out from the conservation area over the open fields and down to the River Nen are a defining characteristic. These wide panoramic views contrast the more limited channelled vistas within the core of the village itself. So at least as far as the conservation area appraisal is concerned, that view, looking from within the conservation area to the west, is a defining characteristic of that particular conservation area. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that, but okay. Can I clarify, you said about my comment about no views being particularly more important than the others.
You may.
I was actually talking about, in relation to that, views towards the church from the west, not views here. Yes, you can move up and down, for example, the footpath that's just outside the conservation area going north-south, and you will get different views, but it's different versions of the same view. What I was meaning, and what I was talking about when Mr. Goatley asked me that, was you can see the church from multiple locations across the Nen Valley, and they're kind of like all important. They are equivalent to each other. They're just different views within quite a large landscape. I wasn't talking about views specifically from from the east looking west. I was more talking from the other way round when I made that statement.
Okay, fine. And then just to complete the picture, page 15, spatial analysis, first paragraph. There are some open spaces outside the conservation area that are important to the setting, in particular the view from the west of Bedford Road, which looks over the gravel pits and flood storage reservoirs in the valley of the Nen. These views over the valley are particularly important for the character of Little Houghton. So again, I think it's the same view that's being referred to from the west, and it specifically refers to gravel pits and flood storage reservoirs. The view that's being referred to obviously includes the appeal site.
It does, yes.
Amongst other things, but it includes the appeal site. Okay. Now, in terms of Mr. Partington's view, it's a similar point to that which he makes in relation to Great Houghton Conservation Area. He says that views of and from Little Houghton Conservation Area within its rural landscape setting, they are largely limited to its western side.
Yes.
And he says that emphasises the contribution they make to the experience of the conservation area within its setting. Now, firstly, do you agree or disagree with his position that the views are largely limited to the western side?
Yes, I agree, yes.
Agree. And do you agree or disagree with the next step that he takes, which is to provide a view that fact emphasises the contribution that they make to the experience of the conservation area within its setting?
Yes.
You think it? Okay. Okay, the impact of Brackmills, and we are dealing at the moment with views from within or just outside the conservation area looking to the west. Can we look at paragraph 4.35 of your proof, please, page 34?
Okay.
And you're talking about Brackmills being a prominent feature in this view. You talk about the fact that the former Howden's joinery hadn't been constructed at the point at which the environmental statement had been undertaken. You say it's now been constructed and forms a prominent, large, modern, white structure on the skyline behind the appeal site. So you say it's prominent in views from the western edge of the conservation area. I think it's about maybe nearly 2 kilometres away from the western edge of the conservation area. Do you agree with that?
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, okay. So industrial buildings nearly 2 kilometres away, prominent in that view. Obviously the appeal site is, I believe it's around 1.1 kilometres away from the conservation area at its nearest point, so significantly closer than Brackmills, correct?
It is, yes.
So the inspector may come to a view that a building that's perceived as prominent at nearly 2 kilometres away, a building at 1.1 kilometres away may also be perceived as prominent.
Yes, it may be perceived, but of course one has to bear in mind that the Howden's building is considerably larger, both in footprint, massing, height, colour. Our scheme is not of the same scale as that.
Okay, it's obviously a lot closer though, so there's a different impact, isn't there? Brackmills in general, with or without this new Howden's building, do you consider that it causes harm to the ability to the significance of the conservation area or the ability to appreciate the significance?
I don't think it does create harm. Yes, it's there, and yes, it is modern, it's industrial, some of the buildings are very large, some of them are not so large, but they sit there within a landscape that in the relative far distance to the very distance is very urbanised, and by that I mean built up form. It's the edge of Northampton, be it houses, industrial estate, offices and so forth. But the area in front, the foreground, which is quite a big foreground going down the hill, is unaffected by those.
Okay, so your view is that Howden's doesn't cause any harm, or sorry, Brackmills in general, with or without Howden's, causes no harm to the significance of the conservation area.
Well, it goes back to a similar question you put to me earlier, that compared to the landscape before there was any bracknels there, yes, there is a change. That would presumably have been open fields at some point.
Yeah, but was that harmful, that introduction of bracknels?
I don't think it was harmful. Okay. Yes, again, it was changed, but because of the distance, because you're standing on the hill looking down and you have all the fields in front of you going down the hill, and also to your left if you're looking to the west, so that's to the sort of southwest of the slope that Great Houghton is on. Yeah, they are there. They're not harmful. They are there, just sitting in the wider landscape. Compared to had they never been built, yes, that landscape would have gone on further. The same would be true if Northampton hadn't expanded either. So they are there. They are just part of the experience.
Okay, so I think you're saying they're a neutral feature.
They're a neutral feature, yes.
Okay, so not positive and not a detractor.
Yes.
You're saying neutral. Okay. And so is your position therefore that the introduction of development on the appeal site, bringing development closer to Little Houghton Conservation Area, that would too be neutral?
Yes, because when the angle that one is looking at from the relative heights of the village is the size of the site is not that apparent. So it visually, it doesn't come forward much more than one's perception of the industrial nature of that part of the landscape is already. I mean, it does bring it forward, I completely accept that. But it's a very, very short foreshortening right in the far distance, in a context of an industrial background that already exists. So it's not like a sudden introduction of a completely alien development type.
Okay, so you say it's more of the same, and the
Yes.
inspector will need to take a view as to whether he considers a prominent, large, modern, white structure on the skyline, as you describe, as being a detractor, and whether there's cumulative harm.
Yes.
And that's the difference between you and Mr. Partington.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's move on to looking at how your colleague assessed this. So can we please go to A4.4. Starting on page 46, going to page 47. Are you there?
I am.
So this is the summary, in terms of Little Houghton Conservation Area. End of paragraph 6.23. This is dealing with the views from the west. Whilst it will result in some change, when considered at a distance the change is minor. Proposed development doesn't detract or obstruct the visual appreciation of the rural setting of the conservation area given the separation between these elements. So it wasn't the case that Miss Macquarie found harm to Little Houghton Conservation Area arising from the views from the west of the conservation area, was it?
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
Her position is not that the less than substantial harm that she identifies arises as a consequence of impact on views from the conservation area looking to the west, looking towards Bracknell's, looking towards Howdens.
Let me reread her. Yes. So can you ask the question again, sorry?
Yeah, so my reading of her assessment at para 6.23
Yeah.
is that she does not identify harm to the significance of the conservation area arising from the impact on views or the ability to appreciate the significance of the conservation area standing within the conservation area, looking to the west, looking towards the appeal site, looking towards Brackmills.
Yeah, having just reread again, I would agree with you, yes.
So your justification or purported justification for the change in view between you and Miss McQuarrie simply doesn't make any sense in that context, because she didn't judge there to be any harm to significance arising from views looking to the west, did she?
Yes, I would agree with that, but as I said, both our views are actually the same in relation to that, in that, you know, the views to the west, because of the distance and so forth, is that there isn't harm arising from that view.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting that there is a difference in view. You suggested that there was a difference in view between you and her as a consequence of Howden's. I am pointing out that is not the case.
What I mean by the difference in view is that, as we've just been discussing, that compared to when Ms McCrory was out there, you now have a large mass building which is white, which is there, that wasn't. And you know, she wasn't finding harm without that. I mean, somebody might. I've lost my train of thought there. But you know, Ms McQuarrie and I are in agreement that that view to the west, that the proposed development does not end up in harm.
Yeah, and that's the point of distinction between you and Miss McQuarrie and Mr Partington that the inspector will need to come to a view on. Now, looking at the next paragraph, para 6.24, there it said, it is recognised that the proposed development will result in some reduction of rural views towards the conservation area from Bedford Road adjacent to the study site. However, on balance, this is considered to be a minor change. The existing agricultural fields between the designation and the site are considered sufficient to ensure the rural setting of the latter is maintained. As such, whilst there will be some minor visual harm, this is deemed to be at the lower end of the less than substantial scale. So Miss McQuarrie's view was that A, there was less than substantial harm,
Yes.
and B, that arose as a consequence of views to the conservation area from Bedford Road.
Yes.
Yeah, and when you're standing on Bedford Road looking at the conservation area, you will have Brackmills behind you, won't you?
You will. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there's no reason why the presence of a different baseline, physical baseline at Brackmills as a consequence of Howden's should make any difference to the view that Miss McQuarrie takes.
Yes, I do take a different view from Ms
You
McCrory.
okay, so it's a straightforward professional disagreement between you and Miss McQuarrie. It's nothing to do with Howden's, is it?
No, that isn't. I mean, I would say again that the word disagreement is a bit of a strong word to use, but you know, there is a difference of opinion.
Well, again, that difference of opinion results in a finding of less than substantial harm, which has all the consequences we've discussed in terms of the heritage balance and how the inspector approaches the determination of the appeal, and your view, which is no harm.
Yes, it
So
does.
I would suggest again, there's a fundamental difference. Isn't there?
There is a difference. Yes,
Yeah.
I accept there's a difference.
A fundamental difference.
I wouldn't use that word myself, but we've had this conversation already, so yes, I
Okay.
would accept that.
Now, she doesn't refer to views from the west, from any location other than Bedford Road, but I think you accept, don't you, that there's a number of views from which you can see the church from the wider western setting, so say from Hardingstone Embankment.
Yes, there are multiple places you can see
Yeah.
the church.
And and it's not just from Bedford Road where you would appreciate or experience the appeal site developed out in maybe not necessarily in conjunction with, but at the same time as you would be looking at the conservation area.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to your view as it's expressed. This is back to your proof, para, forgive me, 4.36 on page 35. You say the appeal site forms a small part of a distant view of the western edge of the conservation area from Bedford Road, but we've agreed it also forms parts of views from other
Yes.
locations to the west, so that should be amended, shouldn't it, to include those other views?
Yeah, that's a fair point, yeah.
The contribution that this makes to the setting of the designation relates to the ability to visually appreciate the self-contained detached rural settlement from this viewpoint. However, the appeal site forms only a small part of this aspect of the setting, and the contribution that the appeal site itself provides to the significance of the conservation area is considered to be negligible. So are you saying that the contribution made by the appeal site to the significance of the conservation area, the ability to appreciate significance, is positive or negative?
In relation to what I'm writing there, because of its distance and so forth, its contribution is at the most very minor. It's a small part of a much bigger setting, which compromises, as we've just been discussing, many different aspects.
Yeah, okay, and is it minor positive, or are you saying the appeal site's a minor negative contribution?
I think it's neutral.
It makes no contribution to the ability to appreciate the conservation area.
You were able to get views to the church in various places, from Lakeside and down the A4 to I forget the number, down Bedford Road.
Yeah.
But those views on their own, that is one very small aspect of one has to consider, of course, that the setting encompasses far more than just those views.
I appreciate that. My question is limited to the contribution that the appeal site itself provides to the significance of the conservation area. You've said in your evidence it's negligible. I'm trying to understand whether we're talking about a positive contribution or a negative contribution or something.
It's a very slight positive contribution.
Slight positive, okay. And then looking at the impact, you talk at paragraph 4.40, as noted in my own site visits outlined at para 4.35 above, since the production of the original assessments, construction of the large warehouse structure at Brackmills immediately southwest has been completed, forms a prominent white structure, etc., etc. Then you talk about the appeal scheme being lower than the new warehouses. The proposal would have no more of an effect on the significance of Little Houghton Conservation Area than the existing industrial estate already has had. So there it sounds as though you're saying that the impact arising from Brackmills has not been neutral, that it has had some impact on significance. Are you saying it's a positive?
I can see why you say that, but what I mean is by has an impact is that it's already, the change from that has already happened. I'm not stating whether it's positive, negative. Maybe I shouldn't have used the word impact. I should have used the word change instead.
But I'm asking you whether it was positive or negative. I appreciate you haven't said that. I'm asking you
whether Howdens is positive or negative.
Yeah, Brackmills, Howdens. Has it had a positive, neutral, or negative effect on the significance or the ability to appreciate the significance of Little Houghton Conservation Area?
I think it's neutral. It's a larger building than used to be there. But it's within the context of a fairly large industrial estate with other fairly large, obviously not quite as large buildings in and amongst it.
Okay, so that sentence is just some unfortunate drafting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then at the end, going over the page, having considered the impact of Howdens, the impact of Brackmills, you say the proposed development will have no effect on the contribution that the setting provides to the significance and character of the conservation area. So your conclusion in respect of the impact and significance associated with the Little Houghton Conservation Area does not take into account the impact on views of the conservation area from locations on Bedford Road and elsewhere within the vicinity of the appeal site.
In that paragraph, but I do quote out in the paragraph before Ms Macquarie's. Where am I talking about? Sorry, I've lost the train of thought there.
Yeah, you quote Ms Macquarie's conclusion that there's less than substantial harm, but you don't say that you disagree with that. So
no,
I'm interested.
I know I don't say it, but I do disagree with it. I know I don't say it, and I can see that is an omission on my part in my writing of the proof there.
Okay. And what's the basis for that disagreement with Ms Macquarie? There's a minor positive contribution that you consider the appeal site makes to views from the west, Why do you say that there's no?
Well, because the views have to, the effect has to be considered in the round. In that this is not the only view. It's not a specifically identified key view or a directed view or a designed view. It is the views that you get across the site from Lakeside, the back of Lakeside and along the Bedford Road, as it is one of many, and one has to consider the effect overall. One can't just consider the effect from only one view or very closely related similar views in the same direction. You know, there are other views, many other views you get looking back over to the east.
So I think we're back to the same point. I think your position is that because there are some views of the conservation area from the west that would be preserved,
I would say there's more than some. I would say there are many, not just some. I mean,
it's no part of our case that there would be a destruction of views of the conservation area from the west. The question is, does the wood development on the appeal site in the form proposed cause harm to the significance of the conservation area arising from an adverse impact on views of the conservation area that are associated with the appeal site?
No, I don't think it does, because there are that's a number of limited views.
Well, that's the point about the level of harm, isn't it? Because if it affected every single view of the conservation area, then you might be saying it was a high level of less than substantial harm or substantial harm.
Yes,
but you are identifying, I think, a harmful impact in respect of certain views of the conservation area because of the presence of development on the appeal site. You don't say it's positive, do you?
No, it's not, I'm not saying it's positive. I'm saying it's a change that does block a number of limited views from the eastern side of Lakeside and then some of the views along the western end of Bedford Road.
Okay, so it's not positive, and I don't think it can sensibly be neutral based on what you've said, so the only other option is that it's a negative change, correct?
In those specific views, yes.
Yeah, a negative change in those specific views. And we're back to the same train of logic. If it is a negative change in those specific views, then you must logically accept that I'm not suggesting what level of harm that you accept, but you must accept that there is a level of harm to the significance of the conservation area.
In those limited views, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But as I said, you have to go back to then considering the whole thing in the round, not just those views.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, because what the inspector needs to consider is whether or not the appeal proposal causes harm to designated heritage assets, what the nature is of that harm, and then whether or not he considers that the benefits of the appeal proposal outweigh that harm. So the question about whether there are preserved views might go to some of those points, it might go to the level of harm, but it doesn't reduce it doesn't remove the harm.
It doesn't remove the effect.
No, it doesn't remove harm. Just because there are preserved views, if there are views that are harmed, it doesn't remove the harm.
Those views in themselves do not really contribute much to the significance of the conservation area.
I appreciate, but you've identified that. I appreciate that's your position, but you've identified that they do positively contribute. There is a positive contribution.
Yes, and that you can experience the assets from certain places along there. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think you've accepted that there's harm, so I don't think we need to take this any further. St Mary's Little Houghton. We're nearly there. Again, you explain the difference in the view that you took from your colleague based on the Howdens development in Brackmills. Let's just have a look at well, the first point to note is that it's accepted in this inquiry that there are no views out from the churchyard towards Brackmills.
Yes.
So the purported justification for your change in view doesn't make sense because nobody is suggesting that you can see Brackmills from the church, are they?
I wasn't suggesting that was the case.
No, but you justified the difference in your view from Miss Macquarie's on the basis of presence of this new development at Howdens, but you can't see that from the church.
You can't see that from the
Yeah.
church.
Okay. Just looking at how you deal with the church, let's start. It starts at para 4.41 of your evidence, page 36. That's where you include the listing description.
Yep.
Then at 4.42 you say a little bit more about the church. Sort of 5 or 6 lines from the bottom. Due to its location on high ground, the church spire is visible from the lowland Nen Valley. Now I have been to the site, and my understanding was that the Little Houghton church has a tower, not a
Yeah,
spire. You're talking here about
yeah,
talking here about St Mary's Little Houghton,
Yeah,
not
I'm
St
talking
Mary's
about-
Great
yeah,
Houghton.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's just an error.
That's just a typographic error that I hadn't picked up.
Okay. Okay, and then at 4.45, you're talking about the contribution made by the wider setting to significance. And here you're talking about the wider agricultural environment of Little Houghton has a positive contribution to the significance of the conservation area. So, just in terms of the contribution of the setting to the church, where do we find that analysis?
Well, that is it. I mean, it's essentially the same as for the conservation area.
Okay, that's your view. I mean, you said in your evidence in chief that you don't think you depart from Mr. Partington's assessment of the significance of the 4 designated heritage assets. Is that right?
No,
Yeah.
I don't.
What about his view as to the contribution made by setting to the significance of the assets? Do you depart from his view?
Well, considering the setting overall, no, I don't depart from that.
Okay. Okay, let's just look quickly again at A 4.4, the 2021 assessment. Para 6.25 on page 47.
Okay.
Grade 2 star listed Church of St Mary the Virgin. This is under a section starting at 6.23 on Little Houghton. Says very similar things to what's said about the St Mary's in Great Houghton. In relation, it says with the implementation of mitigation measures, the proposal will have very limited to no impact on the setting and significance of the heritage asset. It's recognised that the proposed development will result in some reduction of rural views towards the church from Bedford Road, adjacent to the study site. In this regard, the harm identified is considered to be at the lower end of the less than substantial harm scale. Now, some of the same points I've asked about in relation to the conservation area more generally, you accept, don't you, that it's not just from Bedford Road that you can see the church
Yes.
in conjunction or in the same view as the appeal site?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And again, we've got what appears to be a disagreement with your colleague that's not based on anything that arises from Howdens, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. And let's just look at how you deal with that in your proof of evidence. Page 38.
Okay.
You talk at 4.50 about there being no views from the edge of from the western edge of the conservation area out towards the appeal site from the church. The church is behind the observer in the views that are included within the photomontage L, for example.
Yeah.
Then 4.51, you talk about Brack Mills
and you say at the end of that paragraph, as a consequence, based on the site visits undertaken by myself, the updated photo montage, the proposed development will have no effect on the contribution that the wider countryside setting provides to the significance of the church. Now, you see, given that this is a very limited effect of a small aspect of the church spire on the high ground in the distance, the proposed development is considered to be a visual change that doesn't have a material effect on significance of the church. It will result in no harm. Now, we've established, you've accepted that there would be some harm, less than substantial harm, caused to the significance of the conservation area, Little Houghton Conservation Area, as a consequence of the impact of the appeal site in relation to views from Bedford Road and some of the other views from the west. I think, do you accept that the same concession must be made in relation to the church? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the inspector can record that in relation to all 4 of the designated heritage assets, there's now agreement. It is effectively as it was set out in the Statement of Common Ground. There's no agreement that there is less than substantial harm in respect of all 4 designated heritage assets. Different levels, I appreciate, but the inspector can record that agreement, can't he?
Yes, I would have to accept that, yes.
Now, just finally, in your proof of evidence, right at the end, paragraph 5.8, page 41. In the light of the conclusions of my proof, I do not consider that the historic environment provides a constraint. Oh, sorry. It's the very last paragraph, 5.8, page 41.
Yes, I can see that, yeah.
In the light of the conclusions, I don't consider that the historic environment provides a constraint to developing the site as per the proposed development. Now, plainly, the conclusions within that document are not the conclusions that we've got to today, but I'm just interested to understand what you meant by the historic environment not providing a constraint to developing the site. You weren't seeking to enter into the heritage balance,
No, I wasn't.
were you? So what do you mean by that?
What I mean is, and I should have made it clearer, is because there is some heritage harm, the inspector will have to do the planning balance as per paragraph 202 of the MPPF. I don't see that the heritage assets is something that stops development full stop. There is a planning balance to be made, which is not done by myself. It's done obviously on our side by Mr. Kirby.
Okay, but I mean, even if there was substantial harm, that wouldn't preclude, it might be likely to preclude development.
Yeah,
it wouldn't preclude development in and of itself either, would it?
I agree, yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions for
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughan. Thank you, Ms. Daly. Mr. Goatley, re-examination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vaughan, just in respect of that last point we were taking, 5.8, if I can ask you to just have a look at 5.7 of your concluding remarks. Read that yourself, if you would.
Yes?
With regard to the approach to be adopted by the inspector, in respect of what is said there, is that consistent with you seeking to advocate that there is no planning balance to be undertaken?
Can you say the question again, sorry?
Yeah, is that in respect of that which is said at 5.7, would that be consistent with any suggestion that you were not asking the inspector to undertake a balance in accordance with the MPPF?
No, I was, you have to make your decision in the planning balance in according to paragraph 202 of the MPPF, yes.
Thank you very much. Now, don't wish to wax philosophical again, but just want to understand in respect to a number of the questions that you were asked. If there is an impact upon a view, or indeed more than one view, by reason of the introduction of development, whether or not that is obstructing or is a view or is a feature that would appear newly in that view, is that to be equated with a harm for the purposes of the NPPF, in your view?
I mean, I do object to this. We've had clear concessions from the witness.
No, no.
He accepts that there is harm.
No, it's a philosophical point. That's the reason why I'm asking it as a point. Because it is a point that has gone to the way that the witness has actually answered those questions and answered them consistently in terms of understanding those points. There has been a consistent series of the qualifications that are contained in there. So that's the reason why I want to ask that. Just understanding what it is meant by in terms of impacts and harm.
I think my view is I'm not quite clear where the question is going at this point. So I'd like to hear the question and then rule on it. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Mr. Bourne, are you able to assist us?
With that little interruption, could you please say it again, because I've forgotten the precise detail of it.
You've indicated that there are a number of instances where there are impacts on views.
I have, yes.
A variety of word terminology has been used in respect of that, but impacts on views, to use a most neutral element for that. What I want to understand is if one has impacts on views, is that by itself necessarily harmful for the purposes of the NPPF?
No, not necessarily.
In terms of the assessment of those harms, now it'll be a matter ultimately for the inspector, impact of those view changes, which may be harmful. So if there is a harm that may be categorised to a view or views, among others, is that, in your view, necessarily logically to be connoted with there being a harm within the context of the NPPF?
Sorry, that was a long question. Could you repeat, please?
If you have one or more views of a particular asset, where those views are being taken, and there is an impact, and the impact in respect of that view may be a harm, may be characterised as negative, and may be indicated as a harm, is that to be connoted as a harm that comes within the terms of the NPPF?
Well, only if the significance is affected adversely.
In arriving at a view as to the significance being affected or not, matter for the inspector, in respect of the significance being affected, is a view or views determinative of that? May require a judgment, the inspector. Is a one view determinative?
Not necessarily.
But maybe.
But maybe.
Thank you very much. Yes, you were asked regarding Brackmills and the difference between that which is the new Howdens building and the foreshortening of view. Can I ask you to take up Mr. Jackson's Appendix C again?
Okay.
It's in respect of the views which are found and located there. You were asked about distances of 2 kilometres or respectively 1.1 kilometres. Now, it's a matter by way of exemplification of anything that was seen with respect on the site view yesterday. But can you assist us by reference to any of those views within Appendix C as to whether that indicates there is a significance attributable to those differences in distance to which you were taken in cross-examination?
Well, the distances in themselves, you know, the fact that one is twice as far away, of course one has to take into account that the one to the rear is considerably larger, much larger massing. So distance in itself, whilst it's something one has to consider, you know, simple distance of one is further away than the other is a very simple approach.
Thank you very much. A matter of clarification, if I may. It's in context of the Great Houghton Conservation Area appraisal.
Yeah.
To which you were taken, and that is K22. So far as the church is concerned, it's page 16
Yes.
of the conservation area appraisal. If I can ask you to get that in front of you.
I have indeed.
You're taken to the first paragraph, and recognising the historic settlement pattern and the individual identity of the village detached from Northampton. And what is said there, where one's looking at the reference to the church, where are those views taken from?
Oh, but that view of that church is taken from, I can't remember the name of the lane opposite, but that is looking from, I would describe as the heart of the conservation area towards the church.
And in terms of the textual description with that in the second paragraph, is that from outside or inside the conservation area?
It says clearly here, in views within the conservation area.
Thank you very much. Now, on the basis of the matters that you discussed with my learned friend with regard to the issue of less than substantial harm in respect of the 4 heritage assets, where would you place, in the light of the matters that you discussed with her, on the scale, the impacts?
Low, within the less than substantial harmful range.
And is that in respect of some or each of them?
Well, the conservation area, Great Houghton Conservation Area, it's in my proof that it's low level, less than substantial harmful effect. In relation to the other word,
So go to Great Houghton St Mary's Church there.
Well, my view, I know I have conceded the point, is
Well,
that...
I'm not going to invite you to disconcede a point.
No, I know. It is, again, it would be a very low level, less than substantial harmful effect.
Okay, Little Houghton Conservation Area.
Well, if you can have even less than low, I mean, it's the very low level of less than substantial harmful effect.
And so far as the church is concerned.
And the same.
Now, it may be said that in light of the fact that you've conceded you've gone from nil or negligible to very low, less than substantial harm, that you have crossed a fundamental divide for the purposes of the inspector's assessment, and that from that point of view your calibration may be somewhat awry. Would that be a fair characterisation?
Yes.
Well, that your characterisation is awry.
No, my characterisation is wrong. I mean,
and what about your weighting? Where would you say that your weighting is for the purposes of the exercise to be undertaken?
well, I mean, with the three assets in question, being St Mary's Great Houghton, St Mary's Little Houghton and Little Houghton Conservation Area, the effect is very borderline. So my calibration, if it is out, is only out by a small margin.
Vaughan, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goatley. It's 1 o'clock and we now break for lunch until 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely. I just might as well tidy this back in the same way. Sue, right. You're having a look. I've got one. Yes, thanks. Oh yeah, no, I've been a nuisance because I did like all my stuff together and lunch. Oh really? She had both?
Yeah. She pulled one out this morning and was like, oh, she took one home and the next one was there afterwards and she was like, oh, I have both.
That's what I've done, I think. I've left anything, I will.
Do you want this one through as well?
No, that's not me.
That's not you.
That's not. I'm just as I am today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I drove home last night.
Oh, did you?
I'll move up, otherwise it's all falling out.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. The inquiry is resumed. I think this afternoon we're at least going to get the commercial and employment evidence started, and perhaps one of the planning witnesses. That's what I'm looking for, maybe. So I think we've got Mr. Drummond, isn't it, first?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Giving commercial evidence. So, Mr. Goatley.
Thank you very much indeed. If I can introduce Mr. Drummond to the inquiry. Mr. Drummond, you're Christopher Drummond, and you're a commercial property consultant based in the Northampton office of TDB Real Estate.
Correct.
Now, just so we've got the requisite documentation to hand, I'll go through the remainder of matters in due course. There's your main proof of evidence. I think there's a rebuttal comments together with appendices to that.
Correct.
And I think you'll probably also need to have available to you Ms. Ford's Appendix 2 to her proof of evidence.
Of the main evidence.
Main evidence.
Yeah.
So provided you make sure you have access to all of those,
Yep.
know where those are located, splendid. So in which case I will continue on with the introduction. You set out your practice and your experience in sections 1.2 through to 1.9 of the your main proof of evidence, and the extent to which you have particular experience, background in this particular locality of Northampton for some 42 years, and various parts of the property market for whom you act in terms of those developers, leaseholders and future tenants. You do set out that you're not a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, but your 42 years experience in the market is such that you set out your experience for these purposes, but you do attest, paragraph 110, that the evidence that you provide to the appeal is true and the opinions expressed are your true and professional opinions.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Now, there are a number of components to what you tell us about, and I don't, obviously, for obvious reasons, intend that you are to be asked to read out or to dwell in detail on your proof of evidence, but just so that we pick out some of these points. If I can take you to paragraph 2.3 of your main proof, please.
Yes, indeed.
Now that sets out the nature of the proposal and references there to small to medium enterprises or SMEs. If you can assist with SMEs, your experience of SMEs, particularly in Northampton, who are they, what are they looking for, and what happens if they can't find places here?
Indeed. So, small to medium enterprises is a fairly big market in Northampton, as I guess it probably is in a number of towns and cities. In terms of Northampton, there is a strong, but not exclusive bias on the Bracknell's trading estate of what I would call small to medium enterprises. And those businesses have been located in Northampton for a good number of years, some of them, and indeed it also comprises similar sized businesses coming into the town looking for property, looking to relocate here. And fundamentally, they will tend to be looking at a certain product sector in the market, and that will generally be what we call mid-box, which is a building generally between 20 and 100,000 square feet, or they will gravitate towards multi-let buildings, which generally tend to be between, well, they can be as small as 1,000 square feet, but in this instance we are focusing on multi-let from 5 to 20,000 square feet. It is unusual to have multi-let buildings of much larger than 20,000 square feet. Occasionally you might, but there's not a lot of evidence of it in Northampton.
You say multi-let, in what way are they multi? Why, how multi?
So multi-let fundamentally, as distinct from a detached or a semi-detached industrial unit, a multi-let is a long single terrace of industrial units divided up, all sitting next door to each other. So there's an element of shared yards, there will be dedicated car parking, units will have their own loading doors, fundamentally terrace block.
Thank you very much. The appeal site itself, you set out at paragraph 3.6 about Northampton, and you say that its location is such that it offers the ability to reach around 90% of the UK population within approximately 4 hours drive time. Is there any particular significance in the 4 hours drive time?
I think given its geographical location on the motorway network, it makes a lot of difference to occupiers. It's an ideal location for businesses to choose, and that has actually historically been the case. So from Northampton you can reach the M25, you can reach the M6, you can reach the M40, and of course you sit on the M1.
And you'd say that from a logistics and manufacturing perspective, forms part of the wider Golden Triangle.
Yes, I think the Golden Triangle context is probably more biased towards the logistics sector of the market than the manufacturing. Of course, Northampton had a very strong boot and shoe manufacturing history. That has dissipated to quite a large extent. There are a few businesses certainly still trading in the area, but it is actually more diverse now in terms of manufacturing, engineering, obviously motorsport is quite an important aspect of it. But generally speaking, the businesses in and around Northampton are pretty diverse. And I think as you come down to the smaller multi-let and mid-block sector, you tend to get slightly more of a balance between the manufacturing and the logistics. I would still say logistics is probably the dominant part.
And in terms of, be it by reference to an illustrative layout, your paragraph 3.7 gives reference there to the likely types of unit sizes.
Correct. I think it's worth just noting that the first two proposed terrace blocks, which are indicative, circa 43,000 square feet, I think the intention there would be to provide some terraced multi-let buildings of smaller sizes, probably from 5,000 square feet upwards.
Thank you very much. Now, just by way of a passing through market overview, page 10 of your proof, you've told us about mid-blocks and multi-let. If you can tell us about hubs as well, insofar as those are described and, for that matter, discussed during the course of this inquiry.
Sorry, hubs, as in?
Hubs. Or major logistics hubs.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry.
I do beg your pardon.
I'm with you. Yeah, so major logistics hubs are a fundamentally different product. So, again, because of Northampton's location, it has attracted an awful lot of development of major logistics hubs, and fundamentally they are 100,000 square feet or larger. There is a major development in Northampton at the moment at Junction 15 by Seagrow, Northampton Gateway, where unit sizes can be as large as 1.2 million square feet in one building, and generally the layout is likely to be circa 500,000 square feet plus. Not exclusive just to the motorway locations. Bracknell's, again, because of its close proximity to the motorway, has seen extensive major logistics development over the years, and indeed even further north on the motorway at Junction 16, a recent development by Panettone. But they are generally much bigger buildings, and the E-types of those buildings can be anything from, well, certainly 15 metres plus, and more likely for the very big buildings, they're pushing towards 22, 23 metres.
Thank you very much. Grade A, Grade B, Grade C, in terms of types of buildings and what they comprise, again on pages 10 and 11,
yep.
It's set out there. It's a matter that we pick up again in section 9 of your evidence as to the significance or otherwise relating to these particular classifications. From your point of view, dealing with those who are trying to either let buildings, or for that matter, who are seeking buildings in order to occupy, what's the significance of those grade characteristics And what consequence, if any, does that have for the demand and supply in the market?
Sure. So Northampton traditionally, if you go back to the 1970s, saw significant growth with the commission in new towns, and those buildings were built at that time to what was regarded as good specification. Today they are exceptionally dated, and I think it's certainly what we would describe as Grade C. Grade A, generally speaking, is new product, and Grade B is generally product that is of a good standard, but fundamentally circa 5 years old plus, I would say, but of a good build quality. And when I say good build quality, in terms of access, loading yards, and particularly height, which have changed significantly. So in terms of the market, clearly the market generally tends to gravitate towards the better buildings, for obvious reasons. And that's where in Northampton we have been seeing a shortage of good product, particularly Grade A product, for a good number of years.
Now there's an interaction also between that, there's another point I need to come back to in a moment, an interaction between those grades A, B and C and what is happening in terms of energy rating.
Yes, yeah. It's something we've started to see an awful lot more of over the last few years. Again, if I may, just relating that back to the major logistics hubs, those buildings that are being built now are being built to effectively absolute modern standards, so zero net carbon, and everything that fundamentally goes with it. And the reason for that is long-term sustainability, both from an occupier but also an investment perspective as well. So the institutional investors who, if you like, regard the institutional standard of a building, institutional investor, their requirements have certainly increased considerably over the last few years. So they now will only look at EPC ratings. Like, generally speaking, most of the prime funds will only look to invest in EPC A buildings, possibly EPC B, and then it's the secondary investors that will probably look at lower ratings, but that is starting to change. I think certainly the corporate market, the PLCs, the retailers that have been taking these bigger buildings over many years, the logistics hubs, they too now are becoming increasingly aware of being seen to be green, being seen to be occupying the right building. So the pressure is coming, and certainly we now find that corporate occupiers will not look at any building that is less than a C in general terms. And that is starting to filter down now into the multi-let and the mid-box sector. Certainly mid-box, probably again because of the nature of the sort of occupiers that you tend to attract with those buildings. The more local occupiers, probably one step behind that at this moment, but I can see that as we progress, that requirement is going to get greater, and it's also, of course, been driven as well by the recent energy crisis, the need, the desire to have more energy efficient buildings.
That obviously is the EPC and grade elements.
Correct.
In terms of those who are looking in the market, looking for the purposes of occupation, and thereby driving those who are looking to deliver such forms of development, what, if anything, are concerns or drivers for them in terms of the nature and quality of the product that they're looking to see?
Certainly all occupiers now are starting to focus on better quality buildings, so Grade A, Grade B, and buildings that offer the potential for further enhancement in terms of EPC ratings and energy efficiency. So typically, for example, your Grade C buildings, so if you get back to the Northampton Commission for New Towns development stock, of which there is quite a lot on Brackmills and indeed industrial estates around Northampton, there is a limit to what you can actually do to those buildings before it gets economic. And from an occupier's perspective, all of that is becoming more and more and more important.
Now, the nature of their profile in terms of what they're seeking to provide for, are these existing businesses, businesses that are seeking to obtain or retain staff?
I think it's both. The staffing element actually is something that we have seen increasingly coming into the market. So again, businesses have found recruitment a problem, staff retention a problem, and I think the feeling certainly seems to be that, you know, if they are in a good quality building, in a good quality environment, that certainly assists in that particular area. If they were looking at older buildings, and there are still numerous examples around buildings where they have the old profile cement sheeting to the roofing, not particularly attractive to work in, just not a particularly good working environment.
Thank you. If I can take you to section 5, which is on page 13 of your proof. Set out some market comments about what has been driving matters, some of which we know in terms of the pandemic, etc. And take up and supply rents. And that's effectively a similar regime that you then drill down through the regional level and then to the local level.
Correct.
Take us through that so far as what you find, what you see so far as the position is in Northampton, and how that relates to, among other things, a national or regional picture, or how much of it is just local.
Yeah, no, I think we are fortunate in Northampton that we do have a good, strong market, both from existing business within the town and indeed its ability to attract businesses from outside the area. When we speak to a lot of agents on a daily basis, we are in the market actively. We do not as a practice just exclusively deal with Northampton, we work regionally. We do go further afield than that. But it's fair to say that the picture is pretty much the same in most parts of the country, that Northampton is following the trends, and that is that there has been for some time good levels of demand, and unfortunately a shortage of good quality supply, good quality development and development opportunities in this particular area. So I think nationally, certainly that seems to be the picture. There are parts of the country that are probably slightly hotter, such as the southeast. There are parts of the country that are going to follow slightly behind. But certainly in and around the Midlands and fringe Golden Triangle, very much the same picture.
Thank you very much. Now, you set out background and the current experience. What's available? What deals are being done? And what is happening as a consequence of the way the market is operating at the moment?
Yeah, sure. So, in terms of market availability, first and foremost, perhaps. The assessment that I carried out earlier this year obviously was a snapshot in time and will to some extent vary slightly depending on when you do it. But fundamentally the message has been the same for the last couple of years. There have been the odd spike here and there in terms of availability and perhaps lesser availability, but fundamentally a shortage of good quality product, and in some instances product at all. And people have been forced to look at older buildings than they possibly would have done otherwise. There are occupiers, for example, on Brack Mills that are desperately looking to relocate. There are two examples in my submission, two companies that would be very interested in this site, and indeed any opportunity that came along. And that I think is a fairly common picture around Northampton. In terms of rents, rents have risen quite dramatically. Again, that's not just local to Northampton, that's a picture that is fundamentally we're seeing around the country. driven by, perhaps in the event of new product, two factors: a lack of new product. There was quite strong inflation in terms of build costs, which obviously does have an impact on new build, but equally in the second-hand market, in terms of grade B particularly, that filters down and has exactly the same effect. I hope I'm not jumping around too much, but there is an example in my proof of one good quality grade A building on Bracknell's, which we let in 2019 in September for £6.97 a square foot. The tenant vacated, we relet it at £10.20 a square foot in September 2022. So it gives you a bit of a picture as to where rents are going. And certainly, if you read the property press, the journals, everyone is saying exactly the same thing: a dramatic increase in rents and freehold values.
Thank you. Northampton's development pipeline, you set out at page 31 at 7.7.
Yes.
And you then go on to look at a number of the components within that pipeline and within the supply coming forward. How is that pipeline going, and how is the market being satisfied or not satisfied by the pipeline?
So by pipeline, what I'm getting at there is product that it's where a site has been acquired and a consent has been granted. So effectively, it is a deliverable scheme that I know in the market that if I've got a client requirement, I can go and knock on their door and say, can we have a discussion? So in Northampton at the moment, there are two schemes that offer that opportunity, and that's it for the whole of Northampton town. So fundamentally, the two schemes are Malton Park, which is to the north of Northampton, a perfectly acceptable industrial location, but Bracknell's is certainly more favoured. So a development by Warm Flame on a 2-acre site, 2 buildings. Now they bought that site just over the COVID period. They have started on site in the last 2 months. We sold, and I'm an agent on that scheme, a joint agent on that scheme. One of the buildings was sold off plan prior to any construction on site, and the other one has attracted significant interest. And we attended a marketing meeting at the beginning of this month, and we had 12 new inquiries for that 25,000 square foot unit from very credible sources, good companies, a couple of multinationals.
So how many were interested?
12.
12.
Yeah, 12 new inquiries. And okay, we need to convert the inquiries, but that is a good level of inquiry, and I think it demonstrates that there is demand for good quality product of that size from the SME market. And those inquiries, interestingly, were not just from businesses in Northampton. We had inquiries from companies outside the area, which actually itself isn't altogether surprising because that happens, businesses come into Northampton. But we were picking up inquiries even from 2 businesses in Milton Keynes, and that is unusual because fundamentally Milton Keynes has a large stock base, a very limited development pipeline, again I have to say, and people are now moving further out to try and satisfy those requirements if they possibly can. But that's a big decision for a lot of businesses when it comes to staff relocation.
Thank you. I think the other that you identified, second bullet point, 7.7 is Crow Lane.
Yes, Crow Lane. So that is a site just off the A45 to the east of Northampton. It's been owned by a developer for a good number of years. It was a former chemical site, in fact referenced, I think, in my rebuttal as the L&H Polymers site. Planning permission has been granted for 2 units. The developers haven't started that, and not just because of the more challenging market conditions at the moment, but even in the better market of 12, 18 months, 2 years ago, they declined to make a start. It is an acceptable location. It isn't great in terms of its general environment, the immediate vicinity. It does does have certain issues with contamination, but they will be overcome. But it does sit right at the front of the Anglian Water sewage treatment plant, which some occupiers, the majority of occupiers, have to think long and hard about whether or not that is an acceptable location for them. There are occasional odours coming from it, and that will put people off. But it is a development opportunity. They haven't yet confirmed when they're starting.
Thank you. You then go on with the employment land supply commentary 7.8, which picks up some of the points that you've just identified. And then at the table following paragraph 7.11, you have a series of relevant addresses, relevant sites, and your observations on those sites.
Yes, indeed.
I'm not going to ask you to go through those seriatim. Are there any elements that you wish to highlight for the purposes of today's evidence?
Yeah, I think for example, the Six Fields East site. I mean, you know, I accept it's difficult when a local plan is being put together in terms of identifying sites, but there can often be a lot of history behind sites, and sites that on a plan would appear to be suitable for certain forms of development. For example, I'll just take the one above Tanner Street. It's a site off the town centre, car park Victoria Street. Again, a very small site. I'm not saying it's not suitable for development, but it's not suitable for mid-box because of the size and the location, and it's not suitable for multi-let of a certain size. You would probably build very small units on that. So if we're looking really particularly at good quality multi-let and mid-box development, the two sites the site that stands out is Sixfield East in the first instance. Now that is associated with the stadium development at Sixfields. It's allocated for development, for industrial warehouse development. Fundamentally, a good site in terms of its location because it's quite close to junction 15. It has a lot of amenity about it. It's a good open site, but there are a couple of issues. First and foremost, it is all predominantly landfill, and there will be extreme challenges in making that a viable development opportunity. And that is well known, and that isn't just in terms of making the development viable, but also occupiers want convincing that at the end of the day there is an opportunity there that is not going to cause them issues in the future. So that is certainly one very, very big challenge. The other is in terms of the actual allocation. When you look at the allocation plan, and quite rightly, it colours in an area totaling 10.18 acres. But that does include the current...
Sorry, you said acres
hectares, I beg your pardon, 10.18 hectares. So that does actually include part of the site is used as the civic amenity site by West Northamptonshire. And my understanding is that that was historically the subject of a lease between Northampton Borough Council and Northamptonshire County Council. Obviously, the authorities have been merged, so those interests are vested in one authority now in West Northants. But my understanding is that that site is being excluded from a sale of that site, and therefore will be retained as a civic amenity tip. I think the cost of relocating that tip and the opportunity of finding another site it is fundamentally going to be very difficult indeed, so it makes perfect sense. But what that does do, that impacts on the scale of the allocation. And also, because the overall site has been allocated, I believe that certain areas of roadway have been included within that assessment, and in addition, there's some very challenging topography on the site. So I believe that allocation is less than the 10.18 hectares that has been suggested. It's probably more in line, just under 7 hectares.
Thank you very much. Now, you have set out elements relating to your pipeline supply at page 37. But I do note in passing your appendix 9, which are some letters supporting proposed development from other agents.
Correct.
Those agents, are those agents competitors of yours?
Yes, absolutely. We are direct competitors with every agent is a competitor with each other. Having said that, there is a good working relationship between agents in Northampton in general terms. We obviously have to get on, we have to share information because that's what makes our market work. But everybody is complaining of the same scenario. We're all frustrated because we are getting inquiries, we have requirements, and we are struggling to the extreme to try and find opportunities for those to be satisfied.
Thank you very much. Now, assist me if you would, page 45 in your table 8.5.
Yes, indeed.
That related to inquiries, and effectively those inquiries then correlated to the space requirements preferable to those inquiries.
Correct.
And that's what gives the essentially the extent of size,
Yes.
which is set out there.
Indeed.
They appear to bob around a bit in terms of size.
Yes, they do. Yeah. So fundamentally, this is we record all inquiries that come in on our systems, and this is a reflection of what those systems tell us. So I'm not going to sit in front of you and say that this is 100% of all the inquiries that come into Northampton. It isn't, but I would say that it is a fair percentage. A lot of the agents, well, all the agents actually will subscribe pretty much to the same portals. So all the internet portals, they will have board presences, and they will have their own websites. So generally what we find is that as an agent you can never sit there and say that you get every single inquiry, but I think most of the agents will pick up on most of those inquiries. So yes, you're right, they do bob around an awful lot, and clearly the Brexit and the COVID factor had quite a big impact, both positively and negatively, in the market. And you can see how the volume of inquiries has ranged. 22-23, for example, was lower in terms of numbers, but in terms of floor space requirement, higher than in 2019. But that's what, to some extent, you would expect. There will always be fluctuation to some extent in the requirements.
Thank you very much. Now, your conclusions contain essentially a number of propositions, the first of which is at paragraph 10.1. Tell us about a sustained period of shortage of good quality grade A and B stock in the mid-box and multi-let sectors, to which you have already referred. Given the size of the area that we're dealing with here, there is reference, it's on page 51 at the top of the page, to what, if anything, South Northamptonshire can do to assist. What can it do?
I think trying to, well, in terms of South Northamptonshire, there is reference to the undersupply and therefore requirements potentially being satisfied in South Northamptonshire in such development along the M1. I think the problem with that actually is several factors. Number one, if you look at the development along the M1 for a start in South Northamptonshire, it is predominantly the Northampton Gateway at junction 15 of the M1, and that is the rail into port development being undertaken by Seagram, and that comprises a number of units, as I said earlier, between 500,000 square feet up to 1.2 million square feet. Now, it is rail fed off the main line. It has been particularly expensive in terms of development cost and infrastructure cost, and they have significant interest in that development for what it is, and that is a rail port. So I find it very hard to believe indeed that they are going to provide any product from 5,000 square feet up to 100,000 square feet. I've approached them for a client and have been told that they won't sell, which is fine. I've also been told that they don't want to come beneath 100,000 square feet, and in fact even 150,000 square feet is not on their radar at the moment. And I think they will see how the development goes. But if you look at the big scale developers like Prologis's, the Panettones and the Seagroves, who are generally behind the majority of these schemes, they are very, very good, absolutely superb at building large distribution facilities. They have the network to do that very competitively and very quickly, but they are not going to be competitive when it comes to building much smaller buildings. I think the other factor as well is that the Northampton occupiers, particularly those down on Bragg Mills, are very reluctant to leave that environment. It's a good established estate. They have been there for a good number of years. And to be honest with you, even though it's 4 or 5 miles away, it's the other side of the M1. It doesn't offer the same amenity. It doesn't offer the same connections in terms of public transport, cycle for staff. It just isn't the same environment. If you then move to the other proposed development, again, probably short to medium term, at Junction 16, again, it is a large development, likely to be large distribution facilities. But if you look at that location, it sits right opposite a new development by Panettone, which is exactly the same, boxes of 250,000 square feet plus. It is out on a limb. There is some public transport, but it is nowhere near as good as the established existing industrial estates around Northampton. And I remain to be convinced that they will develop small units of the scale that are needed for the SME market. It just will not be something that they want to entertain, in my view.
Thank you very much. Now at 10:13 through to 10:15, you reference matters that you've already dealt with earlier, which is the extent of the order of magnitude of supply, which you indicate is somewhere between 8 months supply and 12 months supply.
Yes, I mean this is our assessment of where the market is based on the I'll take up assessment and indeed availability. I'm not saying it's exactly 100% on the button, but I think it gives us a pretty good indication of where the market is and where the market is going. I would, and I think I can say no more than in my estimate it is somewhere between 8 and 12 months, again give or take. But for a town like Northampton, that is just not in any way sufficient, and I'm sure that will be the case in many other locations as well. We need more comfort than that in the market, and the occupiers need more comfort than that. If and when you're buying a house, you have certain criteria, number of bedrooms, etc., size of garden, garage, double, single. It isn't a lot different in the commercial sector. They will still have requirements. They'll have requirements in relation to building height, car parking, yard depths, and again back to the grade A or the grade B. And the market just doesn't have that choice either now. And my concern is that with the number of sites that are realistically allocated and like to come forward, that position is not likely to change much going forward.
What's the consequence, as you see it, certainly for purposes of the operation of the market, of operating on a 8 months, 12 months?
Personally, I think for a town like Northampton that has actually been pretty much leading from the front for many years, I think I can start to see it slipping back in terms of businesses coming in from the outside, because what business coming in from the outside will do if there's no availability, they will simply widen that net. But it won't just be a net that encompasses Northampton, it will be a net that encompasses much further afield, north and south. But in terms of the existing occupiers, particularly again those on Bragg Mills, and indeed true of Moulton Park, they are more reluctant to want to move away from Northampton unless they have absolutely no choice. And I think that is proven certainly by the two parties that have expressed strong interest in this site, and if it gets a consent, want a discussion. They've been pretty patient in looking for suitable property and haven't found it. But for them to pick the whole operation up and move it somewhere else is difficult, but inevitably there will come a time when they can do no more. What some occupiers will do is to try and look for short-term additional space, and one of those occupiers has actually done that. They've taken a building, a poor quality building, within close proximity to where they are at the moment on a short-term lease, and that's how they're having to accommodate their ongoing expansion and continuity in Northampton. But that's not ideal. That in itself creates problems. But my view is that a town like Northampton should be leading the way. There is opportunity there to attract new businesses, to create better product for the existing businesses and create opportunity for the existing businesses here in Northampton. And that has been more than amply done in the big logistics sector, but it hasn't been done for the SME market.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask you in further respect of your main proof. If I can ask you to take up the proof of evidence of Sandra Falls, the principal proof of evidence, if you have that.
Yep.
And if I can ask you please to go to paragraph 7.13 on page 31.
Yes.
There it's referenced the council statement of the case and an anticipated update in recent supply with review of planning applications since the HENA was undertaken in Northampton, and those detailed in Appendix 2, and it said that since the publication of HENA, further applications have been approved and developments commenced, which are a positive addition to the supply permission since the HENA was undertaken. And then there are a series within Appendix 2, which is about half a dozen pages further on, of planning applications approved. And I think in context of that, you provided some comments together with the background material that goes with each of those.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
I was going to say, as an overview, do you consider that which is set out in Appendix 2 provides a basis for meeting the concerns that you expressed in your proof of evidence that we've just been through?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, and the reason for that is by what?
I think severalfold. I think the opportunities that are presented, LNH followed as we've talked about in brief terms. Yes, that is an opportunity, and that will provide product to the market, a certain type of product. But particularly on some of the others in relation to the changes of use, I can't see that that's going to make any difference to the SME market in any way, shape or form. Do you want me to comment on a couple of them?
Please.
So, Unit 1 Fairground Way at Riverside Park, we were involved for a client in the construction of this building originally back in the 90s. It was recently sold to Glenstone. It was let over the COVID period to a trampoline centre, and inevitably their business was hit extremely hard during COVID, and they did not feel themselves, I think, they were necessarily going to survive, and neither did the landlord. And as a bit of a safeguard coming out of that, there were significant problems with outstanding rents. The landlord submitted a planning application for change of use in the event that the tenant vacated, but the business was sold to another company, Gravity Global, and they are trading successfully. So, speaking to Glenstone, there is no need, and they have no intention to implement the proposed change of use. Moulton Park Business Centre, this is, as it says, a business centre, and they tend to provide generally smaller scale office and industrial product on flexible leases. They have a large car park at the front of their site, and they submitted planning application for 12 units, but these 12 units were only 162 square metres each, so what I would describe as nursery units, and again, not going to be of interest to the MSE market. They will be more start-up orientated. However, that planning application was approved in 2021. It hasn't been implemented, and I have spoken to the owners of that development, and they tell me they have no intention of implementing that development for the time being. 14 Asyth Close, again, that was a change of use from a leisure use. This is a very small unit of just about 5,000 square feet. This is not going to change the world very much, unfortunately. It is very early commission for Newtown's development, 1980s, mid-terrace. I think I attached the particulars. That building has been let, so it's positive in that sense, but it's a fairly small element in my view. The King's Heath Mill Lane development, this is a new, mainly residential development at King's Heath, Dallington. And there is a commercial allocation within that, but it is a large residential allocation and development, and there are two employment areas. The first employment area is very much right in the centre of this development. Therefore, any commercial traffic is going to have to drive through residential estates to get there. And the second parcel is to the north of the site, even further away, but again means that any access comes through the existing industrial estate for a start. It's indicated that it's B1 and B2, so there is no B8, which is understandable within a residential environment, I hasten to add, but that in itself will restrict the market. It will restrict developers from and investors because they haven't got the full opportunity range in planning terms to attract occupiers, number one. Secondly, it's 7.2 hectares, and the suggestion is that it's going to provide 72,000 square metres of employment space. But if that was predominantly B2, which I think is the suggestion, that just doesn't stack. That would equate to a site density of 98%, which clearly isn't right. And personally, I would feel very uncomfortable advising anybody to build B2 and indeed B1 industrial, the new Class EG, within a residential setting. Not just for the reason of funding going forward, but also from an occupier perspective as well. And there is an immediate conflict there when you have these consents and employment sites right in the centre of a residential area. The first one is actually adjacent to a primary school. So occupiers do not like working hour restrictions, which I suggest there would have to be in that location. You've then got the problem of noise, potentially a degree of smell, all within a residential area. So my view is that residential occupiers are not going to be happy, and certainly occupiers are not going to see it as a suitable proposition. My suggestion is that if you look at the parameters plan, actually, when you look at the layout, and I accept that's early stage, but it does seem to suggest to me that that will be more orientated towards a B1 office development, which actually would be far more appropriate for the location, probably two-storey, which again would get over the issue of the density, but I cannot see it being a viable B2 location in my view. I think the other factor on that as well is that the residential developers will resist dealing with the employment until a very advanced stage of that development, for obvious reasons. They want to sell houses, and the first question people will ask is, what's happening to the employment element? So I think there will be a natural resistance from them to try and bring that site forward, but I think the issues are probably more fundamental in relation to that. Darlington Fields Bakery, that's up on Gladstone Road, just right off the town centre. That was an application made by an occupier, which effectively involved temporary buildings and predominantly an open storage use. That site has been let on a 15-year lease from the summer of 2023. So there is no way that site is going to come forward. The Howden's joinery obviously been the subject of a lot of discussion this morning generally. That was the former MFI distribution centre of, in fact, much larger and lower buildings dating back to probably the 70s, I would say. And in reality, actually, it's been developed, but the actual floor area is smaller than the original building, so there is actually a net loss in employment space terms, but much better quality buildings and of course significantly higher. The Dustin Mill Lane site, that has actually been developed, and I was struggling a little bit to get my head around the allocation. Part of that site is in the floodplain, and when you scale the existing development and the existing building that has been undertaken by an owner-occupier, the site area equates to about 1 hectare. So I'm not sure where the extra area has come from on that. In essence, that's it.
Thank you. And what you've done is you've provided some observations, conclusions at the end, including what occurs in terms of numerical assessment in the last bullet point, which you put in bold. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. John, anything else you'd like to add at this stage?
No, not at this stage, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gartley. Thank you, Mr. Drummond. Ms. Daly.
Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon, Mr. Drummond. Just a few preliminary points. First of all, when were you first instructed by the applicant or appellant in relation to this site?
I was instructed prior to the planning application for market advice.
And at present, other than obviously presenting evidence at this appeal, are you instructed by the appellant in any other capacity in relation to the site?
Yes, we have instructions on 3 office buildings.
No, sorry, in relation to this site.
Oh, in relation to this site,
yeah.
no.
Okay, now a few questions about the nature of the development that's proposed on the site, and if we could have a look at page 10, please, of your proof of evidence. That's your main proof.
Indeed.
Now on pages 10 and 11 you talk about effectively some definitions in relation to hubs, mid-box, multi-let. Have I understood correctly that hubs could also be described as big box?
They can. It comes into the mid-box sector as well.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Fine, that's helpful. And in terms of this particular proposal, we know, don't we, that the maximum roof heights, as in the ridge heights for the development, will be 12 metres across most of the southern part of the site, going down to 10 metres
Yes.
on the eastern boundary. And we know that's a function of mitigation measures required in respect of the special protection area to the north in relation to the 12 metres, and my understanding is that the 10 metres is a landscape mitigation measure.
I understand so.
So just in terms of what this site would be suitable for, and in terms of employment land, having regard to those constraints, it's not a site that would be suitable for any sort of big box unit, is it? Because of the roof height
Correct.
issue.
Yeah, so if I might say, with a unit of circa 12 metre ridge height, you're probably looking at a clear internal height of 10 metres.
Yeah.
And that by its very nature will restrict the size and the footprint of the building.
Yeah, so even if there was a desire to introduce a big box unit here, it's not possible because of the constraint.
I think it's very hard.
Okay. What the illustrative layout suggests is that there will be some mid-box units, and that would be suitable because of the minimum internal height being around, I think, 8 to 12 metres. That's what you tell us in your
Internal
evidence.
height would be 8 to 10.
10,
Yes.
sorry. But you couldn't have that across all of the site because you then
No.
come up to this 10 metre constraint on the eastern boundary,
Correct.
and that's where you've got these multi-let units,
Smaller
and they
units.
can be
Smaller.
smaller. Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay. Okay, so the nature of the practical nature of the proposal in terms of the provision of employment land is driven by those habitats regulations, the special protection area constraints?
Yeah, I think it's actually also driven by the market demand as well, because we know that there is strong demand for buildings of that nature, and there is a lot of the bigger box development. So I would not be seeking particularly to see bigger opportunities on that side.
Okay, so it's the two, you accept that it's both? Yeah, fine, okay. And then in terms of the illustrative site layout and what it proposes, I think you've set out at paragraph 3.7 of your proof on page 9.
Yes.
That, as I've understood it, simply takes the square footage from the illustrative site layout and puts it into a list.
Correct. Yes.
So if the illustrative site layout is to be followed, and of course we don't know whether it will be, but if it's to be followed, then that's what it would provide.
Yes, subject to units 1 and 2 being smaller terrace units. Yes, absolutely.
Understood, okay. And one of the principal areas of the market that you consider is likely to be interested in this site is people or businesses that already occupy sites within Brackmills, correct?
Yes, I mean, because of the size and scale of Brackmills and the fact that there's a lot of established businesses on there, then inevitably there will be interest from Brackmills. But that will not be exclusive. We've got another occupier who we're talking to at the moment, who is located just off the town centre. They are very specialist manufacturing. They have a requirement for, again, a much better, more modern building. So therefore, I think it will attract interest from outside Brackmills, but definitely there will be interest from Brackmills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
occupiers from outside, I'm sorry.
In terms of the locational advantage of the site, one of the things that you mentioned is the fact that people on Brackmills don't actually want to move far from Brackmills, so that would be a locational advantage.
Correct.
To people already within Brackmills. And I think, is your office within Brackmills?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay.
Well, sorry, it's on the Queensbridge development, which sits immediately adjacent to Brackmills.
Okay.
And since the construction of the Brackmills Gateway, unfortunately, the height of it has cut our phone signals off, so we no longer get mobile phone signal. So I'm not a great fan of building much more development of that nature.
Well, you can talk to Mr. Jackson about that if you don't like it. You've produced 2 letters of support for the appeal from current Brackmills occupiers. Did you ask for letters of support from any other occupiers on the Brackmills estate?
No, not really, because at the end of the day, until we get a planning consent, there's not a lot that we can do. These 2 occupiers have been patiently looking at the site, waiting for this matter to be resolved, and they were quite prepared, quite keen to write and support.
Okay, so no, not really. Did you ask anyone else or didn't you?
No, we didn't ask
No,
anyone
you didn't
else.
ask anyone else.
No.
Okay. Let's just have a look at those letters then, please. I think they're in Appendix 6 to your proof of evidence. And if you just also keep open page 9 of your proof.
Yes. Yep.
Sorry, let me just get there as well. Yeah, so the first letter is from, forgive me, I don't know how to pronounce this, is it Igus? Igus.
Yes.
That's a letter from the 20th of June of this year,
Right.
and they talk about having had conversations between their agent and your practice. They talk in the 4th paragraph down that they currently occupy a 28,000 square foot building on Brackmills, but the business has grown. Put simply, we've outgrown our current base and we continue in our search for circa 60,000 square foot of accommodation with the potential for expansion to 80,000 square foot, and they say this search has been actively ongoing since 2018. We look back to paragraph 3.7, page 9 of your proof, and we see that the largest unit, based on the illustrative site layout that you're intending to provide, is smaller than 60,000 square foot. It's 58,000. So if IGUS want a development that goes up to 80,000 square foot, their needs won't be met by the illustrative site layout, will they?
No. But the intention here is to provide product for the SME market and the mid-box market, and that, of course, ranges in size probably from 20 up to 100,000 square feet. So an occupier like IGUS would be ideal for that location. But that would not affect the height, but it would affect the layout of the site, yes.
No, but on the basis of their letter, if the illustrative site layout is followed, they actually won't in fact be in the market for this particular development because it's not big enough for them. They've said they need a development that's 60,000 to 80,000 square foot. Now, based on the illustrative site layout, I appreciate that might change, but based on the illustrative layout, that's not going to be provided. Yeah, yes. Okay, fine. Then we go to FCL over the page.
Yep. And I think there's two bits of correspondence from them. One's a letter from the 30th of August of last year, and one is from the 3rd of July this year. And they talk in both that letter and that email, they need around 60,000 square foot, don't they? So at the moment, again, they might be satisfied with 58,300, but they may want something larger, yes. Correct? And on the basis of the illustrative site layout, if both of these businesses were interested, if both IGUS and FCL were interested, you can't accommodate both.
In accordance with the illustrative layout, I agree, yes. But the intention will be to provide units up to a maximum of 100,000 square feet, and that is the mid-box sector. But in addition to that, the intention will be to provide the multi-let buildings as well.
But you'll have to provide multi-let on that eastern boundary. It's that or nothing. And
yes.
So then,
so
what's left of the site?
Mixed development. There will still be quite a bit left. The problem of encouraging interest from the smaller multi-let occupiers is they're not generally inclined to do it. They tend to react when there is product in the market. But when you get occupiers such as both IGUS and filtration control, they will be talking to every agent in the town, trying to find an opportunity, and this would be a good opportunity for them.
Right, okay. There will obviously be a discussion if it comes to it at reserve matter stage about the suitability of, say, larger units, if that's what's proposed. Okay. Now, in terms of the comments that you make about the pipeline supply, that I think you've taken tables from the 2021 Housing and Economic Needs Assessment, which are effectively allocations within development plans, or were proposed allocations at the time within development plans. And some of what you say is that you're somewhat critical of some of the sites in the supply on the basis that either they don't have permission yet, or permission's been granted, but on the basis of your investigations, you don't think that the development is likely to come forward anytime soon.
I think there's a strong possibility of that, yes.
Now, just in terms of the trajectory for this site and this development, this is obviously an outline application at appeal, so even if there was a swift grant of permission within the next month or two after the conclusion of this appeal, there'd obviously be a need to go through reserve matters stage.
Absolutely.
Do you have any information about how long it's thought that that might take?
I think if in terms of delivering products onto the site, my judgment would be that you're looking 12 to 18 months.
I'm asking you about the reserve matters application. Is that, it may be something that you can't help with?
I'm not a planner, I'm a very simple agent, I'm afraid.
Okay. And then we know from some of the other economic evidence that it's proposed that there's a 2-year construction period from the point at which the development commences.
Yeah.
So we're looking at, I don't know, say at best 6 months, a year for reserve matters, get straight onto the ground after that, 2 years. Let's take it from January 2024, we're looking at 2027 before this might come on stream.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't physically construct these buildings, but I give a lot of development advice to all sorts of developers and investors through the market, and it would not take, from the point of view of going on site, it would not take 2 years to build these units. These units would be typically built within a 6-month period.
Okay, I mean, I'm just relying on what I understand to be the position from this side of the room's evidence, but perhaps we can take that up with Mr. Kirby tomorrow if you can't assist further on that. Your proof of evidence, table 7.11.
Could you kindly look up at page 7?
Yeah, it's page 80.
80? 80?
No, sorry, it's not page 80. It's, forgive me.
It's 33.
It's page 33.
Yes.
Now, you refer refer at paragraph 7.11 on page 33 to employment allocations having been made within the Northampton Local Plan
Yep.
Part 2, totalling 29.04 hectares. Are you aware of what the policy requirement in the adopted development plan actually is in relation to the provision of employment?
Not in detail. Again, I'm
Okay,
not on that.
not for you.
No, thank you.
Now, just looking at that 29.404 hectares that was allocated, I think you've said that although you think the site area has overshot somewhat, you think that Sixfields East is a good site for mid-box multi-let development, and you also identify Crow Lane, and you've discussed that there's a consent in place for that site, and that's also a site that you consider could deliver mid-box and multi-let. Yes. So if we look at those two sites, and also Milton Ham, I appreciate it's now developed, but it's got two big box logistics buildings. Is that something that could have been suitable for mid-box?
It sits right adjacent to junction 15A of the motorway. So my view is that that site will always be big box logistics orientated.
Okay, so let's stick with the Crow Lane and Sixfields East. So I mean, let's take 3 hectares off Sixfields East.
Yep.
Add that to Crow Lane. You're looking at about 10 hectares within the local plan allocations of 29. So roughly a third is allocated for the type of development that you are putting forward here. So the council, it's fair to say the council has supported through allocations development of the nature that's proposed here.
Yes, in strict terms it has, but my view is that the town needs more, will benefit from more. And that's what concerns me as a Northampton resident and doing what I do. I know that the town could be doing a lot better and a lot more if suitable sites were allocated, and they need to be suitable sites.
Yeah, okay, and you talk about suitable sites being allocated, and you appreciate, don't you, that the new local plan process that's the vehicle by which there will be further allocations made. Yeah, it's obviously not something this inspector can deal with.
No,
this
not at all.
inquiry.
Not in the slightest. I get that. Yeah.
Okay, and then just can we look at 7.17 of your proof, which is at page 36?
Yep.
Just something that I wanted to pick up with you. So you say, we don't consider that the market supply, either in the form of existing buildings, development pipeline or sites allocated in the local plan, for future mid-box and multi-let stock is at the level required to satisfy the present or the future demand being experienced. The next sentence, it will not support the level of growth suggested by the local plan. I'm not sure, which plan is it you're referring to?
I was referring back to the list of sites that I have. So if those are the sites that are allocated immediately, then in my opinion there isn't enough there to satisfy ongoing growth. But I accept your comment that may change going forward.
Right, okay, it's not, yes, okay, what you're saying is that you don't think that the local plan allocated enough.
Correct.
Albeit there, as we are discussing in this appeal, there's no constraint on further employment land coming forward within the development plan, so it doesn't seek to constrain anything further.
It's not constrained.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Mr. Goatley, any re-examination?
Just one question really. It's in context of the questions you asked about the two businesses, Appendix 6, IGUS and FCL.
Yes.
In terms of the illustrative site layout, do you see that in itself as being something that precludes accommodating at least one of those particular operations?
Not at all.
Both at all?
No, absolutely.
That's my only question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. 3:10, I think we'll have it's convenient, I think, to have a mid-afternoon break now, so if we start again at 3:25, and then we'll hear the employment witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So these are the A1 versions of the, sorry, I should have said this during the inquiry, the photo montages and visualisations. Do you want me to hand them to you during inquiry proceedings? Mr. Cole is here.
They're already before the inquiry, just the size of the thing.
Yeah, it's a bigger version.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
This is your gift from the county.
The gift that keeps giving.
They did print 4 sets, so if anybody wants some more of them, I do have some more. Yeah.
I remember one particular day we used to laminate them. We described those as dinner mats.
No, I got the admin staff to hold it for me, so I went for years, so then I couldn't get it done.
What's the postcode?
I'll write it down for you. Would you like it to be your registration as well? It's just because it's accessed by a barrier. We have had some issues with it not registering. There's an intercom button just on the right. There's a pub just when you come along the road. It's called the Wigan Pub. It's just after that. There's a right-hand side that takes you to the basement of the park.
No, I've got, no, I've got Clemens.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll get the we've got lifts and we'll move in there, no worries. Thank you very much.
That's fine. I mean, I don't mind doing it, but I don't think we're going to be rushed tomorrow, actually.
I mean, it doesn't mean so that we just sort of sit back and
Not at home.
indeed.
As I'm sure everyone else does. Well, apparently it has a lovely Charles Rennie Mackintosh house and has a Glaswegian. Yeah, it's got the only Charles Rennie Mackintosh designed house in England. Not that I've made it there this week.
I would expect that in Corby, Northampton.
Well, yeah, me too, but it's here, and I wonder if it's something to do with, I don't know if that linked to Corby
I
was
think
the
it's not too far.
Yeah.
Essentially, this was Boomtown, and Corby was effectively Steeltown.
Yeah.
I think Steeltown came later as well.
Maybe yeah, I mean, I don't know the history. Needless to say, I haven't made it.
Your particular test.
it's not great until handover is the next day.
No, it's not. No, Karen was just asking me whether or not we were going to get on with this. Frankly, no, I don't think.
She asked if she thought we were going to get to the line.
No, she was just wondering in context of what the inspector had asked. Any moments ago, sorry, as to what might be able to get through. He wants to run away, doesn't want to run away, but we're not going to get through that this afternoon.
Is it over if you can time? Because it might be some like I say.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Yeah, it's over 7 o'clock.
I won't be if I say tomorrow morning.
That's right. No, I would hope not.
Good afternoon again. It's 25 past. The inquiry's resumed. Just so everybody's clear, I've got the A1 sheets of the montages and the views. The other conversation I had just before the break was just to ensure I can get my car into the car park tomorrow to collect all this. So it's the employment. It's Mr. Robinson.
It is.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If I can introduce you to the inquiry, you're Colin James Robinson. You have a Bachelor of Arts degree with honours, a Master of Town Planning with distinction. You're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute and a member of the Institute of Economic Development.
That's correct.
You have kindly provided your main proof of evidence to the inquiry, which sets out your qualifications at section 1 and together with your experience at Litchfields in particular, and also that which you have undertaken in context of this proposal, and you set out at paragraph 1.7 your attestation as to your professional evidence that you give to this inquiry.
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the documentation that you provided a main proof of evidence together with certain appendices. You also provided a rebuttal proof of evidence as well. Those are before the inquiry. I'm not going to ask you to read those. We will touch on those, most particularly I think the rebuttal proof, in a little while. But if you can please, by reference to that evidence and such of the evidence that's been given by the council, essentially take us through, if you would, in as summary form as possible as to what your evidence is directed to, the documentation upon which you rely, and what you say are the consequences of your analysis and findings.
Okay, let's go through there, but just to kick off, I think what I'd like to say at the outset, I think there's quite a lot of points that are agreed between us in terms of the benefits from the job creation from the scheme, and particularly the need for employment land in this location. Obviously there are disagreements within that, and we will go on to that later. But I think it's probably worthwhile just starting off with perhaps the officer's report, which is CDK1, which summarises the needs case for employment land quite succinctly. I appreciate my proof is quite lengthy, so I won't spend too much time going through that. But essentially what the officers were saying in paragraph 8.28 on page 23 of the officer's report was that the proposed development of the application site would contribute towards delivery of B2B8 jobs within the West Northamptonshire area. And then they go on to talk about the type of units that would be there, the proportion of research and development and light industrial use on the site which is needed in the locality. And particularly in 8.30, they say that on the basis of the above, there is considered to be an identified need for the proposed new employment land. Then it refers to evidence that I was involved with, which is the original employment land needs assessment that accompanied the planning application, which was done back in November 2020. And it recognises that the need for the proposed development was further supported by that evidence, which concluded that there was a gap between the current supply and demand for industrial and warehousing land, resulting in a substantial projected shortfall of B-class floor space to 2029. It then goes on to refer to some of the key evidence base documents that have been produced by the council, on behalf of the council I should say, The first of these was the Northampton Employment Land Assessment 2018. So that's document CDK29. And again, I won't go through that in too much detail, but essentially what the officer's report that's saying in paragraph 8.32 is that the report concludes that with regards to the light industry, general industry and warehousing, there is substantial demand for new industrial distribution development across all unit sizes in Northampton. It then goes on about, refers again to our ELNA, which again talks about the demand for all unit sizes. What I would say is that the HENA 2021, perhaps if we could perhaps move to that document, it's that CDK31, which is produced by GL Hearn back in July 2021. Quite a lengthy document which provides much of the evidence on the need for economic development, particularly B-class uses. Right at the back of that document, so page 385, provides a neat summary of the council's case regarding the employment land demand supply balance. So that's tabulated, and that sets alongside both the office and the industrial total supply against the total recommended needs.
Right, we're on hold tight for just a second,
Yeah.
Mr. Robinson.
Could you take me to the page in the paragraph?
It's right at the back, sir. So it's page 385, I think.
So 15 pages from the end.
Sorry, yes. So this is the table that summarises.
It's just before
Yeah.
you get to Appendix A, so it's immediately in the front.
Yeah. So what that table does rather neatly is just summarise the supply of industrial land across the three Daventry, Northampton, South Northants, and of course West Northamptonshire. Suggests a total supply of 156 hectares against total recommended needs for 203 hectares, and therefore a shortfall or an identified need of 47.6 hectares across the whole unitary authority. For Northampton, supply of 36.4, need of 59.6, and therefore a need for 23.2 hectares. And in the paragraph above, we can say that it says there is an unmet need in Northampton for industrial land. So that's the most recent evidence. I understand they're updating the HENA, but that's not before us at the moment. Now, I set out in my evidence that I have some concerns about the HENA's evidence. I agree with them that there is a need for additional land, and there is a shortfall, but we do have some pretty serious sort of significant concerns about the key methodological approaches they've used. Now,
In terms of those concerns, are those concerns effectively just a matter of forensic significance, or does it have any bearing upon the numbers that would then be the output of those concerns?
It very much has a bearing on the actual numbers and the scale of the shortfall. I think I'd say at the outset that I don't disagree with the overall approach, so that the concept and the way that they've done it, which essentially is to align economic growth by jobs, applying employment densities, plot ratios, making an adjustment for marginal choice, and come up with a need figure and setting that against supply. It's how they've gone about that, and it's not just that I've got a disagreement conceptually, it's that they've made some pretty fundamental errors in how they've applied their own methodology, and as you suggested there, that's had a knock-on effect for the scale of need required, and I think it plays it quite significantly. So I've set out in quite a bit of detail, both in my Appendix 1, which is a critique of the HENA, and summarising my proof. I won't go through it in a huge amount of detail, but I just wanted to pick up a couple of points on that. So just give me a second. So summarised in section 5 of my proof. I listed the key areas of concern with the HENA.
Page 40.
That's page 40 on through to essentially page 49, I think. So just very briefly, the key areas of concern I've got with the 2021 HENA. The first of these are that it relies on forecasting data that was essentially distorted by COVID. So they use data from Oxford Economics and Experian, going back to 2020. And the impact of that is because the forecasts were distorted, they had to make a manual adjustment and went back a year to 2019 for Northampton. And that had the effect of very significantly reducing the amount of employment land that was actually required, which was set out in my paragraph 5.7. And that adjustment reduced to about 10 hectares the amount of land required in Northampton. We actually see that, fortunately, the downturn was much less severe than was originally feared. So whilst the Experian 2020 projections suggest there's going to be a loss of 9,500 jobs between 2019 and 2020, there was just a loss of 1,600. So nowhere near as severe as those projections thought it was going to be. And essentially invalidates the approach taken by GLHown to go back a year. My second concern about that was the heinous growth scenario, which is the one they actually pursued for Northampton to define a level of need. And again, that made, in my view, a number of unwarranted adjustments for Northampton Gateway, which effectively suppressed Northampton Town's growth. So again, I set out quite a bit of detail on pages 42 and 43 of my brief, but essentially they tried to adjust downwards Northampton's B8 forecast, so the jobs associated with warehousing and logistics. They're essentially saying that 1,700 of those jobs that were in the Experian forecast are being displaced to Northampton Gateway and South Northampton in particular. So they actually deduct that from the forecast for Northampton. But there's no real compensatory uplift in the South Northampton figures because they've gone with a different scenario, which is reliant on that. So essentially we ended up with a growth scenario for Northampton that actually results in 1,400 fewer jobs than the baseline, which appears counterintuitive. Thirdly, on page 43, and this is one of the points that I was alluding to at the start, which isn't necessarily my view, it's actually a mathematical error that they've done. It's misapplied some plot ratio. So the plot ratio, as Mr. Grumman talked about earlier, that's the ratio between the floor space and the land, essentially. So you always need a storage yard and the landscaping and all the rest of it. And they made some assumptions about what that plot ratio would be for Daventry, Northampton and South Northamptonshire. They assumed quite a high plot ratio in Northampton of 50% for B2 use as an office, but 40% for warehousing. Now, they actually misapplied that and applied 50% for everything. So when they were translating the floor space to actual land requirements, they applied a 50% plot ratio on the 40%, which sounds like a minor error, but actually reduced the requirement quite significantly by up to 8 hectares, just on that one tweak alone. They also made some errors in the former B1 and B2 for both Daventry and South Northamptonshire, which I'll come to later. So this is just my view. It's a mathematical error that's actually suppressed the figures for Northampton in particular. Just moving quickly on, it also failed to model a past take-up scenario, so it didn't look at actual completions data, which in my experience is quite unusual, particularly given it's been quite high over the last few years. And I suppose most importantly, it hasn't made any adjustment at all for likely employment land losses. So whilst GLHown initially grapples with the facts and then fairly notes that it's important to look at that and to ensure that losses are replaced overall over time, because otherwise the stock of employment space gets eroded. Ultimately, they haven't made any adjustment at all for any replacement of employment land. And that essentially means that all their scenarios are net. So the net difference between job gains and job losses. And again, their view is that because the presence of dirt in Northampton Gateway, that avoids the need to replace older industrial stock in Northampton. And again, we heard from Mr. Drummond about the role that Northampton Gateway is going to have. And in my view, certainly, those sites are meeting an entirely different market. And it's not reasonable, I think, to assume that people can decant from small units in Northampton Town to Northampton Gateway. Moving on, point 6 was that the vacancy rate adjustment was outdated and that they'd used the wrong valuation office statistics for industrial floor space. They'd used the 2019 rather than 2020, which they'd stated. That actually makes quite a small adjustment, but it has a bigger knock-on effect for my second point, which is the margin of choice, which again used the same data source, but is outdated. Again, that was set in page 47. That will actually have quite a significant impact on the overall employment land requirement. And then my final 2 points goes on to strategic BA needs. There was a clear failure to actually model that accurately, or at all indeed. I think fairly the authors accept this in that paragraph 17.8, which concludes that further evidence on strategic warehousing need may be beneficial. This is done subsequently through the SAMLAP study, which is one of the core documents, where they have tried to look at the need for bigger than local logistics sites across the whole of the South East Midlands. That wasn't done as part of this HENA study. The focus is very much on localised need. And again, that means that the overall requirement has been underplayed. And that actually has another knock-on effect for the supply. Because as I go on to point 9, whilst they've essentially provided a localised need, they've actually netted off some of those strategic B8 sites. So as I've gone into in a fair bit of detail, they actually include, I think, 13 strategic sites, bigger than local, very large sites that are flagged up in the SENLAB study. Those have been taken off the localised need. So again, that artificially suppresses or narrows that unmet need. And those 13 sites actually total 81.5 hectares, so not an insignificant amount. So essentially I summarise those points and the knock-on effect, and my view is that that's had the effect of artificially narrowing the unmet need.
So the aggregate of that, because you've provided comment about the 81.5 hectares,
yes,
but all the criticisms you've taken together is, I think, summarised numerically, ultimately in your 5.37.
That's correct, yes.
And instead of being a deficit of 47.6 hectares, which is identified by the HENA, in actual fact, if you take account of the remaining elements, that grows to 129.11 hectares.
That's correct. And I think even if I was to take that 47.6 hectares, which I've said I don't agree with, then there's still an unmet need, and the delivery of our site, which is 7 hectares, will potentially meet 15% of that need. Obviously, if the need is greater, then our role in that segment is even more important.
So with regard to the HENA, that's your series of principal concerns that arises out of that, and that gives rise to, in your view, a greater need than that which they have otherwise provided for.
That's correct. And in section 6, and particularly appendix 2 of my proof, I've tried to address those criticisms of the HENA, particularly the erroneous application of plot ratios, the inaccurate employment densities that are applied. So I haven't factored in things like losses. I've done that later on for my own work. But for this, I've tried to fairly update the HENA analysis. And just very quickly, you can see, perhaps if I do take you to appendix 2 actually, just very quickly. You can see the last 2 tables, so this is right at the end of my appendix 2, my proof. What I've done, I've summarised both the HENA approach in table A14.
This is your table A15.
A14 and A15. So A14 is the HENA approach, which I've summarised in one table, against A15, which is my tweaks to it. The tweaks are pretty substantial. Everything in red in A15 are the figures that I've corrected. So essentially I've tried to maintain their approach, but actually done what they said they'd do. So essentially apply the correct plot ratios, apply the correct employment floor space, employment densities, use the actual net completions figure for 2020 rather than 2019 figure that they've erroneously used. And essentially what you can see, the boxes in green are their preferred scenarios. You can see how they've mixed and matched different approaches. So if we just look at the table A14, you can see that the Northampton figure of 32.2 hectares for industrial land is actually based on the growth scenario. So taking a job growth, applying employment densities and plot ratio, making an adjustment with margin of choice, they say that comes to 32.2 hectares. However, for Daventry, their industrial figure is derived from trending forward local completions. For South Northamptonshire, that's net completions between 2001 and 2019, based on VOA data. So they've kind of mixed and matched the scenarios. And then you've got the combined margin and vacancy adjustment in green there. You can see if you turn the page to A15, it has quite a big impact if you actually apply the correct plot ratios. So you see Northampton's figure goes up to at least 40 hectares from 32, so straight away that's an 8 hectare increase. The green box further down there, you can see that if you apply the correct vacancy adjustment and flexibility margin, so essentially I'm using the 2020 VOE data, which they said they'd use but didn't, then that actually increases the margin from 27 hectares previously to 37 hectares in this version. So just for Northampton alone, my tweaks to the Hedner, just using the round approach, goes up from 59.6 hectares to 78 hectares overall. So quite a significant increase for Northampton. Conversely, Daventry goes down because they've applied the wrong plot ratio the other way around, and South Northamptonshire goes up slightly. But overall, I calculate that the figure goes up from 203 hectares to 217.
Now, maybe thought, maybe suggestion, well, those are a series of interesting propositions. Does that really represent the nature of the difficulty, the nature of the concern that's currently arising? In terms of the evidence, where do you say it takes us?
Well, in my view, that evidence is outdated. I mean, it's the council's most up-to-date evidence, but before then. But my view was that the flaws are so significant that things have moved on so much in the intervening period that I needed to update those figures and correct them more effectively. So, in quite a bit of detail in my proof, again, I've done this Appendix 3 and I've summarised that in Section 6 of my evidence. I felt it was necessary to ensure that there was a more robust evidence before the inquiry. So I'd originally done this back in 2020 in Elna, albeit with a shorter time frame. I've updated this to ensure that the time frame aligns with the HENA's time frame to 2050. And I've also tried to maintain that the overall approach is fairly consistent. So you'll see what I've done in Section 6. If I may, I just quickly summarise the approach I've taken. If you turn to page 56 onwards, this summarises how I've gone about that. So first of all, I've taken the past development rates in West Northamptonshire. So I've analysed data from the council's joint authorities monitoring reports on net employment floor space. And I've also used the most up-to-date VOA statistics, which essentially shows how business floor space has been changing every time. And I've made a deduction for both Derft and Crick, which is the same approach that GL Hearn took. And then I've projected that forward over 30 years, to 2050. And if I may take you to table 6.1, so of my proof on page 57, that sets out the net employment land requirements. And you can see based on those three essentially past take-up scenarios, they'll predict a provide approach. You can see that for Northampton, the net requirement would be based on local completions, 123 hectares, falling to 75 hectares based on the VOA 10-year trend to 21, and 51 hectares for the to 23 for VOA. So that's my first set of scenarios. My next ones relate to the econometric modelling. So this is on the basis that there is a link between job growth and the type of sites required to accommodate those jobs. And first of all, I obtained new Experian forecasts. As I said before, Experian forecasts were produced by, or used by GL Hearn in their 2020 Hedner, but those are 3 years out of date now. And I obtained ones for March 2023 from Experian. And this actually showed us that the net job increase was actually much more significant or greater than the previous sets. So this is talking about 52,796 net job growth over the 30 years, which is slightly higher than the previous ones used by GL Hearn. I then split that between Northampton, Daventry and South Northamptonshire and made some assumptions about the individual sectors, which ones were relate to B1, B2 and B8 employment land. I then applied some standard employment densities to translate the job growth to floor space using the HCA guidance, which I think is CDK61. Don't need to go there, but that's where it's all set out. It's very highly regarded and used, I think, also by GL Hearn in there. So that translates us from jobs to floor space. I then made a similar adjustment for vacancy of 7.5%, which again, GL Home did in their Headner. And that gets us to floor space figures in table 6.2 on page 59, which suggests that West Northamptonshire as a whole would need around 916,000 square metres. I then used a standard plot ratio of 40% to translate that floor space to land, and that takes us to table 6.3 on page 60, which suggests that Northampton's net need is 144 hectares and 229 hectares across West Northamptonshire as a whole. Just very quickly moving on, scenario 3 takes essentially the same approach but uses the Oxford Economics forecasts, which paradoxically were higher in that they talk about at least 60,000 net job growth between 2020 and 2050, but actually results in a lower level of employment than required because it makes some assumptions about the loss of transportation and storage jobs, which looks to me like an error. I've kind of explored that in quite a bit of detail here. I can't believe that there's going to be a loss of 5,400 transportation jobs in Northampton between 2020 and 2021. That's what the Oxford Economics figures say. If you go to table 6.4 of page 62, that results in a much lower level of net need of just 66 hectares West Northants, and actually negative need of 2.8 hectares in Northampton. And I'll attach a lot less weight to that scenario. Then I need to translate these net figures to gross, so essentially a planning requirement. Now, to do this, I've added a margin of choice on. Similar to GL Hearn, I've done that on the basis of looking at past completions and trending those forward. If you look at table 6.5, I've fairly summarised what will be 5 years worth of take-up trends based on past completions for the monitoring report and VOA 10-year trends over slightly different time periods to align with GL Hearn work. That equates to 38.5 hectares on average for the whole of West Northamptonshire, and just under 14 hectares for Northampton. And then my final adjustment is for loss replacement. So as I said before, GL Hearn didn't do this stage, which is fairly unusual. I personally think it's a necessity, particularly in locations such as Northampton. We've heard from Mr. Drummond about some of the poor quality of a lot of the stock in Northampton, the ageing nature of it, particularly the EPC, the Energy Performance Certificate, and the implications that's going to have going forward, particularly after 2030, which may indeed accelerate the amount of stock that's lost to alternative uses. And I made an adjustment based on a replacement figure of around 0.5% annually to 2030, and then a high level of replacement of 1% for the 20 years thereafter. That works out at 7.4 hectares overall replacement for West Northants, and 4 hectares of that will be Northampton. That seems like a lot, but actually when you compare that with the CoStar data, it's actually very similar to the 7 hectares that's been lost per annum over the last 10 years. So essentially, if I could just draw this all to a close by saying, if you look at page 66 and table 6.6, this brings all those scenarios together and the 3 stages, so define net requirement, adjustment for flexibility and losses. And you can see there that for Northampton, the gross requirement ranges from between 117 hectares for industrial, I should say, for the OE baseline, all the way up to 261 for local completions. For West Northamptonshire as a whole, the range is for 283 to 619, 618.
Thank you very much. Now, having had the opportunity of receiving Ms. Ford's main proof of evidence, you then produced a rebuttal proof of evidence.
That's great.
Sisters, please, what were you answering, and what is the answer that you give?
Yeah, so the point was that Ms. Ford's original evidence was that the policy S7 target of the West Northamptonshire JCS, 28,500 jobs between 2008 to 2029, had been met by the BRES data back in 2021. And to be fair, that's what the 2021 BRES data said, but as I said in my rebuttal here, I had concerns about the reliability of that BRES evidence. I had engaged with ONS, and I included it in the links to my rebuttal. The correspondence I shared with Mr Neil Hedges of ONS, where I raised some concerns about I think it was 7 sectors, which is in table 2.2 on page 6 of my rebuttal, which seem to have a huge leap in job growth between 2020 and 2021 for a number of key sectors, particularly if you look at temporary employment agency activities that had shot up from 9,000 jobs to 16,000 in 1 year, which looked unbelievable, to be honest. It turned out that my concerns unfortunately were correct, and that when the 2022 BRES data came out, which unhelpfully was a couple of days after we'd submitted our proofs, they'd been readjusted down very significantly, from 227,000 in 2021 to 220,000 in 2022, so fallen by 7,000. Lo and behold, virtually 5 of those 7 sectors that I queried had significant reductions back down. So the upshot of all that is that the 28,500 jobs target hasn't been met. It's undershot by 1,000 or so, depending on which BRES source you use. And therefore my view was that the provision of jobs at our application site should be afforded significant benefit that weighs in favour of the application.
Thank you very much. To be fair to Ms Ford, just in terms of completing the survey in respect of that, Ms Ford has recognised.
Very fairly, she has recognised that, yes.
And that's the matter favourable from the addendum proof in respect to that. And so, from that point of view, at least numerically, it would appear you're to that extent on the same page.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Mr. Thomas, anything else you'd like to deal with at this stage?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Goatley. Ms Daly.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, Mr Robinson.
Good afternoon.
Just you mentioned in your evidence in chief that you had had an involvement in the employment land needs assessment submitted with the application.
That's correct.
That's right. Okay, yeah. Have you been? My instructions are that Lichfields responded to the council's spatial options consultation in respect of the emerging local plan. So there was a response from Lichfields that raised matters in relation to the 2021 HINA back in December 2021. Was that something you were involved in?
I don't think I was involved in that one.
Okay, but you're aware that there was a response.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Did you review that response before you drafted your evidence?
Well, the evidence is my view of the HINA, so the evidence that I'm providing is my evidence.
I'm not suggesting it isn't. I'm just asking whether you reviewed that document before you drafted your evidence.
I've seen it some time ago.
Okay. Okay. And in terms of the council's 2021 HINA, you know, don't you, that it's being revised to reflect the new plan period down to 2041, as well as taking into account the strategic warehousing needs that were not taken into account in the 2021 HINA, as well as responding to issues that have been raised through consultation.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a shame it's not come out beforehand. I think it was due the end of October, but it's been delayed for whatever reason. Yeah, so we obviously don't have it at this inquiry.
You've obviously raised a number of detailed concerns about the content of the industrial land need calculation in relation to the 2021 HINA. We know that document's being updated. It's not available at the moment. Quite fairly, the council's response to your evidence is you will need to await the new HINA that's coming out. There may still be methodological disputes between you and the council. We simply don't know that because the new HINA hasn't been published. But in terms of, and you'll obviously have the opportunity to critique that new document when it comes out. I obviously don't know whether you've been instructed to do so as part of the local plan process. But ultimately, the upshot of all of that is that disputes as to methodology or findings of housing and economic needs assessments associated with the new local plan, they will need to be resolved, if they persist, by the examination in public process. Do you agree with that?
I agree that during the examination public process, I'm sure it will get critiqued, whether, assuming GL Hearn do update it by then, so I'm sure that will get appropriately reviewed. I think where we are at the moment, we have to prepare and review all the policies. You know, if we look at the NPPF, it is important to ensure that we're driven by the evidence. And clearly, you know, if you look at paragraph 31, that's very clear that we need to look at the relevant and up-to-date evidence. So the Council's position is that their most up-to-date evidence is still the 2021 HINA. I've updated it. It hasn't been challenged by the Council. In my view, my evidence is the most up-to-date before the inquiry in terms of the employment land. I appreciate it's not been independently examined, but you know, I think if we actually look at when are we going to get the chance to actually critique that in a local plan EIP. If you look at the LDS, for example, that's talking about the plan examination taking place in mid-2025, adoption in 2026. It's already behind schedule. You know, that's a number of years before we're going to get an opportunity to actually debate that in an open forum. You know, I didn't really touch on some of the socio-economic points that are stressed in my proof. You know, we look at the unemployment levels are rising in Northampton, they're higher than the national rate. You look at things like educational attainment, that's actually quite low for Northampton, looking at nationally. If you look at deprivation, there are several areas of severe deprivation within 4 kilometres of the proposal site that are highly accessible by public transport. So we need new jobs now, we need new sites for employment land now, and we can't wait for a number of years just to say, well, we've got to wait for this new employment evidence to come out. It's already been delayed by several months.
Okay, but in terms of the strategic plan making position, the ultimate need figure or the shortfall, if there is one, that arises as a consequence of the new local plan process, that can't be resolved by this inspector in this inquiry, can it? It's got to wait until the EIP.
Well, look, we're trying to look at the...
Just answer my question first of all. Do feel free to qualify it afterwards.
Well, I think it's... I'm not sure that if you suggest we can't get into that debate. I think we can get into the debate of whether that is an accurate reflection of the actual needs or unmet needs for employment land in Northampton. I think it's important we go into that.
Would you like me to ask the question again?
Go on.
Yeah, okay, so in terms of the strategic plan making position, this inspector, I'm suggesting to you that this inspector cannot resolve the ultimate need figure or the shortfall figure that plan comes up with, if indeed there is any shortfall. It's simply not something that he's able to do in the context of this appeal. Do you agree that?
I agree that he can't provide the strategic, say, for one way or another, the strategic figure for West Northamptonshire. Well, I think he needs to get into the debate, and here are both sides of the argument. Is that evidence still up to date? Is that what we should be looking at when we're trying to test the true need for our site, for industrial land in this location? And my view is that, on a number of reasons I touched upon earlier, that employment evidence is, in many regards, flawed and in some areas out of date. And therefore, it's reasonable that we can test it. And I provided what I think is the most up-to-date, robust evidence before the inquiry. I'm sure Ms Ford might disagree, but I think it's right that we actually go into that debate.
Okay, fine. And then I just want to deal with a few points in your proof of evidence. So paragraph 5.37, please. This is the paragraph, it's page 49, it's a paragraph that Mr. Goatley took you to. So you say, in my view, these large strategic sites should be removed. You talk about some of the adjustments that you think need to be made to the 2021 HINA. And then if these sites were excluded, then Northampton's overall net need would increase from 23.2 hectares to 33.2. West Northamptonshire overall, the unmet need increases from 47 to 129. So there you're talking, you've taken into account the pipeline supply that's included within the 2021 HINA, haven't you? And then you've come to an adjusted shortfall based on your criticisms of the HINA.
Yeah, because the HINA is saying that essentially it's a localised need that it's trying to define. It's stripped out things like Northampton Gateway, it's stripped out dirt from the need. And therefore, to me, it doesn't really make sense to then include all the strategic sites, like Milton Ham and the rest of the supply.
I'm not questioning the basis upon which you've come to that view in the sense of what you've done there. I'm just trying to understand whether or not that includes the pipeline supply, and I think the answer is that it does, because that 23.2 hectare figure from the HINA is the figure that's quoted in the officer's report, in statements of case as the net, the shortfall effectively.
So again, all I've done here, as you say, is take the HENA supply that's summarised in that last page that I was talking about earlier, and just say, well, if you strip out strategic sites, this is the figure.
Fine,
I've
okay.
not commented on whether I think those individual sites are suitable for employment or going to come forward, which was something Mr. Drummond talked about earlier.
I appreciate that. And then at 6.51, in terms of your conclusions, you talk about there being a need for between 117 and 261 hectares within Northampton, and then a need of between 283 and 618 across West Northampton as a whole.
Yes.
Now those figures are, I understand that they arise as a consequence of the evidence that you've put together, effectively undertaking your own assessment as to need, so not making adjustments to the HENA or anything like that. This is
That's
your own
correct,
assessment.
yes.
Yeah. But those and those figures are gross figures, so they haven't taken into account supply.
Yeah, that's just the need.
Yeah.
Yeah. The unmet need is summarised in the next chapter, and the charts go along if you want to go on to that. So that's the figure 7.2 and figure 7.3 on page 74 and 76. There's a lot of numbers flying around. So what we're trying to do there is show the different supply positions, the different scenarios of need, and the gap between them. But you're quite correct. Those figures you quoted were just the need figures.
Yeah, okay, fine. And when we look at, can we turn up, please, it's CDK 44.
So K44.
K44.
Thank you.
It's the Strategic Land Availability Assessment from September 2021. Page 26, please.
Okay.
And at section 6, it's entitled Assessment Analysis, para 6.2. The following table summarises the respective positions for housing and employment. So this is a strategic land availability assessment undertaken to support the emerging local plan process, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And in relation to hectares of employment land, that study found that there were 45 deliverable hectares available as at that there were 45 deliverable hectares as at September 2021 and 480 or so developable hectares.
Yes.
And what's said there is that at 6.3, this demonstrates that planning to 2050 and therefore considering deliverable and developable options, there are a number of spatial choices to be made for the West Northampton strategic plan in determining the most appropriate locations for growth. However, there is sufficient capacity to meet the identified needs in the HENA. And if you add those two together, you're looking at 525 hectares or so. Now, I appreciate that there's certain scenarios that you've modelled or looked at where that level of deliverable or developable land won't meet the upper limits of your suggestions. So, for example, the upper limit in terms of West Northampton as a whole, you say could be 618 hectares. Plainly, the 525 wouldn't meet that, but it would certainly meet the average, and it would certainly meet the lower end of that scale in terms of your own employment needs assessment, which, as we've discussed, doesn't take account of pipeline supply, does it?
That's correct, but I think as I referred to, I did praise this document briefly in my proof. If you look at paragraph 1.3, it does include the disclaimer that the inclusion of any site in this assessment does not indicate it will be allocated or successfully obtain plan permission. Similarly, the non-inclusion of the site in this assessment does not in any way preclude future development, providing it meets the planning policy framework that exists at the time a site comes forward.
No, of course it is what it is. It's a land availability assessment. It's not an emerging plan.
No.
It's not the plan itself. I haven't suggested that it is, but in terms of what it says, we can agree that at least on some of your scenarios, the deliverable and developable employment land identified in that document would meet the need that you've identified.
In quantitative terms, yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of jobs, you agree, don't you, that there's been a recent healthy growth in jobs in the West Northants area, and we're 1,000 jobs short in terms of the local plan target. It's not met, but it's looking on track. You agree with that, don't you?
It is looking on track. I mean, what I would say particularly is that, you know, when I've put in my rebuttal proof, for example, there are adverse economic headwinds. I think it's fair to say Northampton's done very well over the last few years. You know, it is below that target. If you look at what Mr. Hunt was saying yesterday, he thinks the economy's turned the corner. I'm not entirely sure I fully agree with that. If you actually look at the latest OBR forecast, they're actually pretty pessimistic over the next couple of years. They've downgraded the growth nationally from 1.8% like next year to 0.7%. So the prospects for strong growth are very challenging. You know, you're looking at big cutbacks in the public sector. I think that's fair to say. If you're looking at inflation, that's not going to meet target next year. Interest rates are staying high. So there's a lot of very challenging economic headwinds. And that actually is going to have an impact on job growth. And what I showed you in the rebuttal lab is that the next couple of years, that the Experian forecast actually suggests that rather than increasing, the job figures for Northampton are actually predicted to decline over the couple of years, which again is going to push back the achievability of that 28,500 jobs by a number of years. So whilst we've done well in the past, I think it's certainly fair to say that we should rest on our laurels. And there's certainly a need for additional jobs and additional sites that can accommodate those.
Okay, and if just on that point, can we look at paragraph 7.6 of your proof of evidence then, page 70?
Sorry, 7.6.
6.
Yes.
Are you there? Sorry.
I am.
Yep, so you've just expressed some scepticism about the ability of the council to meet this 28,500 jobs target by 2029. In 7.6, you seem to be suggesting something different, which is that the total net job growth for West Northants is projected to reach 46,600 between 2008 and 2029, some 61% higher than the Joint Core Strategy's projection, which is obviously the 28,500 jobs figure. Furthermore, the strong growth is forecast to continue long into the future. This indicates that the jobs target set by the council and the employment floor space that aligns with it is no longer fit for purpose. Certainly doesn't set out a clear economic vision and strategy which positively and proactively encourages sustainable economic growth. Now, whichever of those two scenarios is the right one, it's a matter of fact, isn't it, that what is in the West Northants Joint Core Strategy is a minimum jobs target. So it's not seeking to constrain future growth.
Just a couple of points on that. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, this was written with the previous BRES 2021, which myself and your colleagues were grappling with, which has subsequently been downgraded. We've kind of talked about that. The first point, if you're going to struggle to meet the targets for the next couple of years with that downward adjustment, the point I was making further on was that whatever the job forecast we're using, the figure is dated back to 2013. So in my view, that job target is probably out of date, if not certainly out of date. So the 28,500 was based on an assessment that's set out in CDK 27, which is the Employment Technical Paper second update. And that was based on a lot of data that's totally outdated. It's based on 2001 census data on travel to work areas. It's based on an incorrect pension age growth of 66, whereas now we're going to work until we're 67 by 2028. And it was miles below what Experian was forecasting at the time. Plus it stops in 2029. You know, it's only 6 years hence. You know, local plan should be providing for 15 years hence, and it's basically it's well due to be updated. And as you quite rightly say, that figure is only a minimum anyway. There's nothing stopping us going above that.
Yep.
So yeah, I think there's concerns about the robustness of that forecast. It stops at 2029. We need some kind of steer as to where we're going to beyond that.
Okay, and then just in terms of you identify the benefits of the appeal proposal, and in terms of the economic benefits, there's agreement as to the nature of those benefits, not necessarily the weight to be attributed to them, but there's agreement as to the nature of the benefits. You weren't involved, were you, in the preparation of the population chapter of the environmental statement?
No.
Can we have a look at that then? It's at A3.5. Sorry, I think assistance is coming your way. Okay, so the introductory page, which is the page immediately after the title page, section 5.1, 5.1.5 competency statement. It says it's been prepared by the Senior Director, Head of Economics, and an Associate Director at Lichfield, so colleagues of yours, presumably. And in terms of the assessment methodology, 5.2.2 to 5.2.3 at pages 1 to 2, we can see at 5.2.3 that in terms of the area that the analysis covers, it's said to be Northampton as the local impact area and West Northants as the wider impact area.
Okay.
And this is assessing the socio-economic output of the appeal proposal in very basic terms. I don't think we need to look at the detail of it. I think the most helpful thing to do is probably to look at the summary right at the bottom of the page of the document. So I think it's pages 19 to 20.
Okay.
And we see at 5.6.3, no mitigation measures are assessed as there's no expected adverse impacts with regard to socio-economic effects during construction and operational phases. And then in relation to employment and economic output, the significance of effect is determined to be minor beneficial. Same for the economic impact on the labour market. Same for the economic impact on deprivation. So in terms of the view of your colleagues as to the significance of the positive economic impacts of the appeal proposal, at its highest, it was put at minor beneficial. Do you see that?
I see that.
Yeah. So when the inspector is making consideration of the weight to be attached to benefits such as say, capital spending associated with the appeal proposal, he'll need to bear in mind the conclusions reached by the environmental statement, won't he?
He will. I mean, I'm not entirely sure I fully agree with that level of beneficial. I mean, if you look at the scale of job growth that's proposed, if you look at the construction costs, so if I, for example, turn to 7.3 and 7.4 of my proof on page 89, if you look at the scale of jobs, the productivity growth that's coming forward, and both jobs during construction and during operational, I think that probably goes above my beneficial. And certainly when I'm talking about the weight to be attached, I've said it's significant weight.
Yeah.
That's in agreement with the council, both the council's representative here, but also in the officer's report.
In relation to the jobs, you mean?
In relation to the jobs, yes.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So the jobs on page 8.4, sorry, paragraph 8.43 of the officer's report, that's page 24, I can read it now, where it talks about making a positive contribution towards job requirements. This is a significant benefit that weighs in favour of the application. And I'm in agreement with that. So I think we're all on the same page when it comes to significant benefits for jobs.
Jobs, yeah. I don't disagree with that on jobs. Okay, did you read this chapter of the environmental statement before you prepared your evidence?
I was aware of it.
You were aware of it, but you didn't express any disagreement with its findings within your written evidence?
Well,
that's true. That's right, isn't it? The inspector won't find that within your written proof of evidence.
That's correct. But I mean, this wasn't based on a detailed assessment of employment land needs. So the evidence that I provided here is to provide up-to-date evidence on the scale of employment needed in Northampton, Daventry and South Northamptonshire. This is significant. This is 2 years older than the evidence that I've provided. You didn't do any analysis of the scale of employment land needed. I've shown here the magnitude of that and the scale of the shortfall, which in my mind is significantly more than minor beneficial. So I'm making that judgment based on new evidence.
Okay, so let's just unpack that a bit. So the new evidence that you've produced relates to land, but you haven't produced new evidence in relation to the number of and nature of jobs that would be provided by the appeal proposal.
With the economic benefits assessment again.
Yeah, and in terms of the GVA, you haven't produced different evidence from the application stage on that. No, okay, fine. Just one final point. You refer in your evidence to some areas of deprivation within the Northampton Borough area, and you say that there's scope for these areas of deprivation to benefit from the new employment opportunities created by the proposed development. That I'm reading from para 7.65 of your evidence.
Okay.
Now, I appreciate you couch that in terms of scope, but there's nothing, there's no requirement, or there's nothing within the consent itself that would require jobs associated with this appeal proposal to be provided in those areas of deprivation. It's an aspiration rather than a requirement.
That's correct to the best of my knowledge, but clearly, as I show in section 4. Page 38, the proximity of the site to areas of severe deprivation with high levels of unemployment. You know, these are the units that we provided are going to hopefully provide a range of job types, skills levels and wages that would be appropriate to people living in those locations. You know, and as I said, go into quite a bit of detail, the very nature of logistics, for example, is that it can be quite entry-level jobs with quite low levels of educational attainment, and it's very good too in terms of boosting people's wages and actually helping them progress through to senior positions without a university degree. So the type of jobs on offer, I would imagine, would appeal to the types of people who live and are in need of those of unemployment. Now, you may be right that we haven't got a physical requirement to recruit from those locations, but I'm sure they will do everything they can to ensure that local people benefit from them.
Okay, fine. I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Goatley, any re-examination?
Thank you. Hold on a moment, if you would. Yes, you were asked earlier on in your cross-examination regarding the inspector's role here. Is the inspector's role here
determine within a planned sense what the strategic requirement is for employment land?
No.
So far as the inspector's role here and the evidence that you've provided, what do you provide by way of assistance in terms of employment need and employment supply?
I think I provide the most up-to-date evidence that's in front of the examination, the inquiry, I should say, sorry.
Is the inspector precluded from reaching a view for the purposes of the determination of this appeal as to whether or not there is a need which extends beyond that identified in the extant development plan and other documents?
No, he's not precluded.
In your view, is it material or immaterial for the purposes of decision taking in respect of an employment proposal to have regard to the level of need?
It is material.
Is that a matter which is consistent or inconsistent with national policy with regard to the consideration of such matters?
It would be consistent.
Having regard to the extant development plan, a matter that was canvassed with you was that there was no restriction, there was no limit. To that extent, would there be anything to preclude any decision which was consistent to seeking to meet that newly identified need?
No, there wouldn't.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you.
Thank you. On 4:25, I think we will start the planning evidence.
So, entirely in your hands in respect to that, what I'm conscious of is that the planning evidence is effectively, it's going to be back to back otherwise between that of Ms Ford and Mr Kirby. If it assists you to commence this afternoon, then we'll commence this afternoon.
Just thinking about the time, I mean, it might be an opportune point to just review where we are on the timetable and what we've got to do tomorrow. I mean, as far as what we're concerned, I think the things we've got to do tomorrow is the planning evidence, the planning obligations and suggested conditions. I'm keen to get that done tomorrow. I don't want us to come back and to have to...
No, I think we're completely at one in respect to that. I'm going to suggest, I haven't had this discussion with the learned friend, and so consequently it's a matter that I just simply put out there. But with regard to many of the matters that I think relate to both the conditions and the obligations elements, they're not really in contest.
I agree, and I've been through them as well. I don't see there's a big discussion to be had around conditions and obligations.
It's a question of whether, in terms of making best use of time, whether or not you would consider it would be helpful to seek to deal with either or both of those matters this afternoon, if for whatever reason, perchance, some matter arises out of planning evidence during the course of tomorrow, then we can revisit that briefly, but whether it would help to actually deal with the obligations and conditions section now, prior to dealing with planning evidence. As I say, that's a matter I've not had the opportunity to canvass that, whether or not it would help or hinder.
10 minutes to get a manager and print stuff on. I can have 10 minutes.
I'm told the council would need just a short break in order to be able to get the right person into the room effectively, but there's no objection otherwise. I mean, I endorse Mr Goatley's perspective in that, as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's no conflict between the parties on many other matters, but not in relation to the 106 and the conditions, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, I mean, it would help to sort of clear the decks for tomorrow and just do the planning evidence tomorrow. So, yeah, I think that's quite a good idea to see if we can do the conditions and the Section 106 now. I also think then a short break of say 10 minutes would be useful, just to clear our minds from what we've just heard and to focus on the conditions and the obligations. So yeah, let's do that, and then that will clear, as I say, clear the decks for tomorrow to do the planning evidence.
And I mean, from my perspective anyway, I don't think we'll have any difficulty getting through the 2 planning witnesses tomorrow by mid-afternoon, something like that.
That would be my anticipation.
Okay, it seems like a very sensible suggestion. Let's go with that. Let's resume then let's break now and resume at 20 to 5 with the aim of getting the conditions obligations done by 5:30.
I think so.
Does that sound right?
It does,
Yeah.
sir. It does.
Thank you.
Yes, it's in motion.
The printer is now steaming.
It is 22. Are we expecting anybody else from the council?
Yeah, sorry.
So yes, we are.
Okay.
Let me go and
Just try and understand what's happening.
If
I
you,
assume they're just still printing, but
okay. I mean, if you, yeah, okay.
yeah, we can't wait forever.
I'll resist making any other helpful observations.
So we are still waiting just for copies of the 106 and the conditions that have now been printed to be brought to the room.
Is this they?
Yes, this is the...
Okay, thank you. I propose we start with the conditions. And I just want to remind everyone, are we being live streamed today?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Whilst we're going to have a discussion on the conditions and the planning obligations, I'd like to remind everybody that this is without prejudice to any decision that I might make. It's just standard procedure. And in terms of the conditions, it's about whether they meet the tests set out in the MPPF with regard to conditions. I think that's whether they're necessary, relevant to planning and relevant to the development that we're looking at. I don't propose to go through every condition one by one because there are standard conditions here that are applicable to any outline application. So if I sort of lead the discussion, if anybody wants to mention a condition I don't mention, please jump in. But the first one I will start with is condition 4. And I just want to make sure, and I think I'm clear because I asked it right at the beginning, that those plans that are referred to there are the plans upon which the council made its decision. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so that's condition 4. Condition 5, I've got no problem with it, and I understand the need for no more than 10% floor space to be in that class. And that relates to the discussion we've had this afternoon about where the need lies for employment land within Northampton. Am I correct in assuming that, and that's the reason for that condition?
Yes, my understanding as well, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'd now come to condition 13, which is the one relating to archaeology. Now, we've had discussions during the landscape evidence that this was a quarry and it's been restored. I would therefore question the necessity of that condition. Can I come to the council on that one? That's condition 13.
Apologies. So we need to that's arisen from an archaeological officer's consultation response, which we'll just get.
Is it? Do the council consider it to be necessary? Bearing in mind the discussion we've had about the site being quarried and presumably backfilled with inert waste.
I'm just pulling up a response from the archaeologist.
The responses in the core documents are actually as J5 if you want to have a look at it.
Yeah.
So if I may, the council's archaeologist is referred to, it's only a part of the overall site that was subject to extraction, so there are elements of the site that they'd wish to see investigated further.
Fine. In that case, I'll come to the appellants. Are you content that that stays as a condition then on that basis?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. There's one other probably is a question for the council as well, and that is the condition 22, which relates to the provision of electric vehicle charging points. Is there any duplication here with building regs? And so that which would perhaps make this condition unnecessary?
I'm not aware of any, sir, and it's in accordance with the council's adopted parking strategies.
Okay. Are there any observations from the appellants on that particular condition?
Only that I believe the position with regard to building regulations is moving at a pace with regard to the provision of EV charging points. So at this point in time, probably the condition is perfectly relevant.
Yeah, I mean, I think bearing in mind what's just been said about the condition being in compliance with the parking standards which seem to be derived from a local plan policy, then I'm content with that condition.
It's not a matter that we're
yeah.
Okay.
That was my run through in terms of conditions and the issues I had. I knew this would be fairly simple, this one. Are there any other comments on conditions from the council?
Yes, sir. I think I've just noticed a very small typo in condition 24, which currently says or currently begins, prior to commencement of development, a detailed scheme of ecological mitigation for the operational period of the development, full stop. I think there's some missing words there. Shall be submitted. Yeah.
Okay. Can you let me have a revised copy of that? There was one other thing I was going to mention. There are some pre-commencement conditions in here, and I can take it because these are agreed between the parties that the appellants have agreed to the pre-commencement conditions. Yeah, that's fine. Any other comments on the conditions from council? For anything else from the appellants? Okay, thank you. Let's move on then to the Section 106 agreement. I've used here, rather than the agreement, I've used the council's SIL compliance statement, which has been quite useful. I usually ask 3 questions around these, which are usually answered by the SIL compliance statement. So if we looked at the travel plan monitoring fee for £5,000 plus indexation, I can see, I normally ask, is there a policy basis? And I can see there's a policy basis, policy C2. And then I ask, and I'm struggling to see this, but please help me if you can, is it calculated according to a formula? And is that formula set down anywhere? This relates to it being fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development.
So as planning officers, we've not been privy to the formula, but it is based on this annual requirement over 5 years. It's based on a size and build out rate of the development. If you would prefer for clarity, we can seek the formula and add it to that self-compliance
That would be
table.
useful, because then we can I can sort of refer to that in my decision letter. Should I be minded to allow the appeal that it complies with the requirements of the regulation and the MPPF. And then in terms of use, again, I'm not clear from the SIL compliance statement. Could you help me where it would be, how it would be used? Do you employ a sort of travel plan monitoring officer, for instance, that perhaps this goes towards? Or
yeah. So if I draw your attention to under the need, it does contribute towards somebody monitoring and travel cost, the site visits and travel cost monitoring.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got that. Moving on then to the construction and construction training contribution, that's £24,000 plus indexation. I can see there's a policy basis for that. Again, is there a formula for calculating the contribution? Yeah, I can probably see that in
it's that model.
It's in that column.
Yeah,
isn't
it's in that
yeah.
fourth column along. So.
And I think, again, in terms of use, I can see the funds are used to provide a bespoke training and employment programme for the development. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. And finally, the council's monitoring, that's a pretty standard one, so I'm comfortable with that one. Has the appellant got any views on this in terms of the compliance with Community Infrastructure Levy Regulation 122 and paragraph 57 of the framework?
Certainly have no adverse comments to make in respect of that. Just as a matter of notwithstanding what I have just said to you, because we are not asserting that any items should be omitted or disregarded. There's what's described as the blue pencil clause.
I understand that, yeah. Yes.
So that's a matter for you if you chose to exercise it.
Yeah.
We are not asking you to exercise it in respect of any of the components.
No, I understand, and obviously in the cold light of my study, if anything is picked up, I will look at that. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else that the council wish to say on the obligation? On the obligation? No. And no. In that case, I don't think there's anything else we're going to cover today. I certainly won't be calling up the planning witness at this time. So we will close the inquiry for today. Adjourn the inquiry for today, and reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.